Against the Tao's fury, they'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke, they press on, facing Vaccinal's horde until the dawn. With every volley, they hold the line. Their determination, an unbreakable sign. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry. Against the Tao's fury, they'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Though the enemy's technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one. Their bravery shining brighter than the sun. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry. Against the Tao's fury, they'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Infantry, sir. Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
Hello again and welcome to another Mordian Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream, a potentially quite beefy stream, a stream hostile to human life as we know it. How are we all doing today, my little chickadees? It is time for another Mordian Glory live stream, and I don't mean to alarm you, but it's Friday. My God, how the week has flown by. But it's been a good week, and we're here now, and we're going to see Friday out in style. There we are. Now, it's a classic just chatting bollocks stream today. So we could talk about anything and everything. I obviously have a couple of topics that I may want to touch upon. One of which is quite beefy. But, well, I don't know. I think it's quite a big deal. But maybe I'm becoming lost in the beef sauce. We'll have to see. But we can talk about anything and everything. So we could talk about Warhammer 40k. We could talk about Old World, Bot Action, Conflict 47, any other games you might want to talk about. Yes, if you want to talk about boat game, we could talk about the boat game. We could talk about competitive play, casual play, narrative play, army lists, and hobbying, and everything else you could possibly want. We can contemplate the follies of mankind if you so wish. We could talk about anything. There you are. Battlefleet Gothic. You want to talk about Battlefleet Gothic? Talk about Battlefleet Gothic if you want. Yeah, whatever you want. So the point is, it's a Friday stream. It's a chat and bollock stream with a little bit of a beef seasoning for your viewing pleasure. There we are. Let's talk politics and religion. That will bring the community together. How about we fucking don't? Oh, yeah. Do you know stock falls every time Mordian says beef? You see, I don't think that's true. I think I have absolutely zero impact. You know that you've got like the elephant and the flies are buzzing around its shitty asshole, and it just has its tail just like swishing them away. I'm like the smallest fly trying to get that shitty asshole. That's there you go. Oh, tell you what. Speaking of buzzing around, it's a bit warm in here. Let's get the fan on. All right. I buy 2 more box whenever he says beef. I mean, of course you do Noble memes. Of course you do. But they were second hand, bro. You just don't fucking get it, do you? All right. But being serious for a moment, let's crack on with the stream. And the first thing we need to do in any Morning Glory stream is, of course, observe our traditions. Traditions are very important on the Morning Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest. His Imperial Guard. Stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby! Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to rock out with their bayonet out? We have got Note Maybe. We've got Felony Riot, Steve Reisman, Citizen Bob, Waldmeister, Aldeus, The Game Maker, Macon, Lancet Lindblom, Airball 342, A Gaming Stuka, Greg Shimmin, Average Yarrick Enjoyer, Nostalgia River, Godlike Poet, Noble Memes, Mantle Marauders, Anticlimactic Tech, A Gaming Stuka, Jenny Bratz, Note Maybe, Skull Smasher, Mark Cole, Malleus, Silthis, The Blaze, The Lower Decks, Lord Castellan, Prep Cook Survive, Sven! We've also got Adam, Hanus, Macalayan, Samuel Phoenix, Oh My Puppy, Commander HHL, Chicken Detonator, Cyber Toes, Clan Cat, Sir Newbie. Something is based. Dragon Emperor. And we've got Zaladin and Chicken Detonator and Lord Castellan and Chaos and Raygun and Glanish Cat and Zella. Right. We've got some people spamming chat. Right. Why are you spamming chat? Why are you spamming? That's it. Will you fucking take these fucking making my roll call take longer pieces of fucking shit. Oh, fucking there you are. You fucking thought you'd get away from me, did you? You fucking piece of shit. There you go. Fucking mods not doing the fucking jobs, making me have to ban people manually with my own 2 fucking hands. Right. What are we up to? Sir Newbie, Peter Butchins, Malleus, Cavasius, Chicken Lord Chaos, Lord Castellan, Chaos, Raygun, Gladscat, Zello, Sabotage, Baldrick, Pastor Blaster, Sergeant Only 40k, Russell W. And we've got Squidfist and James Homer and Pickalock the Forged. And we've got AOX and Butt Mountain and Rock and Still Unsure. And Ensac, Samija, Joseph Wrigley, Skeleton Commissar, and it's all gone to shit. Peter Butchins, Lower Decks, I think, Iron Maud, Ian W. Right, whoever's doing 6-7. You know what? I'm changing roll call to just banning everyone who's doing 6-7 in the chat. There you go. Right, yeah, you did it. Yeah, there we are. You did it as well. That's it. Oh, there you go. Should have done it. Should have done it, should you? Should have done it. Should have done. Right, Noble Memes, you're going as well. That's it. That's it. You've ruined roll call. You ruined my roll call. You spammed it so I couldn't read people's names. You fucking started doing 6-7 in the chat. That's it. You're all going. You're all going. You're all going. And anyone who thinks they're being clever by doing 7-6, you're going for longer. Anyway, I don't know where we're up to, but you know what I was going to say? Welcome one all. Thank you so much for joining. If I missed your name, don't blame me. The fault was on mine, sir. But seriously, honestly, thank you so much to all of you guys for joining today's stream. Thank you for being here. I've only been banning people for like 60 seconds, by the way. It's not even really been serious. We've just been taking the piss. But thank you so much to all of you for joining. Thank you for being here. Don't forget to go ahead and like and subscribe and all that kind of good shit. It does make a big difference. It is a great way of boosting the channel, supporting the stream, all that kind of shit. I also want to say I don't make a big deal out of it because everyone gets asked to like the stream every single time on every video they've ever watched on YouTube these days. At this point, I feel like if you don't know to like a stream or a video and subscribe to the channel, if you like stuff, if you don't know at that point, nothing can help you. You've already lost the life lottery. Evil Talphobic streamer Mordy and Glory goes on ego-fueled ban spree. Can't wait. Get that one on Reddit. There you go. All right. But no, thank you so much, all of you guys, for being here. Also, I want to say a big thank you to everyone that's got the stream popping up, baby! Coming in with all the super chats and the member flex and the gifted memberships and all of that good stuff. And let's take a moment now to go through and show our appreciation for people who have started the stream off right. I want to say a big thank you to Russell W. Russell W, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships, baby. Yes, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships to keep us freshly stocked with new conscripts. 10 gifted memberships to make sure we can hold the line in the name of the Emperor. Thank you so much, sir, for doing your part. I also want to say a big thank you to the Lower Decks. The Lower Decks, thank you, Super Chat Man. Failure, utter failure in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Alright, what is this? What is this? 1 minute. Sir, things have gone awry. I wanted noted for the ship's logs that I executed the fan dance to perfection. I even managed to perform the full 360-degree helicopter maneuver while doing a handstand, just like your Lord Father did at the infamous Winterscale Debonte ball in M40. But did you do the upward spiraling pigtail? See, this is what happens when people miss mandatory courses. You know, you miss key parts. All right? Alas, it was to no use. The Goliath guards, all muscles and lusts, have taken me into custody. I tried, sir. Emperor knows I tried to fight them off, but I have been clasped in an ironclad embrace, and am now a prisoner in the bosom of House Goliath. I want it noted for the ship's logs that I entirely lay the deviant tortures the worst women of House Goliath will inflict upon me to be blamed on Jenkins. Understood. To be fair, that is under Article 9, subsection 3, paragraph 2 of the Dynasty Rules of Acquisition. If in doubt, blame things on Jenkins. So, there we are. He is to be flogged as soon as the Dynasty permits, regardless of his sabotage plan's success. Picture unrelated. How dare you mock me? How I bring the grade A beef to you, and you mock. How dare you? There you are. Will there be a webinar on the upward spiraling pigtail Corpo glory? Of course. Of course. There'll be a Zoom meeting. We'll touch base on it. We'll learn how we can do it dynamically and with synergy. All right. What have we got next? Macon! Macon, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you for doing your part. I want to say a big thank you to Cool German Dude. Cool German Dude, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes, thank you, man. And thank you for the Japanese dog with a kamikaze bandana on it doing kung fu super sticker. I can't help but imagine this is some roundabout way of saying you're very excited for Invasion America with K47. There we are. I love it, man. We've got Macon. Macon, thank you for super chat. Moo, baby, moo. Are you guys that fucking desperate for the beef? I feel like you guys are thirsty for the beef. Jesus, man. Is that what have you guys all had? Have you had a long week? Have you had a long week? Have you had a long Friday? Are you guys like, are you ready for the beef? Is that why you're all here? Are you all here? Are you all here just for my meat? All right. Well, we'll catch up on some super chats, and then we'll get to the beef. Okay, we'll get to the beef. I think it's a big deal. But we'll see. I want to say a big thank you to Chris K. Chris K, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part, my man. We've got Cosmic, my boy! Cosmic, thank you for the super chat, bro. Hobby update and stream discussion. The next chapter begins. Bust a rift. Bust a rift, baby! Bust a rift. Let's have a look here. What have you been working on, Cosmic?
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
I can't see it. Wait. Wait, is there anything in stream discussion? You did say hobby update stream discussion, and yet I see no hobby update. Why? Why, Cosmic? Why are you this way? Why do you vex me so terribly? The only picture I can see is the only thing I can see is Noble Bright's meat. Look pretty good. What is this? Round bottom and sandwich steak. Huh. Discount meat. Wow. I feel like this is a perfect analogy for this stream and this channel in general at this point. All right. That is the hobby update. It's still loading. That's all right, Cosmic. I know sometimes it takes a little while for it to come down the pipe. Let's have a look. Oh, no. Oh, God. Cosmic's gone woke. Look what he's done. Bloody Pink Vader. Oh, my God. I used to respect this. I used to respect Cosmic's channel. It's not Lord Vader. It's Lord Gator. There we are. All right. Okay. Joking aside, let's have a look. Well, I finally completed my first Valve TTC, and yes, we painted the Pink Vader. That box of Star Wars that's been sitting on the shelf for quite a while finally is done with the completion. And with the completion of that and my vow, I'm starting on my next hour with my Soviet Siberian Scrappers, a rogue faction. Use whatever they can get their hands on to maintain their way of life in the rogue state. Sometimes Lord of the Motherland, sometimes not. I think if you're not loyal to the Motherland, Stalin's going to have some problems with you. Sometimes not. We have started off with making some Mark 1 suits with double PP guns to use whatever scrap they can get hold of. Some of them can't afford power packs, instead use old gasoline powered suits, and some of the product of rogue experiments. But this is a great start and it's a good stream. Got the warmed up for you. As always, Cosmic, I appreciate you warming the crowd up for me. And joking aside, it might be, I mean, there is, on this angle, this looks suspect, shall we say. It looks moving on. Moving on. Cosmic, it looks awesome, man. The whole army looks great, bro. I love it. Amazing. I do love the Star Station. And I'm just, as much as you bust the rift, I'm busting your balls. There we are, man. I love the ATST. Thrawn as well. Nice. Hey, they look cool, man. I like the conversions you're doing for them. Nice. Nice. Very, very cool. Friendship is magic and magic is heresy. Cosmic is the fluffer of the Mordian Glory channel. Exactly. He keeps us all hard with his pink Vader and his big meaty lightsaber. My Lord Vader, your lightsaber. It appears to be bendy. Are you ready to feel the Force, MG? I reckon I'm going to feel every fucking inch of that thing. Yeah. All right. My room has become slightly full of detritus again. I need to tidy up this weekend. There's like bottles and drinks and sprues and shit everywhere. But Cosmic, I look forward to seeing the Siberian Scrappers. And I know I'm just busting your balls a little bit, but genuinely, I am looking forward to seeing how I think the army looks good. I think the pink Vader looks fine, by the way. I actually don't have an issue with it. It's just a nice way to, it's just a nice, easy way to have a little bit of fun, right? But Tim, I bet you won't Vader's hot rod inside of you. Apparently so, you know. But seriously, Cosmic, I'm looking forward to seeing the Soviets as well. One project finished and another project starting. Excellent stuff, sir. All right, what have we got? Florida Eccentric. Florida Eccentric, thank you for super chat, man. Hobby update in stream discussion. Let me have a little look for it. I think I'm going to have to scroll up a bit for it, aren't I? I can't see it, man. I don't think it's come through. You might just, if you could tag me again in the Discord. I can't see it. Like, genuinely, I've looked through twice. I don't think it's loaded. Sorry, man. I'm keeping an eye out for it. Oh, 1 minute. Sorry, I see it. So I was looking for pictures, and I realized now it's not pictures. It's text. Our local game store banned us from playing K-47 and other historicals. Yeah, I saw this, man. It's so stupid. So basically, Florida, one of Florida Eccentric's local game stores actually banned them from playing basically any games which they don't stock. And actually, it's just like, maybe have you considered the fact that if you cultivated a community, so they just said it's because they don't stock the game. So if they don't stock the game, then they don't want people playing it. And I think the reasoning being, well, people will come and play games that they don't stock, so they'll be buying their models from somewhere else and basically using the space. But my understanding is that, you know, when you go, generally speaking, when you play at a friend local gaming store, you either pay for the table or you buy some paints or some other miniatures whilst you're there. Like, yeah. So these guys basically were like, no, you don't. And as far as I'm aware, obviously I'm going off what you know, from what Florence has told me, like they were going there and they were buying snacks and they were, they weren't causing any problems or anything like that. So, yeah. But basically, it's not that Florida Eccentric is banned from the store. So it's not a behavioral issue or anything like that. It's literally just we don't want people playing games in our store that we don't stock. And it's obviously, so on the one hand, you can kind of see it because you want people to come in and then when they play a game afterwards, they want to be like inspired from that game to come and like buy the miniatures. That was really good. I reckon I could have done much better if I'd had like an extra Redemptive Dreadnought. I'll go and buy one kind of thing. But on the other hand, it really doesn't make any sense because they're obviously really fucking stupid. Because not every store is going to stock every possible model all of the time. So that doesn't work. And also, all you're doing by not letting people play games that you don't stock is stopping the opportunity for you to be able to make money off more game systems. Right? So yeah, you might not stock let's say Old World, for example. You might not stock Old World right now, but if you get a few people coming in and they're playing Old World and they like it, and then that community grows and grows and grows, that gets to the point where, you know, you go, okay, guys, if we stock this Old World, will you buy it? Yeah, of course we will. Okay, sick. Let's get some Old World on the shelves. What, you know, that, you know, you can start stocking it, and then that helps cultivate the community even further. Yeah. It's so weird. Yeah. It's such a weird thing. Like Element Games. So, like Element Games, for example, they stock a lot, but they don't stock everything, and they don't give a fuck what what you play in their store. They're just like, yeah, like rent the table space. Once you've rent the table space, it's really yours to do with whatever you want. And you know that, and people who rent tables, what do? Oh, they want drinks, so they'll buy drinks, they'll buy food. Yeah. Now, here's the thing, Chemo Savage. You're absolutely right. If the K47 guys were taking up space from the 40k guys, then that would make sense. But they have a dedicated 40k game night, and the K47 and other historical games were being played on a different night. They'd already worked that out. They'd already worked that out with the store. So yeah, it's just stupid, man. Yeah. The table, at the end of the day, open tables are what you get in store to buy. The tables were empty. Were you there, 7 years, Gulag? Were you part of it? I'm getting reports now from the ground. It's our on-site reporter, 7 years, Gulag. What can you tell us about the situation? It's raining sideways. The tables are empty. It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid, man. Yeah. You as opponent? Ah, fair enough. Well, look, it's so fucking stupid, man. Yeah. So you see, we're not just getting it from one person. We're getting it from two people. What? Did they, like, come up to... Like, okay. This is like beef, by the way. This wasn't the beef that I intended to cover, and it's not going to make it into a stream highlight. But there's enough here for a bit of organic beef to occur during the stream, right? So I want to know, how did this conversation go down? Did they come up to you mid-game and say, oh, hey, guys, just to let you know, you won't be able to play this game here any further? Did they do it in person, face-to-face? Did they leave it in like the Discord or a message or an email of some kind? Like, how did they explain, like, you know, why they changed this policy? You know, what, how did you find out that they weren't allowing it anymore? I guess is the big question. They literally came up to us and said, no more historical wargaming is allowed here. Conversation they had in stream discussion. Let's have a look. No fun allowed. Okay, right. Serious question. Store staff told me I was good set up there. I started set up. I said to arrive. Then the person came up. Okay. You guys know this isn't the vibe of my channel, but I do have to ask. Do you think it might have been how to put this?
Infantry, sir.
Was there a
Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
midwinter minis element to this whole thing? They don't want you playing with naughty German World War II miniatures. Is that... They said no more, that's it. You can stay there and play your one game, but no more. That's so weird. Like, it seems like they were quite rude. That seems really rude saying that. Soviet Gulag says, no way. Okay, that's good. That's good. No way. That very staff member told me about his World War II minis before, lol. Okay, so it wasn't that. That's good, by the way. I'm not disappointed. I'm happy about that. I hate that kind of shit when people bring their stupid fucking bollocks into the wargaming space. Okay, so that's good. Well, why then? Is it literally just because? Is it literally a case of we don't stock this, so you can't play this? What's their policy on 3D prints? What's their policy on you turning up with Warhammer models and playing K47 and proxying everything? 7 years gulag. We don't stock historicals. We will never stock historicals. And we only want to allow games that support the community, as he gestures to an empty store. Maybe there's a reason the store was empty. You know, maybe if your store is empty, you don't turn away paying customers. That seems like maybe if your store is struggling, the idea is to get anyone and everyone through the fucking door. Maybe it's not to limit your customer base. I don't know. I'm no businessman, but I feel like if I had a physical store and I had empty tables, and I had people turn up, I don't think I'd give a fuck what game they were playing, as long as my store didn't look fucking dead and people were in there enjoying games. Yeah. "7 years gulag. But I am convinced that we started growing interest in K47 and they decided to excise the tumor before it compete with 40k shelf space and play space." Wait. This is guys, this is actually like mega beef. This is actually like mega beef. It's actually insane. So, do you think... Right, is this peak Jorbo Slugs? Did they literally go, "Oh no, this game might be a threat to my beloved 40k. We better not allow it here"? Like, the store got the call. Did they get the call? Did they get the call? Did James ring them? Oh my god, that's crazy. Yes, they are 40k and magic centric. Oh my god, it's the literal poo and shit combo. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. So they literally were like, "Oh no, there's a community here that might grow and support another game system. We can't." Was that you? I did read that at Sergeant Vivek. I didn't know if that was you who said it. Credit to the poo and shit combo to Sergeant Vivek. Always got to credit your sources. That's yeah. Mass Effect, bro. This being a possible GW outage is mega illegal. I don't think it's GW ringing them up. Okay, seriously, I don't think it's GW ringing them up. Right? I don't think that's what's actually happened. By the way, what I think has happened here is a store has gone, "Okay, we are very focused on 40k and Magic the Gathering. There's a community growing around this other game, and maybe they're diehard 40k fans, or maybe they're like, we need to make sure that every bit of shelf space we have is being directed towards these games. There's no point in getting shelf space for this other game, because if that doesn't sell, then it might take up space from the 40k stuff." So I think that's probably I think that's probably the answer, but let's have a look what 7 Years Gulag is saying. They didn't kick us out during leagues in 10th, nor did they kick us out when 11th was launching. They decided to do it a month in randomly, and there's no argument to be made about table space. Plus, I spent hundreds there on Halo Flashpoint and others in our group by Legion, so the argument of Parasites not spending money is bunk too. I bought plenty of paints, 40k in Styles Legion from them. Do they wait? But so why not? So why wouldn't they just stock? So it can't just be that they love 40k. Wait. So it can't just be they stock 40k, because as you said, they stock Halo Flashpoint and they stock Star Wars Legion. So it can't be that. Are they stocking StarCraft? Have they ever? So, I mean, well, yeah. But Conflict 47 isn't historical, though. That's why I'm convinced we were growing a community. Towards the end of 10th, we had dozens Marvel Arcade 47 games. The more I hear, the more it sounds like they just don't want to stock Warlord products, aka historical stuff with some offshoots. Yeah. Maybe they just don't like Warlord. Weird, man. Weird. Wait, the rift is not real? It's real in our hearts, brother. It's real to us. Maybe. Why would someone just not like Warlord, though? I have absolutely no evidence for this whatsoever. I am basically making this up. So do not take anything I am about to say with any seriousness whatsoever. But what if they did get a call? What? It sounds crazy, but why would any store cut off a potential revenue stream and potential customers unless they had been told, if you stock this, you cannot stock our product? I'm all supposed to get the call. It's someone at LGS in the US. What if this is the first? What if this is the beginning? What is the beginning? The night of the it's the night of betrayal. There you are. I've no idea, by the way. Yeah. I have the Invasion of America and Barbarossa Army en route, and if they had a Baneblade that night, I was going to buy it. Yeah. Is it the tariffs? I mean, maybe. Yeah. Yeah. If I had a store, there'd be a strict no undead policy. Oh my god. Who knows? It's weird, right? It's so weird. It's so weird. Okay, I heard some stories from ex-LGS workers that GW doesn't really like when smaller stores stock games with minis that can be used to proxy 40k, but even then they said it wasn't a policy. Some people just shouldn't be running a business. Sounds like one guy put his personal feelings with the customers. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if it's the same now, but before Warlord had a hard time with US stores as they didn't have the best distribution system here. Maybe. Yeah. Could be, right? But the Blockman, they've never stocked it. That's the thing. They've never stocked it. Yeah. So that doesn't really work, right? But I understand what you're saying. Yeah. Anyway, crazy beef. Crazy beef. That's mad. That's absolutely mad. Yeah. Well, you know what? His loss. Florida Eccentric, and 7 years. His loss, right? At the end of the day, you will take your business elsewhere, and another business. You know what? Hopefully you guys will be able to find another game store nearby that stocks stock that will not only let you play, but also might stock some Warlord stuff. And you guys just go, obviously, finances depending, you guys should just go in there and just like hoover up a whole bunch of it. Just be like, yeah, we're here to play historicals. And then take a picture of everything you bought with the receipt and then send it to the old store and be like, maybe you should have stocked historicals. How much is dunking on that old store worth to you? How much is it worth to you to prove your point and to rub their faces in it, right? There you are. There you fucking are, man. There you are. That's it, man. Find a store. Yeah. There you are. All right. Rule number 1 about running a shop: don't tell other companies about what you stock. Yeah. Exactly. There you go. What do we got next? Florida Eccentric and 7 years. That was really awesome, by the way. I mean, obviously, okay, let me be clear. It wasn't awesome that you went through that experience. That must have been really weird and awkward and kind of rude and everything. So, yeah, that's kind of strange. But it was an awesome story, and it was an awesome bit of beef. And I just hope that you guys are able to find a new hobby store and enjoy it and, and give it some patronage. Yeah. 7 years Gulag. Honestly, the number of Armageddon and Saturnine boxes they're holding is enough reward for me. Yeah. You know what? Maybe that's it. You know what it might be? It might be that the owner's under a bit of stress, and people under a bit of stress can make bad decisions, obviously. Imagine if you've just bought in a shit. I mean, there are rumors. There are our new channel curse. May your Saturnine stocks be full. May all your shelf space be filled with Shaternine. That's the new name. Goddamn Shaternine. Not even done it on purpose. So there is rumors that sales of Armageddon are down 75% in comparison to Leviathan. As much as we're dunking on this game store owner, there is a real chance, and I always try. I despite my somewhat callous exterior, actually do try and give people the benefit of the doubt, and I try and be somewhat reasonable. And there may very well be the explanation here is that the store isn't doing well because they're absolutely filled up to the fucking gills with a couple of box sets that GW pushed really, really fucking hard. And now they're like desperately trying to, they've got a bunch of dead stock or a bunch of stock they're struggling to move. And now they're sort of trying, maybe they're making bad decisions, but they're trying to make decisions under stress that will try and, help them move some of that stock. I mean, at the end of the day, think about this, right? Think about this. Imagine you're a game store owner who's got, dozens of Saturnine, or more likely dozens of Armageddon boxes on your shelf space. if someone comes in and starts, cultivating a new game, whilst that's great for you to get that sort of trickle of money, maybe from a few table rentals, a few snacks sold, a few paints sold, right? You're still sat with this situation where these people that are now coming into your store aren't going to be buying, are not likely to be buying those Armageddon boxes. You need to shift that stock. So how can you do that? You need to cultivate new people who come into your store, who you can basically direct them towards the Armageddon box sets, so that you can then start shifting those boxes, right? So but it is a bit stupid. It is stupid. It's flawed logic, and obviously, as we said, if you analyze it for 1 second, it's obviously silly, because you can't force people to come into your shop and buy something you want them to buy. They're going to come into your shop one way or another, and either they're going to get the Armageddon box set or they're not. Right? You've just got to be there to sell them what they want to buy, right? Although some master salesman would probably tell you they don't know what they want. It's your job to tell them what they want, kind of thing. But I feel that kind of salesmanship is best left for used car dealerships. But yeah. So, yeah. Like Dick and Dave all those years ago trying to shift Dark Vengeance. Yeah, well, in a funny sort of way, yeah. Actually, godlike poet. But yeah. Yeah. I think that's probably what maybe, if I was to give them the benefit of the doubt, that's what I think's happened here. They're basically sitting on a lot of stock, and that's why the stock thing came up. That's why he was like, we're never going to stock it. Stop playing it. Do you know what I mean? So the fact that he mentioned think about it. People project all the time. Why did the store owner even mention stocking? Why was that even a thing? I'll tell you why that's a thing, because that's what's in the back of his mind. He must be thinking, I got a shitload of dead stock here. I can't be buying in more stock for another game that might also sit on the shelves. I got to focus on we've got to move what we've already got. Think what I mean? He's thinking, I've got to move what I've already got. I can't be buying more stock in that might also sit on the shelves. That might be what it is. Yeah. If I was a betting man, I reckon that might be something that's going on there. It's very, considering the owner sells other games, considering the owner has World War II miniatures. I don't think there's any Reddit brain going on here. I don't think there's any other issues. Considering the store was empty, all this kind of stuff. I think that to me, that is the most logical explanation. When you work through it, that's the most logical explanation. That they've got a bunch of dead stock. They need to think of ways they could try and shift it. They knew you guys weren't going to pick it up, and they didn't want to start thinking about having to cultivate it into the game system and getting a bunch more stock that might sit on shelves. Yeah. Dead stock creates cash flow problems? Yeah, exactly. You have money tied up on your shelves. It's probably that simple. Yeah, exactly. I think that our owner needs to make some Armageddon sets broken down to shift on eBay. I mean, I think you're right, but if he gets caught doing that, he loses his... If GW somehow catches him doing that, he will lose his ability. They will stop selling to him. That's why when they had the whole issue with the Maelstrom boxes, they told the game store to destroy it, because they don't want people doing that. Yeah. Now, I'm sure it happens everywhere all the time, but yeah. Yeah. People who want asking who Dave the Dickhead is, I'll send you the video. Long story short, worst GW manager I've ever encountered. How many views has this video got now? 161,000, and it just keeps trickling up. This is one of those evergreen videos that just never, ever, ever stops getting views. Oh my god. It's got almost 1,000 comments. That's crazy, man. That's actually crazy. Yeah. Yep, still getting views. Wow. Think Dave's seen that video? He must have done, man. He must have done. All right. All right. Anyway, moving on. So, hey, look, we have some community beef. Hey! Community beef. You know what? I'm always coming up with the beef. It's actually nice to see you guys sharing your beef as well. And 7 Years Gulag said he felt better from talking about it. So, you've got some beef on your chest. Get it out there, and let's see if we can do some community beef. We'll go full Northern Exile. So start taking stories from the community. Oh yeah. Oh my god. What have we got next? Godlike Poet. Thank you, Super Chat. Couple of live updates, stream discussion. Have a great weekend. You have a great weekend too, mate. Let's have a look what's going on here. Let's have a look. Okay, so it's been a busy week. Mrs. Poe and I are doing a trial run of living together next week. Hooray! Amazing, man. So every second has been spent making the place fit for a lady. Also, I finished my compulsory basic training today for riding a motorbike. Look at this motherfucker. He's got a woman. Now he's riding a motorbike. Bro, you're this close to being cool and being a normie. What are you fucking playing at? You trying to make the rest of us look bad? So I can now terrorize the roads and indeed myself with an entirely new vehicle. Next time we see each other on Monday, I'll be living with my girlfriend. Fun, crazy to think, but I'm super excited. Hey, nice. That's cool, man. That's cool. Well, I wish you and Mrs. Poet, or future Mrs. Poet, I don't know how far the relationship's progressed, but I wish you both an excellent weekend, and I wish you both just happiness. Yeah, there you go. All right. What have we got next? What have we got next? Chris K, thank you for super chat, man. Hobby update in Discord. Let's have a look. I'm going crazy to work on these fireflies. The Pold in particular is especially vexing. On the plus side, it inspired me to create a new song in the Cat Stevens style about how much painting the pauldron sucks. Song cover under Cosmic Post. At some point, I'm going to paint these guys' pauldrons in monocolor and just get on with my life so I can appropriately shade and base the miniatures and move on to the next project. I mean, you're doing okay. You're doing good, but I can help you with the pauldron. Okay, because I found the pauldron particularly vexing as well. All right, and I found a great way of doing them that stopped me from going insane. All right. So, but let me just have a look at what you've the fact that they're looking great. They're looking great. They're really coming along. So it's absolutely worth the effort that you're putting in. But let me help you. All right, let me help you. Okay. So let me find an example. Okay. Okay, so if I can get that. I mean, it's not the best lighting, but it's not the fucking best handling moment. I'm being stupid about this. 1 minute. Come on, you bastard camera. Just can't quite get the angle I want. Okay, there you go. So that's the There you go. All right, so that I can do these pauldrons in about a minute each now. Okay. So what I do is, obviously I use speed paints, but you could do this without speed paints. All right. What I do is, if I was you and I was doing it without speed paints, I would do a couple of thin layers, but thick enough that none of the undercoat showing through. But I would do, I mean, do you know what I'd do? I'd prime them. I would prime the shoulder pads white when they weren't glued onto the models, on the sprues. That's what I do. But if you glued them on, do the main part of the shoulder pad, the inner bit, right? Do it all white. Do it all white first, okay? Then let it dry. Then go over that white with holy white speed paint. Even though you're not using speed paint for the rest of the model, speed paint, okay? So what that will do is, even the bits that you're going to be painting red and blue in the future, it doesn't matter, because all this really does is just create a little bit of shading for that white. Then, once you've done that, I would use Beowulf blue. That blue that you see there on that shoulder pad we showed off before, that's one layer of Beowulf blue. And then I would use one layer of Slaughter red. Okay, so you do all that, and you just very, that way you don't have to go over it multiple times. And because you'll use it, and the reason why I'm recommending speed paints for the shoulder pads specifically is because it's very, very thin. If you look at your shoulder pads, if I may for a second, if we look at your shoulder pads, the issue that you've got is that it's, you can see it on the white, it's quite thick, and you can see it on the red, it's quite thick, right? So what you want to do is you want to use the speed paints because they're thin. You're trying to paint a very, very small surface. Trying to paint a small surface with thick paint is going to lead to a slightly more chalky effect, which is kind of what you've experienced, right? So you do the whole thing white, then you do the blue, then you do the red, okay? And it's you use a very, very sort of thin, you use like a fine detail paintbrush especially for this bottom bit down here. Now, once you've done that, then go around the outside with then do the rim, because otherwise you end up with, as you see here, the stripes sort of coming off onto the rim of the pauldron, and it's just not looking right. You've kind of got it a lot better on this one. I think that's probably what you've done on this one. So yeah, if you do that, you'll find that it's much better. You don't get the sort of chalky effect of the white paint because you're using very thinned down normal paint. And then you're not getting the sort of spilling over as much because using speed paint, which is very thin, which is going to sort of settle into the grooves and all that kind of stuff. And you're not having to do shading afterwards, which could start spilling everywhere. So that's how I would do it. Okay, and that's I really, on my first set of Fireflies, I really struggle with the pauldrons, and that's the technique that I just sat down, rather than sort of plowing through it. I sat down and thought, okay, is there a better way of doing this? And that's what I came up with, and it was much, much easier. It was much, much easier. So yeah, there you go. All right, I hope that helps, man. But they're coming along really nicely, so don't get disheartened. And you don't have to put the shoulder pads on them if you don't want to. The shoulder pads are totally an optional piece. If you don't want to use them, don't use them. That simple. All right, what do we got next? We have got Rudy. Rudy, thank you so much for the 6 months, baby. Thank you for the 6-month member flex. Thank you for supporting the channel, man, and for doing your part. I might be a little addicted. I ordered the Percy. Yes. Yes. Let the rift flow through you, brother. There's no such thing as an addiction to the rift. Your loyalty is just greater than everybody else's. Your dedication. There you are. I love it. Hey, you're not addicted. You're just enjoying yourself. There you are. What have we got here? Alex Robinson, thank you so much for 33 months, man. X-Force, baby. Zeus's rule, we need the beef. We'll get into the beef. Okay, we'll get into the beef. I'll catch all the super chats, and then we'll get to the beef, because I know you want the beef. I think it's pretty big beef, but there you are. All right. So, we have got... we've got Chris K. Thank you for the super chat and for the salt emoji. We're getting to the salt. We're getting to the beef. I promise you guys. All right. The Blackstone Chapter Master. Hey, great time to stream, man. Need some help with a kit bashing project I'm thinking of doing. Okay, let's have a look. Gears of War E-Day is almost here, and I'm kind of wanting to make an army based on the Locust, but I'm not sure which armor would fit. Like, I'm thinking Gene Stealer Cults, but I don't think that hits all the notes that the ugly bastards of the Hollow have. What do you think? Here's some images and list of Gears of War enemies to jog your guys' memories. Look at the Locust enemies. So the Locusts are very... So it's kind of... The Locusts are kind of orcish looking in many ways. They're quite big and chunky. So they are kind... The Locusts are definitely kind of orcish looking. But they're also, like, very, very organic at the same time. So I actually do think you probably have somewhat hit the nail on the head with going for Gene Stealer Cult. If I were you, I'd go for GSC and I'd mix in some. I'd look at the final day detachment, which allows you to take what do you call it? Allows you to take Tyranids, and that way you could have some like more normal looking dudes running around. And they would be like your sort of standard sort of Locust foot soldiers. And then if you chuck some like Carnifexes and Screamer Killers and shit in there, that would make sense for a lot of the bigger, more ugly mutants that they bring to the surface. Yeah. That's probably where I would go. You could go... People say you could go Chaos. You could go Chaos as well. Chaos wouldn't be a bad shout. Yeah. But yeah, I'd either go GSC or I'd go Chaos. Yeah. There you go, man. All right, hope that helps. Yeah, GSC works the Locust law being corrupted humans. Exactly, right? Yeah. All right, what have we got here? Next up, Lancet Limblom. Thank you for super chat, bro. Thoughts on my K47 list in stream discussion? I can take a look. Give me a moment. 1,600 points, 18 dice limit. Want to bring my newly painted Tesla Shermans and Pond Skater. All right. 14 ore dice, 8 rift dice, 1,600 points. We're going US. We've got an inexperienced officer. We've got a Paragon squad with 2 extra blokes, a couple of heavy Tesla rifles, and a SMG. Yep, fine, cool. And Paragon close combat weapons. Yep, that all looks good to me. Another Paragon squad. Yep. Tesla Sherman, Pond Skater, Coyote, Platoon Commander, a couple of engineer squads of Flamers. Love that. And a Firefly Flamethrower team. I love that as well. An artillery platoon with a cheeky heavy autocannon. I mean, I like it, man. So at first I was a little worried you were Paragon spamming, but you're definitely fucking not. And then I was a little worried you were taking a lot of armor, but you're definitely fucking not. It's actually a very, very reasonable list that has some teeth. So double Tesla Sherman is pretty legit. Double Paragon is pretty legit. But then you balance that out with a double Firefly team, Flamethrower team is pretty legit. Don't get me wrong. But you've balanced that out with a bit of artillery. You've balanced it out with a couple of engineer squads. Yeah, no, I think overall it's actually it's a powerful list, but I don't think it's a particularly dickish list. The only not mistake per se, but the only thing I think you might have overdone is you've paid for veteran Shermans, which I know that gives them gyro stabilizer, but that is a eye-watering amount of points. I mean, that is what, 700 points on just 2 tanks? That's eye-watering, man. That's horrific. If it was me, I would just take him as regular. I would. Because at the end of the day, when you're shooting your Shermans at vehicles anyway, they get +1 to hit. So you're basically sort of getting pseudo gyro stabilizers on them anyway. I mean, yeah, you sure you can hit on 3s if you want to. Sure, okay, fine. But it's a lot of points. It's a lot of points for what you're trying to do there. So, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, my advice would be if you want to, try him as veteran. But I wouldn't be surprised if you wanted to drop the points down and squeeze a few extra units in there. Because I bet you could, what is that like? I bet it's like, isn't it like 270 for a, it's 250 for a regular Tesla Sherman, isn't it? So you're spending a lot more points. Yeah. Yeah. So that's my take anyway. All right. Couple more super chats coming in here. We've got Meryl, my boy. Meryl, thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for the support. Thank you, as always, for doing your part. And I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar, a good sir, a kind sir, and an absolute giga chad. There you are. There you go. Dark Kuron, thank you for super chat, bro. Which is worse, GW sellouts or GW simps? Yes. J-Max, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the giga chat. Yes. Played a Yarrick versus Gaz themed 11th edition game recently and came across an old scenario. Is it true that Yarrick unlocks double Overwatch on his unit? I think so. I think it still works. Let's have a look. I don't know. To be honest, I'm not sure with 11th edition. Chat would probably know. Any rules boffins in chat? I know I meant to be the rules boffin, but I only know things if I've played them. I haven't played Yarrick yet. So, let's have a look here. Console Yarrick, counter ability. Okay, so let's go down to Yarrick. Cha. Bit too far, I think. Nope. Just right. Heroes of Hades Hive. At the end of your opponent's movement phase, you can select one enemy unit that was set up or ended a move within 8 inches of this model and one friendly regiment within 6 inches and visible to this model that's not made a normal move or been targeted with a fire Overwatch stratagem in this phase. So no. No, the answer is no. So, no, you can't do double Overwatch. It's very specific. It's like, nope, you can't fire. You cannot. Well, actually, no. So he can't do it to his unit, but his unit could Overwatch, and then you could counter strategist a different friendly unit within 6 inches. And then that would allow you to shoot the enemy unit, but only if it's an end of target until in the face. Each time a model in that unit makes a modified on 6 was required to score a hit. It was about attacking. Yeah. Wow, they really fucked him, didn't they? Oh my god. I didn't even realize they'd made this change, boys. Yeah. I don't even realize. Fucking hell. How badly did they fuck Yarrick? Last time I looked at this, there was no, oh, we can't do Overwatch and counter strategist. And then the last time I looked at this, he just shot with normal ballistic skill. Why is this fucking guy 120 points? If this guy was 65 points, maybe I'd consider running him. I'd still probably take Creed. Fuck, I'd probably take Dreer over him. He's fucking dog shit now. He's so unfathomably beyond the pale fucking dog shit. How do they keep fucking ruining this guy? Do you know what it is? I bet this is our punishment. I bet this is our punishment. We were like, no, you can't just paint the Krieg yellow. Give us our fucking Steel Legion. And GW was like, okay. And then behind the scenes, they're like, fucking God, fucking cunts. We're going to fucking show them. It's fucking crazy, man. Commander Farsight is 70 points. This guy he's so bad. Oh, you could make a normal move up to D6 inches. It's like joy. I can be a Death Rider. You know, no one gives a fuck about their ability. Oh, you can do some shitty Overwatch. Oh, joy. Oh, you can make a surge move. Oh, you could get into close combat with the enemy. Oh, yeah, brilliant. What can I lead? What can I lead again? Oh yeah, that's right. I can lead a bunch of fucking guardsmen. Wherever it doesn't even, yeah. Oh yeah, I'll take all of these units which famously don't want to be in close combat, and I'll fucking surge move them into close combat like a fucking idiot. Because only a friendly regiment unit, you know. So bad. Didn't it used to be within like 12 inches as well or something? No, Sven, no. Yarrick can't lead Borgard Abhuman. Do you know why? Because Commissar Yarrick doesn't have the Commissar keyword. Yep. I'll let that sink in for a moment. Commissar Yarrick doesn't have the Commissar keyword. Do you know who also doesn't have the Commissar keyword? Commissar Graves. Either on foot or in the minivan of displeasure. Yeah. Conflict points out of wait, my brothers! And they won't fix it. How many? There's been a day 0 balance patch on Yarrick, and about 3 other balance. Think about this. It's been about 3 balance patches since Yarrick came out, and they've still not given him. And they've constantly changed his profile, and they've still not given him the Commissar keyword. Do you also want to know something that's really fucking stupid? You know the trailer for Yarrick where he kills a guy for being a coward? Yeah, Yarrick doesn't have the summary execution ability because, and to quote the Warhammer community article, he's an inspiring hero now. He doesn't shoot people anymore. He leaves that up to Graves. So how the fuck did he kill that guy in the trailer then? Graves shot him! She was just off camera. She was just off camera. It was an accident. He slipped. I didn't mean to. Maybe his last pistol was made by Sig. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. He's so shit now. He's so... This isn't even the main beef. This isn't even the main beef, man. It's so bad. Yeah. There you go. All right. He died of natural causes. Lead poisoning tends to do that. It's just only the side beef. It's only the side beef, man. All right. What do we got next? Dark Knight Curran, thanks for super chat. Is Double Hornet considered unsporting? Not particularly. It's considered strong. It's considered strong, but it's by no means unbeatable. Maybe a little spicy for your beginner. It's one of those things where it's like, it's a little spicy for the beginner games, but as you and your opponents and as your community, you know, is cultivated, and you all get a little bit more used to it. Your armies begin getting fleshed out a little bit. You all start expanding your force's capabilities. There's nothing wrong with a cheeky double hornet. Yeah. It is very good, but I put it this way, I wouldn't bust it out against someone in their intro game, but I would have no issue busting it out against, for example, like Mordy Bro or the local RTT kind of thing, right? As long as it's one of those things. It's powerful. There's nothing wrong with being powerful, but as long as both sides are sort of going into the game with the same expectations, there's nothing wrong with it. Yeah. What do we got next? Sanubi, thank you for the super chat. Got tomorrow's force in-stream discussion with picks, list, and story. Let's have a look. What have you been working on? Oh, it's a big one. Okay. My force for tomorrow's friendly casual free versus all game tomorrow. 1k each. I'm taking my guard, the Callous 49th Armored Siege Regiment. My friend is taking his Death Guard and his brother is taking his Tyranids. I don't know their lists and they don't know mine, but either way, win or lose, I'm more likely to die from this sodding heat wave. I can't believe the heat wave is still going. Yeah. As the mission, don't fully know yet. We're using 11th edition rules, but custom missions. Maybe an old relic style type, one objective marker that isn't terrain, or could be a King of the Hill style. Nice. I love that kind of shit, man. The Callous 49th Armored Siege Regiment. This detachment of combined arms is being led by Colonel J. Satan, with a platoon of guardsmen with his personal staff, a recon armored squadron of sentinels with armored squadron fitted for urban tank warfare. So again, list in short. Colonel J. Satan, Creed, Cadian Command Squad, 2x20 Cadian Guardsmen, bolt gun, plasma, and grenade launcher. 2x1 Scout Sentinels with autocannons. 1x2 Armored Sentinels, Lance Cannons, Eradicator, and Vanquisher. Hey, that's a nice little, fucking 1k force. Yeah, that's alright, that is. Short lore blurb. Lieutenant Haldorn walks into the command bunker and salutes to a grizzled board commander leaning over a holotable. Colonel J. Satan, fresh orders from High Marshal Thornfield. The colonel, with a smouldering cigar between his cracked lips, takes a data slate in one hand, his narrow eyes stressed from years of viewing through binoculars and smoke as he read with a gravelled voice. We've had sightings of Death Guard forces seemingly pulling back from Sector B7 and intel of a splinter force of Tyranids within the system. We suspect that the southern withdrawal of trade forces is due to this. To confirm, I am tasking you with a recon force to investigate this. I am sending you with 2 platoons of guardsmen, armored sentinel recon, an armored recon squadron, and an armored tank squadron, fitted for urban tank warfare. Your mission is to investigate and, if sighting the enemy, engage. We've had a fair few beatings in these last few months from the traitor forces. If we have a chance to deal a blow to them, to create a spearhead with a breakthrough into the lines, we shall take it. Also, we cannot allow the Xenos forces to create a bridgehead of their own landing forces. To do so will cause a second front, one we can ill afford. So make haste with this mission, Colonel, and may the Emperor protect. The Colonel sighs with an exhale of smoke that causes the hollow map to static slightly. He tosses the data slate back to the Lieutenant with a grin that would make any veteran shudder. Well, it's about time we give them some payback. Ready my command staff. We're moving out at 1000 hours, and may the Emperor have pity to those poor bastards, for we won't. Nice. Cool. But hey, I like those Sentinels. They remind me of the, what do you call it? Like the mech suits from Avatar. They're cool, man. Nice. Oops, sorry. Nice. Very, very cool, bro. They're excellent, man. Really, really like those. I love the, you can see the difference between the Scout and the Armored variant. Yeah. I love these Sherman. The Sherman Russes as well. That's so cool, man. That's so good. I love it. Excellent stuff, man. Excellent stuff indeed. There we are. There we go. All right. I just spilt my drink. I gotta go change my t-shirt now. He's a slobbering moron. 200 people in chat all just realised, wait, maybe we should have been listening to this guy for the last few years. Rare in glory. I'm very rare. There you are. Just like my beef. All right. What have we got here? So, newbie, good luck in the game, sir. May the Emperor protect. There you are. May victory be yours eternally. Noble Beams, thank you for the super chat. Hobby update in stream discussion. Hobby update. Finish building my second Cadian blob. Should I finish by dawn or build hippogriffs? Also, we should watch Asmongold's Warhammer video in stream. Let's have a look at the hobby update first. I'm drawn towards the bolt action more, but I'll drag myself over here. I mean, you're going to build both eventually, right? I would always say go for big tanks are the best. I like hippogriffs, and I want you to build the hippogriffs, but big tanks. Always go for the heavy armor first. That's what I say. Hey, they're looking all right. They're looking all right. It's coming along. It's coming along. Very cool. There we are. Yeah, I'd say finish Rogie D. Or, you should always finish one model before starting another as well. So finish the Rogie D and then get to the hippos. There you are. Oh, there's one more picture here. There you are. I mean, they're coming along very nicely. Don't get me wrong. I think the new... I don't know. I'm not shitting on you, Noble Means, in any way, shape, or form. You may notice that I've refrained from even mentioning you being a hypocrite in this bit. Still haven't mentioned it. I refrained from mentioning it. I think the new Cadians do look good. Right, chat. Am I just fucking wrong? Or do the old Cadians look better? I don't know, man. I think I prefer... Do you know what I don't like about the new Cadians? I don't like the detail wise, no. Aura wise, yes. Yeah, I'll accept that. I'll accept that the new models are more detailed. But do you know what it is? I don't like the new lasgun design. Rolled up sleeves. I know I'm okay with rolled up sleeves. Rolled up sleeves are fine. Yeah, no, I'm okay with that. We had a bunch of those in the upgrade sprue. Yeah, I just don't like... Do you know what it is? I don't like the lasguns that they look a bit like an M14, right? And don't get me wrong, like, M14s, they're cool, they're fine, but I don't know, it's just... I think I liked the look of the lasguns when they looked a bit more like... They didn't look like a lasgun looked like a lasgun. It didn't look like a modern rifle. Well, a semi-modern rifle. Yeah. You do get some of the old standard Cantrell pattern Undead Punk, but you don't get many. Do you? And isn't this the funny thing? Didn't Space Marine 2 use the old Cadians and they looked really good? You get it for the whole squad, do you? Do you actually? Why would they give you so... Are you sure? Because that sounds like... You know what? Fuck that. You know what, man? I'm going to check. All right, let's see. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm curious because I'm curious, right? And I've only seen people really build them with the M14 style. So I always assumed that they just gave you mostly the M14 style. Okay, I'm looking at the first sprue now. I can see one. But the thing is, it doesn't really help me because I don't know. The arms go together in very specific ways, don't they? But anyway, we'll just count them. 1, 2, 3. Four, 5. I can see 6. Okay. I can see 6. So you do get a fair amount. I'll give you that. 3 on each sprue, it seems to be. But the big question that I have is, can you use all 6? Because obviously the arms only go together in certain ways. So it might be they might give you 6, but you can only use some of them because others have got to go to like melter gun guys. So I'm going to look at the instructions now. God, GW instructions are so hard to follow. Like, right. I have to say these are awful. But anyway, right. The first guy builds a sergeant. Obviously, that's not relevant. Second guy. Okay, you get one guy with 1. Ah, see, you can't use them all. Because the sergeant, the Voxcaster guy. Ah, see. So the Voxcaster guy, either you build him with a Voxcaster, or you build him with a Cantrell pattern lasgun. And even then, it's not the same, man. Even then, it's not the same. It's a lot longer. Even if you go for the old style Cantrell pattern, it's a lot longer. Like it's really, really front heavy. It's still different. Like I don't know if you guys can see that, but like look, it's a lot longer. Yeah. And then you've got the plasma gun guy, so you can build him with a plasma gun, or you can build him with the Cantrell pattern lasgun. This is why you don't see people building them all with Cantrells. Because you can't use them all. Okay, there's one. If you choose between the Flamer guy, if you choose not to build the Flamer guy, you can build him with the lasgun sets. That's 1. Two. There's another guy here who you can choose which gun you give him, which kind of lasgun you give him. With the melter gun guy, you have to pick between good lasgun and metal gun, so that doesn't count. There's the folding stock sort of Steel Legion style guy, which I guess we could count. So that's 3. That's it. So actually, you only get to build 3 of them with them. See? I knew I wasn't mad. What are you saying? Literally all the arms fit with any torso. That is not my experience with any of these new GW models, but I'll have to look. Maybe you're right. That's not what the instructions say, though, and GW models don't normally allow you to deviate. So I am pressing X to doubt on that one. They're just flat connections? Yeah, but it's about how they reach across the body and stuff, man. Doesn't matter if the connections are flat. It's about how they reach across the body in a lot of cases. Like how they fit underneath like pouches and stuff that are on the chest and stuff. You're scoring in the country. Well, maybe you're right then. That's fine. But it's just interesting how I never see anyone else do that. Maybe it's just people just follow the instructions. But there you go. Anyway, even if we go with what you're saying, and I'm happy to do so, I still don't think they are. I still don't like the look. Okay, here's the thing, right? And I'm not just coping. I promise you, I'm not. I didn't even realize this until I was looking at the box now. Okay, so I'm not shifting the goalposts. I promise. All right, that's not the way. You guys know if I think I'm wrong or something, I'll say I'm wrong. Even with you being able to build them all with the not the rifle bit but the pistol bit. Does that make sense? They don't look the same. Maybe I'm just being a little nitpicky, but it is a different design, man. It's a lot longer on the end. I don't know. It just doesn't look the same. I don't know. It just doesn't look the same to me. Yeah. The old one's short. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But that's what I was saying. Like, I like Undead Pang. I said I like the old one. I said you can't build enough with the new. You can't. I don't like the longer M14 style design of the new one. And yeah, that's the case. They're all like that. Sure, not all of them. Some of them have got a different grip, I guess. But I don't know. I don't know. I just I'm sort of looking at them side by side now. I don't know. Maybe it's just a small change, but maybe it's the fact there's quite a lot of small changes, and maybe each individual change isn't such a big deal, but when you add all the little changes up, they look significantly different across the whole model, not just the lasgun. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. Maybe I need to build and paint some. You don't like bigger gun? I mean, not on a basic infantry dude, bro. I don't think bolt rifles look as good as regular bolters. Where I built it, I mean, I've built like one or two of them. What I mean is, I need to build, paint. Maybe I need to build and paint a platoon of the fuckers, and see if I change my mind once I've got them in front of myself. Yeah, so right, but going back to where we were, no more memes. Excellent hobbying, sir. Sorry that we got a little bit derailed. I think there's some serious nostalgia cope around the Arcadians. They look wrong next to the newer modern kits. Okay, I'll tell you this, Undead Pank. And this is a very, very important factor, which I think often gets missed out in these discussions. The old plastic Cadian kit. The base kit, right? Just the standard basic kit that we had forever. By the end of its life, it was beginning to look just a little well worn. Is probably a good way of putting it. But nobody ever built it just as the base kit. Everyone did head swaps. And so, and what I found, and what a lot of people don't realize is that GW, about 7 months before they brought the new Cadians out, they actually, for free, as crazy as it sounds, put an upgrade sprue in the old Cadian box. It was so weird that they did this. I think COVID screwed the timelines up, but they put an upgrade sprue for free in the box of old Cadians, and it made a huge, huge difference, and it looked amazing. Let me see if I can find it for you. You got some really, like, cool... You got some really, really cool bits on it. There you go. It was... Here you go. So... This isn't... So they literally released this at the end of 9th edition. And these are the bits that it came with. So they... I think there's some pictures of what they look like. So they were pretty normal, the old sort of Cadians. But you can see they've done some of the head swaps. I don't think the head swaps that Games Workshop went for themselves were all that good. But I think they were just trying to show off a nice kind of like variety of them and stuff. Right? But I thought that they were really, really good. The ones that they did do. The fact that you got the plasma gun and the sniper rifle. I actually really like that sniper rifle. Yeah, I think that's a really cool design. I like the metal hand guy. And what you've got to remember with this is that A, it was free. We didn't pay any more for it. And B, think about the gameplay implications if we had kept this. Why can't Cadians take plasma pistols, power swords, bolters, or snipers in the current kit? Because in the current squads, because they're not in the kit. Imagine if they'd kept this upgrade sprue. You'd be able to have your Cadian sergeants with plasma pistol and power sword. If you wanted to, you could have sniper rifles in your Cadian squad. Yeah. And I really like some of the helmet designs they did. Like I really like this guy with the scrim. Let's see if I can zoom in a bit more. Would like that. That's a sort of very British Army camo with all the little scrim on the heads. That's really good. I like the guy with a couple of playing cards in the top. Yeah, I just think there's a lot more personality. And look at the faces. Everyone says, "Oh, the old heads were like too big," but they actually fixed a lot of that with these. Yeah. I just think these were a lot better. I really like the British Special Forces mask as well. Yeah, mechanical arm. Yeah. So I have to say I really do like the I think this was the best. I think this was better than the new Cadians. And it was very strange that GW brought it out and then 7 months later got rid of it. Very, very unusual. Also, hear me out. They removed some of the weapon options because 90% of players were just plasma and melter regardless. Undead Pank, I have to push back on that one. You are looking at the symptom, not the cause. Before the end of 9th edition, which isn't that long ago, remember? Before the end of 9th, literally just the end of 9th edition, when everyone paid for war gear, nobody took melter and plasma guns. I was actually a bit of an outlier for taking melter guns on my basic infantry. The go-to loadouts were either bare bones or grenade launcher and autocannon, because that's when you could take heavy weapon teams inside your Guardsman squads. So I actually have to push back on that. It wasn't until they made all the war gear free that people started going melter and plasma on everything. Yeah. Were you not using the sniper, though, or the plasma pistol, or the sword, right? So, no, plasma pistol and sword was... Again, so it came down to what kind of... man, we're going back to the old heady days. It came down to what you wanted the squad to do. So, if you wanted a bare-bones, cheap, objective, action monkey kind of squad, then you would just take 10 guys with lasguns. That was it. But if you wanted your squad to be a bit more take-all-comers, then you would go grenade launch and autocannon, because they were the best sort of bang for buck. So the grenade launcher and autocannon were relatively cheap. The grenade launcher was 5 points, the autocannon was 10 points. So they only added a relatively small amount onto a squad, but then they allowed it to punch up. But if you were willing to put the points into them, and especially if you were running like a very infantry heavy force like I was, then absolutely going down the route of plasma pistols on sergeants, melter guns, las cannons, all that kind of shit. That was all in there, because you got to remember the rules are very different back then, even only a few years ago. So everyone used to be able to overwatch, but you only overwatched when someone charged you. And for example, with Mordin Iron Guard had specific special rules, which meant that they overwatched on a 5+ to hit, an unmodified 5+ rather than an unmodified 6+. Now, this actually really incentivized you to take sort of big squads with lots of melter guns, plasma guns, or melter guns or plasma guns, plasma pistol sergeant, las cannons. Because the idea was that if someone charged you and you were able to, roll a bunch of these special weapons, there's a good chance that you would get a hit with some of them. And that, if you hit with these big, strong weapons, you're probably going to hit. You're going to hit. You're going to wound. Because, you're wounding on twos, basically. If you have like a space finch charging you, for example. And then they're probably not going to get a save. And, if you're able to take 1 or 2 models out of a charging, 5-man squad that's charging you, then that could really blunt their attack. So there was absolutely reasons. There was absolutely reasons to do it. 100%. It was just how you built your army, what regiment you were going for. I'm telling you now, Undead Plank. The game is so much more shallow than it used to be. I know I like to talk a lot, so some people might just say, boy, that's you just waffling. But I used to be able to genuinely make half an hour to an hour long videos. Half an hour to an hour long videos. Deep diving the absolute nitty gritty detail of just one unit, of just the infantry squad. And go through like, okay, this is how this combo works. This is how this combo works. This is how it works with this guard regiment. This is how it works with this. Like we go, it was, yeah. The game used to be so much more detailed, so much more depth. And now, what is the debate around infantry? Don't take them, they're overcosted. But okay, pretend the points costs aren't fucked. What's the debate on infantry? There is none. You always take melter gun. You always take plasma gun. There's no debate around it. This is the thing under Pank. And now, as for snipers, what's interesting? Well, it's interesting you say no one took snipers. I will absolutely concede the point that snipers were not the go-to weapon inside a infantry squad, but they were absolutely the go-to weapon for special weapons squads. This is a thing that doesn't exist anymore, unfortunately. But you used to be able to take a 6-man squad of guardsmen, and it could take 3 special weapons. And taking triple sniper rifle in there was excellent, because snipers they were only like 30-point squads, and snipers were only like 2 points or something crazy. They were like dirt cheap. So that's like a 36-point unit. Now, you might not think a lot about a 36-point unit with 3 sniper rifles. What's that going to do? Well, you used to be able... Snipers, used to have something called rending, which meant if they got a 6 to hit, essentially your opponent didn't get an armor save. They still get vulnerable saves and feel no pain, but they didn't get an armor save. That's really good. Also, They could punch if they were able to hit vehicles and they were able to rend vehicles. They could actually damage vehicles, representing them, like shooting out like the driver's the viewing port and stuff like that. Also, snipers used to do pinning, which didn't come up very often by the end of Old Hammer because GW just gave everything fearless, but that wasn't the sniper's fault. But pinning used to be if you shot an enemy unit and killed a model out of that unit or did a wound, then they had to take a leadership test, and if they failed, they would be pinned, and then the next turn they basically wouldn't be able to do anything. They missed a turn. Yeah. Or under Pank, absolutely. Triple Flamer. Absolutely, man. Yeah. So the point is, bro, like, I feel like, you know what's funny? I feel like you're starting to come around to what I'm saying. And that's all right. Like, you know, do not cite the old ways of me. The old ways of me. I was there when it was written. Dude, that's awesome. I mean, I'm kind of citing it at you, but I'm also citing it at people who maybe didn't benefit. But the point is, like, as you can see, there were a lot of, whilst there were always preferred weapons, whilst there were always more popular choices, there was absolutely people taking a much wider variety of weapon systems. And the game had a lot more depth, and there was a lot more discussion ongoing. Now, yeah. Now it's very shallow. Now it's always take the melter, always take the plasma gun. And that's just on guardsmen. It's the same for a lot of other factions as well. And we can see the variety is way better, but the actual sculpts and scaling look bad in modern table. We can agree to disagree on that one, man. I don't think we want. Let us not. The reason why I'm not just outright agreeing with you, and I'm not trying to be just, no, I'm always right. I'm not being like that at all. I think it's an interesting thing to say, because models like the Lehman Russ, the Hellhound, the Chimera, all of these classics, and I think many would argue staples of the Guard community, of the Guard army, they were all designed with the old Cadian to work alongside the old Cadians. So I don't know. Maybe you're more right when it comes to like Centaurs, Hippogriffs, and Rogal Dawns. Maybe, to be fair. But I don't know. I don't. Maybe they look better outside of the Guard. So, you know, comparing Guardsmen next to, let's say, like Space Marines or Primaris, maybe. But this might sound kind of like arrogant of me, but I don't really concern myself with how my models look compared to someone else's models. I concern myself with how my models look within my army and the vibe that my army is trying to achieve. I don't give a fuck about what someone else's army is trying to achieve. I care about what my army is trying to look like. But like I said, I'm not saying you're wrong. And at the end of the day, and I'm not saying that, and I'm very purposefully not saying that, because at the end of the day, what we're down to now is a matter of taste, and everyone's tastes are different. And that's why if you like the new Cadians, I don't think you're wrong. And I would never shame you for having that opinion. We can debate our respective points, but I'd never shame you for having a different opinion to me. I would just say my taste is different to yours. Cyrillic dude's like, undead wank, you are wrong. No, don't be mean. Don't be mean. There you are. I tell you what, I will say this. I think the new Cadians look good alongside new Cadians, new command squads, and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. Maybe I'll have to build and paint some and put them side by side. I don't really think the new Cadians and the old Cadians really look that great alongside each other. But again, I could be wrong on that. I've not really seen the two side by side all that much. Yeah. Yeah. New beef dropped. Well, I've still got a few more super chats, but then we can get into new beef. All right. What do we got next? Merly Bird Productions. Merly Bird Productions, thank you so much for the Baneblade. Yes. Thank you for the Baneblade super chat, man. Just hear me out. Punisher Rust. No. Right, next. Okay. Just hear me out. Punisher Rust with Grizzle Company For 20 shots, hit on 3s, reroll 1s, dev runes, and a stratagem for ignore cover, or different one for lethal hits. Call me crazy, but it sounds like it has potential. The problem with the Punisher is not... It's not anything other than its complete and utter lack of relevant AP. That's the issue. I absolutely agree, 20 shots. I absolutely agree hitting on 3s. I absolutely agree roll 1s. And I absolutely agree being able to ignore cover. All of that's excellent. Okay. Although what I would say is, are you better putting that ignores cover stratagem on something else? If it's good on a Punisher, it'll probably be better on something else. But I think I actually think the best way of making use of the Lemur's Punisher, I actually think the better way is in combined arms and with the Fields of Fire stratagem. I think you're going to have ignores cover in your guard army anyway from Hellhounds. I think being able to make the Punisher cannon flat, well, to make it AP -1 and AP -1 now being relevant, I think is actually legitimately acceptable. Yeah. But then it's got lethals. Then it's got lethals. Then it's got AP. It's still hitting on 3s. We're not having to take any other expensive units to make it work. And the funny thing is that the Hellhound wants to be stripping cover, ideally off infantry because of its own weapons. And the Punisher is also an anti-infantry choice, so that kind of works. So I think you could make a Punisher work. I think you're probably looking at combined arms to make it work. That's probably it. So you're not wrong. I think you're not totally wrong. You're in the right direction. You just need to think of a different detachment, and you're probably getting there. Yeah. There you go. But dude, thank you for the generous support, man. There you are. And I fucking love Punishers, bro. The first new Lehman Russes, new, they're quite old now. The first new Lehman Russes I ever bought when they moved away from the boxy turret was to buy 2 Punishers. And I still have those Russes now. So don't think I'm anti-Punisher. I'm not even slightly. Clovek, thank you for the 5 months, man. Thank you for doing your part. New Cadians are less than New Kriegsmen, except for part number 73. I don't know what part number 73 is. I don't know, man. I haven't built the new Cadians, but I found the new Kriegsmen to be so ungodly to build that I built one squad and never touched another one ever again. I actually don't know how people get through more than one squad of them. I mean, if I had to build like 80 of those fuckers, yeah, I just wouldn't do it. I'd be like, give me the gun, I'll do it myself. Yeah. I just don't know what it is. I just can't. Oh, part number 73 is the one hand that's for all special weapons. Ah. Yeah. Yeah, Cosmic, you sent me a Krieg army, but you didn't send me... They're all 3D printed, bro. Yeah. Yeah. Cyber Toast, right? I've said I'll cover the new beef. Stop spamming chat. All right? I love you. I know you're very excited about it. Stop spamming chat. I've seen it, okay? I've seen it. I've seen it! Okay. It's all right. You don't even need to apologize, all right? But I've seen it. But Mordian, what about the new beef? I swear to God, Simon Toast, if this isn't as good as you say it is, I am going to ban you. I'm just going to say it for you, bro. I'll take a look. But Mountain, thank you for the super chat, man. Tomorrow's game, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. Tomorrow's game, 2v2, Automata versus Soviets, 1k points each. Down with the non-human scum for king and country. Yes. For king and country. And, of course, for the blessed AI. Those robots are made in human image, so I'm sure they're fine, okay? I'm sure they're fine. Dude, that looks awesome. That sounds awesome, man. Please take lots of pictures and share it with us on Monday if you can. I would love an after-action report for that. See, I'm really torn because I love the Brit robots, but the Soviets are like my main faction. I think... And also, I always support the MG community. Yeah. What, George, do the Soviets? The people. My innate desire for collectivism. There you go. Oh, I thought it was going to be a deep lore thing or a game mechanic. The sacred duty to resist. I like all the factions. Just obviously growing up watching Enemy at the Gates when I was far too young and much more impressionable may have left a slight mark on me. But yeah, no, I in K47. It's just, you know, it's Red Alert 2 and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. It's the, you know, that sort of send in the next wave kind of narrative. I'm just a infantry horde kind of guy, and the Soviets sort of feel that way. Yeah. You're ascribing way too much to Mordian and lol. Yeah, I don't think about it that much, all right? I don't think, baby. I do, all right? Sir James, thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you for the support, sir. Thank you for doing your part, and thank you for supporting his Imperial Guard. Klovac, thank you for a gifted membership as well. Thank you for the double support. Thank you for the member flex, and thank you for the gifted membership. You absolute Giga Chad. You absolute fucking hero, mate. I appreciate it, bro. We've got Kick YT25. Thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes. New to tabletop / miniatures. Starting K47. Yes. Welcome to the Rift, brother. Access to start based and Reddit's like and enjoy the Ranger content. The Axis vs Soviet match was great learning. PS Discord link. If you want to be in the Discord, you have to be a channel member. You got to be a channel member. Channel member or Patreon. Once you're a channel member Patreon, you get the link and that sends you to the Discord, and then you land in the welcome area, and then I let you in. There you are. Dark Knight Kuro will not beat the allegations. See, the people that make the allegations about me must be very, very confused, because 30 seconds ago in the stream, I was all about the Soviet people for the glory of Zaverdina. And then like 30 seconds later, maybe, you know what's kind of crazy? Maybe it's just a fucking game. And maybe you're allowed to have a bit of fun with the game and not take it too fucking seriously. Crazy, I know. This might be a totally new concept to a lot of people, but you don't have to inject your own personal beliefs into playing a fucking game. That's fucking mental, that, isn't it? My God. My fucking God. Right? No, make sure I switch from Patreon channel membership. You get the same benefits either way. There's no difference. I just have them. So I had Patreon before channel membership, so I keep it. And also, a lot of people are like, "Fuck Google," and they. To be fair, a lot of people are like, "Fuck Patreon" these days. But I have it as basically an alternative thing for people that don't like to support Google. Yeah. Did Mr. Midwinter get really mad at you over that video? I mean, he got angry enough to comment on it, but yeah. I don't think he actually. I don't think he likes me, but I tell you what, I don't think he thinks about me, frankly, and I'm not surprised. I think he has his own channel, and it was years ago. No one really gives a fuck. It's a bit of a meme, and that's basically it. There you are. That's all it is at this point. You think about him. I think about the meme because it's a great meme and it's funny. But I can say wholeheartedly that, and I don't mean this in a horrible way, I don't really think about Midwinter Minis. And I have, even though we may have disagreed in the past, I don't actually hold any ill will towards him. If he holds ill will towards me, I would understand that because, you know, that would be very normal and very human. But if he didn't think about me at all, I also would totally understand that. Yeah. His attempt at adding AI to 40k is worse than anything you've ever done. Ah, Undead Pank, you may not know my stance on AI. It's not particularly pro AI. It's just not particularly anti AI either. There you are. All right. Undead Pank's like, this motherfucker. First, he doesn't like the new Canadians. Second, he's fucking making AI left, right, and center. There you are. Yeah. Anyway, what do we got next? We've gone completely off topic. Kick YT25. My brain is slightly sporadic, shall we say. Let me just say, welcome to Miniature Wargaming. Awesome that you are getting into K47. It's a brilliant game system. We absolutely love it. Fantastic that you're getting into the Axis to start. They're a really good beginner-friendly faction, and they have some of the most classic miniatures. And frankly, Style Trooping are cool as fuck, and I love them. A lot of the Axis units are just really, really, really fucking cool. So yeah, it's great to see. It's great to see you doing that, man. I'm really glad that you like the Axis versus Soviet stuff. I love playing Axis versus Soviets. I love playing as Soviets trying to take down the Axis, and yeah, and I just love playing Conflict 47 in general. So, dude, thank you so much for the support. And if you need to get a link to Discord, you do need to be a channel member or a Patreon. Once you've got one or two of those things, you'll get the link to the Discord, and then I can let you in. I tend to let people in I manually let people in after each stream. There you go. What have we got next? Tiki, my boy. Tiki, thank you for the banzai. Thank you for the super chat, man. I made a 3K, 6 Hippo, 3 Hellhound, Brood Bro list. Is it interesting discussion? Or are you just saying in general that you made it? I think you were just you were just making it in general, weren't you? Yeah, I don't see a list, but dude, that sounds cool as fuck, man. Yeah, I didn't post it. No, that's okay. I just want to make sure I wasn't missing something. But that sounds cool as fuck. I love the idea of the hippogriffs in a GSC list because they're light armor, so it fits with that sort of gene sort of cult, sort of more lighter armor sort of aesthetic. It fits with the kind of like nod aesthetic, you know, with my own GSC, if that makes sense. I mean, I guess the hippogriffs would kind of be similar to like the light tanks in the original Command and Conquer stuff. That's cool. Yeah. And then obviously Trouble Hellhound's great for unlocking the potential of those neophytes. Yeah. I love it, Tiki. That sounds cool. That sounds cool as hell, man. That sounds cool as hell. Alex Robinson, thank you for the super chat, mate. Thank you for the Giga Chat, yes. Thoughts on just spamming Scout Sentinels, Armored Sentinels, Hellhounds, Hippogriffs, then filling out with the like of Castellan, Strier, and Gaunt. I think it's a legit idea. because the only problem with light armor is that it tends to be cheaper, which ironically means that it puts more strain on your order economy, right? But if you can get cheap orders, which you can in something like the Armored Infantry Detachment, then I think you could make it work. My thoughts are you could probably win games with it. I'm not sure how much you could win tournaments with it. And the reason why I mentioned that is because, frankly, I think you need Bulgrin to be able to do properly well with Guard. Like, Bulgrin just unlocks so... Bulgrin buy you the breathing room for the rest of your Guard list to be able to work. That's what... And if you're in a tournament where you're inevitably going to face some mental, fast-moving, close combat list... your little vehicles are going to probably get penned in and blown up. So I think it's good, but it's probably a little. It's gonna have some Achilles heels. Yeah, but it's not. But I think it's workable. Imperial Gas Sounds, thank you for the super chat, bro. Hobby update in stream discussion. Let's have a look here. Oh, by the way, I didn't talk about the Asmongold thing with Noble Memes. I'll circle back around to that. Magnets came in and the Octo Blade is complete. Nice. So good, man. Yes. Yes. I love it, dude. That's so cool. The Doom Hammer looks great, doesn't it? Little chode gun sticking out. Little cutie. Brilliant. I love it, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Every last goddamn variant. Beautiful, man. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Klovac, Asmongold thing. What? Oh, Asmongold just did a video today about getting into Warhammer. Obviously, he picked Nurgle. I'm probably not going to watch the entire thing on stream because it's like a half an hour long video, and it's mostly just Asmongold sort of wandering around a Warhammer shop being told, buy this. But yeah, it's still interesting. I think it's still interesting. To be honest, he has been talking about Warhammer for like a long time, so it doesn't surprise me that he's finally like made the plunge. But yeah, it's cool to see, you know, Warhammer's spreading and growing more popular and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, another whale speared. Yeah, exactly. he builds a great and clean one. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Okay, then I hope Asmon won't be introduced into Warhammer 40k like Moist Critical was by Bricky. I didn't even know Moist Critical was in had played Warhammer. Yeah, I had no idea. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, interesting. I mean, Warhammer's mainstream now, guys. You know, Warhammer is mainstream. So yeah, there you go. He spent $1,600. Wow. I mean, that's actually very impressive. You know. Yeah, that's very impressive. But I suppose, you know, the guy's got infinite money at this point, hasn't he? So yeah. There you are. But why do people, by the like, I mean, I'm not trying to get into any beef here, by the way, but why do people dislike Bricky? I just thought he was a relatively like, isn't he just like a relatively like normie who just, isn't he just the normie whisperer? I thought he was just like, he just does the videos where he explains like what every faction in 40k is for like normies to understand. Yeah. Are you sure? Are you sure he's like actually bad, or did he like say one thing wrong and now we all hate him? And we'll never ever ever forget because we're hyper autistic, and we never forgive and we never forget like Klingons. Like, I'm not, look, if you got something wrong and you don't like him, that's fine. I'm not telling you not to hate him. If you fucking hate him, that's fine. I don't fucking know. And you do what you fucking want to do, right? People hate me. I can't stop them. But do you know what I mean? Like, yeah.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
Yeah. I think he's probably I can probably guess at what some of the reasons why people don't like him, but I suspect that they're probably slightly overblown, but I'm talking from a position of ignorance here, guys. So if I'm wrong, I'm fucking wrong. Isn't he just a bit like, you know, he's just a normie fan, but he's really not worth the effort of hating? Yeah, I mean, oh, it's the female custodies things. You know what? I feel like every 40k conversation evolves into crab, and the crab is female custodies. Yeah, okay, so basically he came out and said something about female custodies, and now we all hate him. And it'll be 20 years later, and we'll still be like, fucking hate Bricky, piece of shit. Doesn't he also... I'm not going to get into that. No, I remember seeing something else on another stream. There wasn't there like some like... I'm not going to get into it, because some of you guys are pretty fucking degenerate, and you'll probably think there's nothing wrong with putting like cat girl fucking ears on guardsmen and shit like that, don't you? Yeah. There you are. What is it? Never. You know. Well, yeah. There you are. Anyway. I've never really watched Adeptus Ridiculous, by the way. Get with it, MG. It's all of us. I'm not... Look, right. Guys. I'm from a different era to you. All right? I'm from a different era. Apart, you know, when I was at school, if someone said they liked like cat girls or cat, you know, guardsmen with cat ears, they would have been eating playground for like the rest of their time at that school until they got transferred because they couldn't handle it, right? But now, like, apparently that's all cool and everyone's okay with it. And like, I'm not against it. I'm just saying, like, I had all that shit beaten out of me super early on, right? So, so for me, it's just like, oh, fuck. That guy brought an anime comic to school. Oh my god, he's eating dirt, right? But now, like, no one gives a fuck about that kind of stuff. So I don't care about it personally. But what I'm saying, feel then this inevitably gets clipped out of context. What I'm saying is it's interesting how things change. Yeah. Yeah, I remember the days of hiding that I collected 40k. Yeah, exactly. I didn't used to, when I was at school, you never told anyone you played 40k. Yeah. You never told anyone. So, yeah, do you know what I mean? So, it's just how times have changed. Everyone tends to be just like a lot. Yeah. I feel like everyone basically just is like a lot more. I think that's it's probably for the better overall. Everyone's just kind of a lot more chill these days. Yeah. But there you go. My tism was stronger than the beatings. The attempt on my tism has left me horribly deformed. But my resolve has never been stronger. Yeah, but no, honestly, I wasn't coming down on one side or the other. It's just interesting to see how things have changed over time. And I don't think it's necessarily for the worse. Yeah. All right. What have we got next? Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Chat demands Erica show me to win it. Who's boss? No. Okay, like no. How many times do we have to cover this, guys? We're never going to beat the allegations, but we must never become what we are not. It's that simple. All right? It's that simple. You guys don't get it. You guys don't get it. You'd think we'd be winning, but we wouldn't. We would be becoming the very thing that we stand against. You see? Gotta think deeper, guys. You gotta think deeper. It's not about what people think of us. It's about us being true to ourselves. There you are. All right. What do we got next? John Shepherd, thank you for the super chat. More pictures and true discussion of my Arthurian British. Let's have a look. Oh, dude, these look cool as fuck, man. Finish Arthur and his 2 bodyguards, and I got the other 2 units basing done. Owain, I can't say that, but was probably Arthur. He was Welsh. Roman leader. His nickname was the Bear, and in Old Welsh, the name Bear was Arthur. Oh, interesting. And his father's nickname was the Terrible Head Dragon, and in Old Welsh, that is Uther Pendragon. Ah, very cool. Because there's a lot of myths around Arthur, but it is, from my understanding, generally believed that he did exist. It was just from a time when people barely wrote anything the fuck down, and the Romans had left, so no one knew what the fuck was going on anymore, right? Ah. Cool. Very, very fucking cool, man. Ah, nice. I love the transfers and the shields. And I love the era of the era of history that you're exploring and the wargaming aspect of it. Yeah, it's cool, man. Yeah, tight. Yeah. There you are. What do we got here next? Aldeus, thank you for super chat. Lordship discussion, because let's get stuck in. All right. What is this beef, by the way? Someone's telling me there was some big beef. Who was it? It was bloody... I can't remember what he's called now. He's going to get upset with me. Cybertoast, that was it. Sorry. Where... Was this it? Was this what you fucking spammed chat for? Is this what you did? You dragged... You derailed the entire stream. You spammed the entire fucking chat non-stop just so I could look at your clearly fake news fucking picture. My God. How dare you, sir? How dare I have not fake. How dare I have a lot of hair. Look at all this. I need a haircut, boys. I ain't got a receding hairline. I'm not going bald at the back. We're all gravy. Look at this, boys. There you go. Look at that. We got loads, man. I mean, I don't think I'm going bald. Shit, man. No, I'm just so not. You know, that's crazy. I'm just so not. Oh my God. I do need a haircut though. I do need a haircut. Yeah. But all right, where are you? Even got him checking. I can't believe Audience wearing a wig. Only tower players will say it's fake. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. You know, great point. How about fucking bam, bam? Do you know what else begins with fucking B? ban. There you go. Fucking banned. For 1 whole minute. There you are. All right. What do we got next? The hair does need sorting out. I took my fucking barber retired, man. And I'm just like, I just haven't been bothered to find another one. Like, it's getting to the baldy and glory, fuck's sake. I tell you what, if GW ever comes for me, I'll change my name to Baldy and Glory. There you are. But maybe I do need to do slick back Corpo Mordian. You know, maybe I do. Or should wear a hat. Yeah. Yeah. There you are. It's a bit long. I probably could just do something with it, like sweep it over or something, but I just can't be bothered. I frankly don't really give a fuck about my opinion. Look at me. Am I wearing some fucking cringe fucking sponsored t-shirt or something like that? No, I'm not. I'm wearing a fucking washed out... This used to be red. Now it's salmon, okay? It's an old ass t-shirt, okay? Look at me. I'm just wearing a t-shirt, not done my hair. Okay, the only thing I do is make sure I try and stay relatively clean shaven because I am more comfortable that way. Yeah, washed out t-shirt you dribbled on. Exactly, right? Where do I think all like God intended? You see, I would do, but society's just not ready for that. You know? Society... It's against TOS. But otherwise, you know, I'd be hanging dong. Very little one. F for the chat, Mrs. Modian. All right, what do we got next? What have we got? We had Aldeus. We got completely distracted by that, didn't we? Let's have a look. As the season shifted, by late October, it became readily apparent that the Uncle Joe's commies weren't on our side any longer, with reports of them attacking the Brits in Iran. Made us worry that what Sergeant Collins said happened during the First World War would come to pass a second time if the Krauts offered them a peace deal and we got hit with everything they had. When we crossed into Belgium, the lines began to settle into winter quarters. No one wanted to fight in the bitter cold. But did we get a nice warm fire? You goddamn know we didn't. We got a foxhole scratched out the mostly frozen earth, just barely deep enough to keep our heads down if a firefight started, and a blanket over a wool greatcoat. If we were lucky, we got a hot cup of coffee once or twice a day. If we weren't, then it was a brown slush that looked like snow slush off a tyre mixed into a muddy puddle on the side of a dirt road, and only the heat of a cigarette could take the edge off. Everything had been quiet. We were settling into an uneasy calm with the snow coming down on the night of the 15th of December 1944. Shortly after midnight, all hell broke loose. Out of the goddamned Ardennes forest began a push from the Axis. A push led by something that made the foxholes warm for a little bit when I pissed myself as we gave each other covering fire while falling back from it. If it was tanks alone, we could deal with that. We fought armour. We have some 3rd Division armour not far to our rear with tank destroyers. This wasn't a tank we were fighting. It was some freakish walking tank thing that just ignored what we threw at it. Looked like a 4-legged goddamn spider with a gun. But that wasn't all. By the time we'd fallen back and gotten behind arms to fight back, then we heard it. To be continued. Oh, woo! I bet it's the fucking track woman, bro! I love it. I'm loving this so far, man. This is cool as fuck. This is cool as fuck, man. I love it. All right. All right. What have we got here? Jenny, thank you for the super chat. Hobby update. Fucking hell. I need to, I'm never getting out of these fucking super chats. It's a good problem to have, let's be honest. I'm not really complaining. But I do want to get to the beef at some point. At some point tonight, right? Jenny Pratt, thank you for the super chat. Maybe the beef is me never getting to the beef. There you are. Hobby update is stream discussion. Long live the NCR. Hey, this is cool. Wanted to share my Grizzlies named Lady Liberty and my Firefly command team named Logan, Rico, and Joe. And the last one is my Firefly medic, Doc. Have a good weekend, stream, and bust a rift. Have a good weekend, and you bust some rifts too. Nice. That's cool, man. Sword and board, Grizzly? Cool. Very, very, very cool. Brilliant. It looks cool, man. I love the sword. Hey, that's a cool conversion. Nice. I love those jetpacks. Very, very, very fucking cool, man. I love Doc. That's so good. Brilliant. Excellent stuff, Jenny. Excellent stuff indeed. Have a great weekend, and I hope you get lots of hobbying done, lots of painting done, and you oh yeah, if you have a game of Cosmic, I hope you win. Sorry, Cosmic. There you go. No more memes. Thank you for super chat. I'm not saying that because that's the first fucking line to Erica, isn't it? I'm not fucking stupid. I know your ways. Klovac, thank you for the super chat. Mordian's Baldy's basic glory. Why am I becoming Baldy and Glory? Fuck's sake. I'm not bald. I'm like not even close to being bald. This is crazy. This is crazy. No more memes. Read the chat. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. I'll read it out. Oh, yeah. The chat says, put user in timeout. Oh, how interesting. How long for? Oh, yeah. There you go. Bam! There you go. There we are. What do we got next? I'm going to go downstairs and ask Mrs. Morden if I'm going bald. Okay, I'm going to go and find out. John Henry Eden, thank you for super chat. Russia shot down one of their 5th generation fighters again. I mean, I presume this is in relation to Ukraine, right? I don't really like talking about current events and stuff like that because this isn't really the place for it. I will just say that blue on blue happens in every war. I don't think it's anything particularly surprising that it's happening in Ukraine, especially when both sides are using relatively similar equipment in a lot of cases. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, depending on what side you're on, you're going to see this as a good thing or a bad thing, right? I don't get involved in that kind of stuff. But, yeah, I mean, war is hell at the end of the day, isn't it? Yeah. More like red on red. Ha! Brilliant. But, yeah. It's, yeah, there you go. What do we got next? Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat. B is for baddies, which we are play. I'm not play. It's not even that good, guys. I honestly, okay, like,
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
it's not happening. Stop asking. Like, it's not happening. Honestly, just play it. You'll be okay. I'm not playing it. And no, I'm not even going to go Valrak mode and say, I'm not playing it for less than 50 members. We will not stop. Okay, you can keep asking. I believe in your right to ask. But I also believe in my right to say no. So there you are. You know what? I will make a $1,000 super chat alert that you can only do via the tipping link, okay? Because YouTube doesn't do $1,000, and that alert specifically will play Erica, okay? So if someone wants to give me a fucking £1,000, fine, okay? I don't give a fuck, all right? But and other than that, it's not happening. There you are. You underestimate my desire to meme, sir. Say when. There's no way you guys would do it. Let's all pool our money. It's not a threshold. It has to be in one go. All right? It has to be in one go. There you are. Someone has to really give that much of a fuck. Put up or shut up. There's Master Bev, do it. I'm ready. There's no way you would 1,000 and you sing along. We're gonna hear it 10 times. Oh my god. So start the Kickstarter. Oh my god. Send the money to me, guys. I will collect it all. Right, no. Look, do you want your beef or not? Alright. You will sing along as well. I can't sing along. Look, guys, I probably can't even play it. It's probably TOS. Alright. I probably can't even play it. Alright. I mean, it's almost certainly not okay to play on YouTube. Yeah. All right, what are we talking about? I mean, that's not the only reason not to do it, by the way. The reason not to do it is because I don't want to play it, okay? There you are. I've made worse financial decisions. Yeah. One guy donated $700 to Bricky to force us to play Doki Doki Literature Club. Do not underestimate YouTube watchers. That is true. Yeah, that is very, very true. I don't underestimate you guys, even slightly. I've learned not to underestimate you. Let's put it that way. What do we got here? Okay. Ed Bailey, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. What's the beef? Is it Timmy is hot garbage at Rattling the Tin Cup? I am very bad at Rattling the Tin Cup. That is true. Ed Bailey, thank you so much for the super chat. In honor of Ed Bailey's super chat, I will now enter full corpo shill mode. Guys, don't forget, we have a bunch of affiliate links down in the description below for people that sponsor and support the channel. If you're going to get yourself some models, use those links. And it helps me out. There you go. I hate it. It feels so unnatural. I can't do it. I can't do it, Ed Bailey. I can't chill. I can't do it. Russell W, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the banzai. Go get Chicken Tennis package. I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it. I'm well ahead on videos now. I can get it any day next week. There you are. Jared Mann, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, sir. Thank you for the 5 extra conscripts. Hold the line in the name of the Emperor. And thank you for the 34-month member flags as well. Ugh. There you are. Don't use Bertie's luck for anything but Bertie. See, I would never use Bertie's luck for anything but Bertie. But do you want to know what? In the battle report that's coming out this Sunday, Mordy Bro took B for Bertie. And he used 2 of Bertie's luck points to make me re-roll dice. It's like, so Bertie is a luck battery for yourself. Bertie is Indestructible Bertie, and then there's Vindictive Bertie. There you go. Ed Bailey, thank you for the Giga Chat. Okay, Baldy and Glory, get your rear downstairs and ask the better half that if you are going bald. Also, good to be back, annoying you. Dude, it's great to have you back. You know what? I'm going to go downstairs and ask her right now. I need to go and get a new drink anyway. So I will go downstairs and I will ask her right now. And then even if she says yes, I'm going bald, I'm going to tell you guys that she said no. So, I win.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
Mrs. Mordian said, genuinely, I'm not going bald. So there you are. All right, there we go. Rim Stunner, thank you for the super. Thank you for the Bean Blake chat. Yes, thank you for the very generous super chat, sir. Thank you so much, man. What's up? What are you most excited about with Conflict 47? USA, USA. Oh. It's gonna sound a bit wishy-washy, but I think it's actually really important. The thing that I am most excited about for Conflict 47 is the world building. Just seeing how they develop it, seeing where they go with it, being along for the journey as well, being along for the ride. Yeah. I'm really, really excited for the world building, for the lore. Not to get emotional, but it has been a bit of it's been a good while since I have since I've been excited about lore. And it's been a long time since I've been able to it's been a long I forgot how much I loved it. When I was when I was younger, not that much younger, up until sort of my mid-20s, I was a massive lore head. Massive lore head. I couldn't get enough of it. Like, inject it into my veins. And more recently, I don't know, like, I've just not been, I've sort of almost forgot how much I enjoyed it, how much it inspired me, how much I was more of a person who liked making armies based off things that I read in the lore than making armies that were actually, like, good. Okay? And so I don't. So it's been a while since but I kind of forgot that. I kind of forgot. Like I used to be a big lore guy, and then I kind of forgot how much I enjoyed lore, and then with Conflict 47, it kind of reminded me of like how much I really, really enjoy. I like stories at the end of the day. Yeah. I like stories. Yeah. So, yeah, I think that's what I'm most excited about. About Conflict 47 in general. What am I excited about, I guess, from a gameplay point of view? In the immediate future, I'm really, really excited for the Japanese and the Soviets to get a bit more fleshed out. Just a bit more, I can't wait for the plastic Soviet Moraz Ghoul, which a little birdie told me is coming early next year, which should be really cool. Don't know exactly when, but yeah. And then I'm really excited in the very immediate future for the Japanese to get a little bit of a boost. That should be cool. Yeah. There you go. All right. Yeah, Rim Stunner, your army should tell a story. The game should tell a story. I hear you. Yeah, dude, exactly, right? Exactly. I do think that I don't really have any stories from 40. I don't have many stories from 40k anymore. Although I do enjoy, I think my relationship with 40k has just changed. I just enjoy 40k for playing it competitively. But I really enjoy playing Conflict because of the sort of emergent narrative that you can get from that game. Man, that's totally what comes through in your videos. That's why I'm such a big fan of Warlord. It has a lot to do with you and your coverage. Oh, dude, thank you, man. Warlord deserve our support. I think they've been doing a really good job. I don't get paid directly by Warlord. I don't get any checks in the mail. I don't get any brown paper envelopes. I have an affiliate link. Basically, that's it. But I have an affiliate link for 40k stuff as well, right? But I support Warlord because it's nice to have a games company and a game system that it feels like you're not being a chump for supporting them. Yeah. All right. What do we got next? Where are we up to? Pico Lock the Forged. Thank you for the big super chat, man. Thank you for the 10. Amazing, man. Morning Glory sucks at shilling so much. I'm giving him money. I fucking dude. I hate shilling, man. I absolutely hate shilling. I find it so unnatural. There's a reason why we haven't like updated any of the adverts on the channel in like forever. I find it so difficult. I find it so unnatural. I've always just felt like, you know, if you just make good content, people will support it. It's that simple. Yeah. I do appreciate, when people do, use the affiliate links and from the adverts and all that. So I do appreciate that. But especially on the live streams and stuff, I've always found it so difficult. Like, just for me, we're here to have a good time. We're here to chat. We're here to, have a bit, goof off a little bit, be a bit silly. I'd find it so weird if I was like, halfway through the stream, I'd be like, girls laughing at you, other men thinking that you're a pathetic piece of shit. Buy Mordian's peanut pumper. I just want to be able to do it. Buy it now. Buy it now. It's going out of stock. It's going out. It's only going to be available definitely for this limited time only. Just shove it up your rectum. Make women like you. I just couldn't do it. Yeah. Yeah. Are you going bald? Here's a new hair tonic. Oh God. Is this going to be the new thing? Baldy and Glory. Is this it? Is this the new joke that I'm going to have to endure for my entire remaining streaming existence? Like every stream, it's just Baldy and Glory, Baldy and Glory. You going bald? Morty, is that a bald spot? Like, fine. Okay. Fine. Like, I will deal with it. All right. You're fucking wrong. You're fucking wrong. There you are. Better than Aaron. Oh my God, Clovac, that completely came out of nowhere. Oh my fucking God. I couldn't even finish saying it, man. Fuck's sake. Oh my God. All right. What we got next? Jared, man, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. Thank you for the Giga Chat, mate. I used to like your brother. What the hell, Morty, bro? You have to remember, Morty, bro, at his heart, is a more competitive player than myself. And sometimes those instincts, they come out. They come out and we can't, and it's just the way it is. But actually, I think when you watch the battle report, you'll quite like it because Bertie uses the luck to make me reroll some dice against a unit that Bertie's next to. So it's kind of like Bertie's luck is passing off onto the robot that's near him, kind of thing. Yeah. It's kind of, I think you'll be all right with it. Or if you hate it, you can lambast him down the comment section. Please do, anything that I can say that I'm the better brother. We've been brothers for 33 years, that sibling rivalry will never go away. The ball jokes will continue until the NDA is broken. I'm not breaking my NDA, man. Yeah. Patrick, I wish he kept making bot action videos. Yeah. I mean, I can't go into it, but he's over on my channel now, and that's working well for him. So there we go. Yeah. He didn't just stop for no reason, but it's very personal, so we can't really go into it. Okay. There you go. Hopefully he'll get back onto it one day, or maybe, I have been thinking of giving Morty Bro a segment on this channel. I'm always up for putting more. I haven't told him this, by the way. I'm always up for putting more content, out there, 2 videos a day kind of thing. So, yeah, like, I've always thought, if I don't cover bot acts as much as I could, or maybe we do like a second channel that we work on together. I'm not kind of sure, but yeah. But yeah, Brody and Glory. Yeah. That may be some sort of, aspect. We'll see. Yeah. We'll see. But yeah, like, I have thought about it because it means that it's kind of low pressure. You can just do it as and when. And then if you know, life gets in the way, it's not like it affects the, it's not like with his channel where if he can't make content, then he's, you know, his channel sort of goes a bit dormant, as it were. It means that, like, you know, he can do it, and then if life gets in the way, that's fine. The channel just continues. Yeah. There you are. All right. What have we got here? Sir Jamie, thank you for the super chat. Chair stream, baby! Chair stream. Well, I'll tell you what. Do you want chair stream or do you want beef? Because we're fully caught up on the super chats now. So it might be time for big beefs are the best. Is it time for the big beefs? Get salty all the time? I think it might be. I think it might be. All right. Wait, first check stream discussion. I swear to God, if you've done... I hate so much about who you choose to be. Do you know, this is deeply insulting to me. How dare you think that I would ever dye my hair? Clearly it's dyed. It's not the same color as my eyebrows. Like, it's just... Frankly, though, look at the way my hair's blowing all over the place. Frankly, it's... I'm not even gonna deny it. That does look better than my current hair situation. So yeah. Yeah. There you go. There you are. I look like a fucking Fremen with how blue those fucking eyes are, man. All right, Ed Bailey, thank you for the super chat. Shut up and get on with the beef, daddy. All right. Do you want the beef? Do you want the fucking beef? All right. There's another one. Go. No, I don't want to look at them. No, I've had enough. I've had enough of your chicanery. All right. No. I would look so bad bald. I think I would just actually look like a fucking testicle. I would look so bad, man. Everyone who's like, you should go bald, Mordian. No, I have lovely hair, like lovely thick fucking, like, you know, it's obviously it's all over the place, but I'm very blessed to have thick hair. And secondly, I would look absolutely awful. Like beyond awful. Okay, yeah, like there's no... I don't think any of us wants me going bald anytime soon. All right, I don't think that's happening. All right. All right. Shave the eyebrows. Jeans do look Gloria. All right. My legs of this channel will live forever. I mean, maybe I should make it into a super... I could make it into an emoji, possibly. It would take a few minutes though, and people are already going to get annoyed with me not doing the beef. Cosmic Drew, thanks for chat. Fuck the beef. Play Erica. I'm not. You know what? I'm not. You know what? I'm not doing the beef. I'm not. No, I'm doing the beef. I'm not doing Erica, and I'm gonna fucking ban my own fucking mod. Here you go, Cosmic. There you go. I gave him a 5-minute timeout. I didn't mean to. I meant to give him a 1-minute timeout. There you are. There you go. He's going to be well annoyed. He's going to miss the beef now. He's going to be really upset. When he comes back, we should say we should tell him I played Erica. There you go. And not, you know, you can time out mods. I can time out whoever the fuck I want. I don't, apart from myself, I don't think I can time out myself. Let me just check this. I can't time out myself. I can remove my own messages, but I can't time out myself. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. This is the best stream. Thank you, Baldy. Fuck's sake. Fucking. I'll bloody knock some off here now. There we go. Now you were saying I'm bored again, aren't you? Because I went down like that. There you go. Right. Right. It's time for the beef. Macon, beef. Right. It's time for the beef. Would time yourself out, just end the stream? I honestly don't know. Okay. I can't do it though. I did look. Right. Do you want the fucking beef or not? I feel like at this point, the beef is going to have been built up so much that people aren't even going to think it's that big a deal. Oh my God. In fact, I even have to check the fucking. Oh yeah, no, I wrote down some notes for this. Okay. Right. I need to prepare myself. I must be clean. Give me a second. That one. Hey, Macon, thank you for super chat. Beef. Look, we're getting the beefs. Okay. So it's that. Plus that. That. Okay. Okay. Cool. Right. It's okay. The people who only watch the stream highlights will think it's a big deal. That's true. That's true, right. Okay, so where are we up to? Right. I am ready. Gentlemen, ladies, small furry creature of the Alpha Centauri, I don't mean to alarm you, but I may have a little bit of beef. We say ladies, and people will go, ladies watching Warhammer stream? Actually, we're up to a whopping 2% of the people that watch this channel are ladies, which is amazing. So welcome to all the female guardsmen. But that's not the beef, by the way. The beef, right? To no one's surprise, Games Workshop's greed has gone into overdrive. And I have got some genuine, interesting proof of the ultimate late stage corpo state that I think GW is finding itself in. Okay? Right. Let me take you through. I also have a bit of a conspiracy theory, so I'm going to put the hat on. Okay, so are you ready? Here we are. So Games Workshop recently has been doing some kind of interesting maneuvers. And I did a video recently where I said they were sort of going full mask off corporate, and it was to do with the Baneblade sprues. So if you're not aware, basically GW a couple of years ago used to have the Baneblade upgrade sprues separate to the box, and then they reboxed them to put the upgrade sprues in there because they realized that no one was buying them separately, and all this was doing was taking up shelf space, having them in a separate box in their warehouse. They're like, well, that's not good. We need to streamline our logistics, so we need to, put them in. That'll work. Also, it makes it a more complete kit. It fits in with our dreaded policy, all this kind of stuff, right? But then, only a week ago, Games Workshop took the sprues out again. But not only did they take the sprues out again, they did this whole, if you follow the timeline of events, they took the sprues, they took the Bane Blades off sale, took the sprues out, put the Bane Blades back on sale, and then gave them a hefty points discount in game, even though they're one of our best units already, very clearly, so that they could try and push people to pick up the boxes and now these separate upgrade sprues, right? It was very, very, very much, their greed was so open, it was actually shocking to people, because people know GW is greedy, but often that's not it, Cybertoast. Cybertoast, shut the fuck up, right? Sit down, shut up, and listen for once in your life. God damn it. Your teacher should have told you that. Your parents should have told you that. Shut up, eat your fucking peas, and I don't want to hear from you again, otherwise you're getting no ice cream, all right? Point is, that was an example of GW going a bit mask off, full greedy. But that was not the only thing that they did. This is just a summary of like the events. All right. So we've seen some other bits which have been happening now as well, and it's starting to get kind of crazy. So one of the other things that I have that came out was that they've actually done a very significant price increase on Warhammer Plus. So Warhammer Plus, used to be $6.99 a month. It's going up to £8.49 a month. It's basically going up 25% in one go. That's actually, if you were paying 60 quid for an entire year's membership, you're now paying 75 quid. It's going up a lot. It's going up 25%. And there's no additional service which is coming from this. Okay? It's just going up 25%. You're getting like a few extra programs, but it's really not worth $8.50. Okay? Like, I guess it's your decision whether you think it's worth that or not. I'm not going to tell you what to believe, but it's quite a significant price increase. All right. And there's some more, there's more layers to this, right? But the point is, this is also coming at the same time where people are this is coming at the same time as the starter box, the edition. Actually, this is coming out after the starter box, the edition went up in price as well. Armageddon, right? Now, interestingly, and we don't have too much evidence for this at the moment, but interestingly, this is all happening post-launch of the edition. And it's sort of coming, in many ways, out of nowhere. And I saw a video the other day, and I want to do a shout out here. I also want to take the piss a little bit, but that's just my way. That came out from Discourse Minis. 1 minute, just got to do the pose. The Warhammer scandal just got worse. Literally, every fucking thumbnail. Anyway, it's this video here. Games Workshop just lost everything. Now, obviously, it's Discourse Minis, so it's a little bit over the top, and it's a little bit dramatic, and it's, you know what you're getting, right? But a really interesting point that was brought out here, that was in the video, is that I've seen this as well. Other people have seen it as well, and it's now sort of starting to be reported a little bit from game stores that the Armageddon box set has not sold all that well. Several game stores have reported that the sales for the Armageddon box set, and again, it's very anecdotal, very much sourced, trust me, bro. I get it, all right. But it does kind of line up with what I'm seeing on the ground as well. And what many of you in the chat are seeing as well. Which is, apparently Armageddon sales are 75% less than what they were of Leviathan, which is the 10th edition launch box. Now, 75% might be what it is at its worst, but the idea, the general idea is that they are just kind of sitting there and no one's able to shift them. And a really good point that was brought up in the Discourse Miniatures video is that the Leviathan box set for 10th edition, it sold out everywhere instantly. And they actually did multiple reruns of it. And those also sold out. Whereas Armageddon, we've had like one run of it. And it definitely hasn't sold out. It didn't even sell out on the GW website. It just sort of slipped off. Right? And furthermore, very interestingly, unlike Leviathan, where GW had anti-scalper measures on their website, Armageddon didn't. So a bot could go on there and buy as many as they wanted. But you couldn't do that with Leviathan. So it seems like maybe Games Workshop's massively overproduced. It seems like maybe or it's not sold as well as they were expecting it to. But my conspiracy theory here, and this is like the pre-beef, by the way. There's two layers to this beef. My conspiracy theory here is that Games Workshop hasn't had the sales that they expected from the Armageddon box set and from the launch of the edition. Maybe they've pushed a whole bunch of them onto third-party retailers and scalpers, but even so, whether they haven't got the sales or whether they've overproduced, whatever it might be, I think I don't think they've got the sales that they wanted. And I think what we're starting to see is, to use a video game term, I think we're starting to see the Concord tax. So if you don't know what the whole Concord drama was, last year, or maybe it was even 2 years ago, these things fly by these days, Sony published a game called Concord, and it just flopped completely. Like, it flopped beyond flop. All right. And there's a whole bunch of reasons why. We won't get into the reasons why. Okay. There's a whole bunch of reasons why it flopped. And people saw this as some sort of great victory against, corpo slop games. Right. But what people didn't realize is that Sony was never just going to eat that loss. They were always going to do something so that they could claw the money back, because they're a big company and they're a corporation, and they don't just take losses because they've got shareholders. They need to prove that they're still making money and all this kind of stuff. And so that's why you've seen, a relatively short time later, Sony announcing they're moving away from selling physical media, because that is part of their strategy, amongst other things that they've been doing, to claw back the costs of Concord flopping. Now, what I think, again, complete conspiracy theory, I could be totally making this up. This could be all lies. It could be all bullshit. Do not believe a single word of what I'm saying here, okay? This is just I'm wearing a fucking tinfoil hat. If that doesn't give you an indication of this is just a bit mad, but let's see, let's just sort of have a bit of fun with it, right? I think something similar has happened with Games Workshop. I think they haven't had the sales that they expected, and they're now starting to make a series of maneuvers which is designed to try and claw money back and to reduce the loss. Now, one of those examples, and I think we're only at the beginning of this process, all right? I think we're going to see more of this happen. But one of those, for example, is the Baneblade sprue thing. Why would you take the sprues out that you just put in if you weren't trying to, in some form or another, claw back costs, whether you were trying to sell, I know, and also so blatantly. Also, why would you do it so blatantly? Like, let's go through an expensive reboxing and then reduce the points and then try and make everyone, use the balance patch as a sales patch, essentially. Okay? It's the only reason that Games Workshop is very good at boiling the frog. They're very, very good at this. The reason GW makes infinite money these days is because they have mastered the art of things like FOMO. They've mastered the art of things like boiling the frog. They drain you. How many times have you spent money on Warhammer? You've bought some Warhammer, bought some Warhammer, and then before you realize it, you add it all up, you're like, holy shit, I spent like $500 to $1,000 and I didn't even realize. They're really good at boiling the frog. They're really good at getting money out of their customers. They're expert milkers, and we are the milkies. So for them to do something like this, which is so blatant, is actually quite out of character for them. It is. It's actually genuinely out of character. They normally do this much better. Even though we take the piss out of them being competent, they normally do this much better. So I think the reason they're being so blatant about this is because they're having to pull some pretty fucking big levers. And I think that we're going to see a lot more of this coming down the pipeline. I wouldn't be surprised if Lehman Russes start getting split out again. I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing the quality of the paints fall again. I think we're going to see a lot more of this kind of stuff happening. Now, another example. Now here's the big thing. I think this Warhammer Plus price increase is actually linked to Armageddon not selling as well and the launch of the edition not doing as well as they expected. Okay? Now you might think, wait, how? Because Warhammer Plus is where you go to watch the TV, right? That's where you go to watch the Warhammer shows. It is, but that's not its only purpose, is it? What else is linked to Warhammer Plus? The new Warhammer app. You know the thing they spent shitloads of money developing? You know the thing that they have tried to force loads of players onto? The thing where apparently all the rules are updated to, although the Murator Field Manual actually has more rules. Anyway, you get my point, right? The app. Now, if this game was selling like absolute fucking gangbusters, then I don't think we'd be seeing the app go up. Maybe we would. Maybe GW's so greedy, they're like, hey, let's sell this game, make shitloads of money off it, and then get everyone onto the app, and we can basically charge whatever the hell we want for the app. Maybe. They are that greedy. They genuinely could be that greedy. But I also think that this might be an example. I don't think it's out of the realms of possibility, okay, that what's happened is they expected a huge rush of people over to the app, over to be paying for those Warhammer Plus subscriptions. They put loads of money into developing it, expecting to make that money back, and then they've not done so. And so their only recourse at that point, if they haven't managed to get enough traffic to the app, their only recourse at that point potentially is to get more money out of those people who are paying for the app. Right? If you've not made the money based off your original price, but you still need to make money back because you spent money developing it, well, you've got to put the price up, right? Does that make sense? We kind of saw this with Microsoft, didn't we? Microsoft had Game Pass at a really reasonable price point, but then Game Pass sales started tapering off. So what did they do? They massively upped the subscription cost because they were like, well, we need to get our money back from what we've been putting into Game Pass. But then it actually kind of had the opposite effect, and a lot of people end up cancelling their Game Pass because they bought it for the price that it was at. Some people might say, oh, well, maybe GW got everyone hooked on the app that they put up by an extra $1.50 and they hope that people wouldn't notice. Yeah, that's true. Maybe that's part of this boiling the frog thing we spoke about. I'm not saying I'm 100% correct. That's hence why I'm wearing a fucking mad tinfoil hat. But you get my point, right? So I definitely think that we're seeing I don't definitely think. That's too strong. I suspect that it is not out of the realms of possibility that all of these rumors and stuff, all these bits of anecdotal evidence that we have seen and that we've heard around the water cooler, as it were, I wouldn't be surprised if they're starting to pan out. And I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the maneuvers we've seen GW make recently are actually in response to the launch not going as well as they expected. All right. The thing is, we will actually find out the answer to this. We will. We will genuinely find out the answer. And the answer will come in the next financial report, because GW does a half-yearly report and they do a annual report. Now, they've just... Now, before we have a bunch of people type down the comments going, but Mordian, they've just released a financial report and it shows that things are better than ever, blah, 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 blah. That report covers up until before the launch of 11th edition. So that report doesn't actually tell us anything. And I would say, if you look at that report, you will see that whilst Games Workshop has continued to have excellent growth, and good for them, like, you know, at the end of the day, their business, they're trying to make as much money as possible. Fair play. I might not agree with all their practices, but I never begrudge any business for making money. Maybe I don't agree with the way they make that money, but I'm not one of those people. I'm not one of those people that uses they make money as an excuse to forgive all the bullshit they do, but I'm not one of these people that gets jealous of someone or an entity making a lot of money. All right. But if you do look at that financial report, they've made a lot of money, but the jump up hasn't been as big. It's sort of begun to taper. They've sort of begun to reach the peak a little bit. It's still an increase, don't get me wrong, but they've begun to reach the peak a little bit. And you've also, another thing in that report, you kind of see that licensing revenue for GW is it's temporary. Like, they've got a huge spike from like Space Marine 2, and then after 2, it's completely dropped off. But anyway, now all of this is kind of like your first stage beef. Okay? All this is your first stage beef. But I did promise, and this is all sort of my conspiracy theory sort of thing. But I'm going to take the hat off now, because the next bit is not conspiracy theory. The next bit is fact, according to the news. So it could all be bullshit, because we all know what the news is like these days. All right. Because everything that you guys are here for the beef, and everything you just heard was the starter, in my opinion. Do you guys want some proper beef? Some big beefs? Do you want an example of GW's incredible greed? So, last year, or was it might have been 2 years ago, but a year or so ago, GW did a significant price increase on their models. On average, it was a 5% increase, but some things were much higher, and some things didn't go up at all, which kind of balanced it out. But the thing that didn't go up were paint. And they don't put the paints up because they've actually got too much competition there. But anyway, they did now you say the price increase is nothing new. Indeed, Klovac. But bear with me. Jump in the gun. Sit down and eat your fucking peas. I told you once. Actually, that was someone else. But I'm telling you now as well. I'm like a asshole teacher. Why are you late? I don't want to hear excuses. Games Workshop did a price increase. But this price increase was for a specific reason. Tariffs. Now, we won't get into the politics of this on this channel, because this is we don't do politics here. Frankly, we're not qualified to, and I'm especially not qualified to. All right, but we can obviously still mention things that are relevant. And with the tariff situation going on in America, Games Workshop felt it prudent to put their prices up. And what they decided to do was to put their prices up for everybody. And the reason why they decided to put the prices up for everyone is because Games Workshop does if you want to know who the biggest milk-ees are, the people that are getting drained for every fucking red cent by Games Workshop, it is the Americans. GW has a whole bunch of like shadow taxes. Like if you took the Warhammer prices and then put them into a currency converter and then compared it from UK to dollars and then compared that to what GW charges, they charge more than that. Way more. Okay? So they milk the shit out of the Americans way more than a lot of Americans even realize. We call it the burger tax, right? So the reason why Games Workshop didn't want to just say to the Americans, sorry, it's an extra 10% for you guys, tough shit, is because they didn't want their most expressing milkies to kick up a shit fit, start throwing all the Warhammer in the harbor. So they decided that, okay, we'll spread the love. Sorry, people in the UK, Europe, and Australia, and the rest of the world. You guys are also going to have to eat shit for these tariffs. Okay? But what if I told you that Games Workshop has barely been affected by these tariffs? What if I told you they merely used it as an excuse? And we now have proof that they have been able to claw back the vast majority of their tariff money, their tariff costs. I want to say a big shout out to Mungbean, who shared this. This is from Nottinghamshire News. So, major Nottingham employer Games Workshop has announced record levels of profit as it invests millions more into its city headquarters. London firm, which is known around the world for its Warhammer 40k miniatures and is worth billions of pounds, announced on Tuesday, July 28th, that it had boosted its profits the last year to 275 million before tax. The UK company, which is one of the 100 largest UK companies listed on the London Stock Exchange and employs more than 3,000 people, sells plastic models for fantasy soldiers and monsters that are sent by millions of devoted fans. Mark Lamb, non-executive chair, said Games Workshop had delivered another great year with revenue and profit before tax at record levels. Mr. Lamb added the world's largest battle games company had weathered the storm of global instability so far, but said volatile geopolitics still pose challenges. Kevin Roundtree, the firm's CEO, said that its annual accounts that he had hoped for the year to be drama-free, but had his hopes dashed by US President Donald Trump's trade tariffs. Games Workshop had paid $12 million in tariffs, but by February had been so this was months ago. They've probably got even more back since then. But by February had been able to reclaim $7.8 million. So nearly, what's that, like 60? That's 66%. And that was a few months ago. They probably got more back, right? Following a US Supreme Court ruling that removed the duties. Mr. Roundtree said the company was expected to pay around $13 million of new tariffs in 2026-27, while it's headquartered in Nottingham. 79% of the global bland sales come from outside the UK. Blah, 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 blah. So you get the point, right? I mean, they're not going to pay those because the tariffs have been struck down by... The tariffs have been struck down by the Supreme Court, from my understanding. So GW put the prices up for everyone 5%, and then have basically had all the tariff money that they had to spend. They've basically got it back. So I'm sure we'll all expect the prices to come down by 5%, won't we? Because obviously, if the reason to put the prices up was because of the tariffs, if the tariffs are no longer affecting them, then there's no reason for that price increase to exist, is there? So I can't wait. I am absolutely on the edge of my seat, looking forward to my 5% decrease on my Warhammer. That'll be excellent. GW, I'm looking forward to that announcement on Warhammer Community any day now. Any day. I suspect that if I do wait for this to happen, I will probably be in the cold, hard ground before that gets announced on Warhammer Community. So basically, Games Workshop has not only raised the prices, not just for the Americans, but for everyone, but they've also essentially double dipped. They've double dipped. Which I think is just... now, again, I have no issue. I actually, when Games Workshop put the prices up in relation to the tariffs, I actually wasn't overly against that. I thought it was a bit bullshit they were doing it for everyone, but I understood, hey, if a huge amount of your money is in America and you're going to be eating a 10% fucking dick punch there, fair enough. All right. But the fact that they put the prices up and then they've had the tariff money back and they've kept the prices up, their greed knows no bounds. Their greed knows no bounds. Oh. Yep, the tariffs became the big bogeyman that every company could use as an excuse for price increases. Crazy, man. The thing is, there's always the mighty Gorbo. The goddamn Jorbo slugs. Yeah. Yeah. I bet you there'll be another excuse to put the price up this year. What, the bloody... none of the oil... They'll be, oh, we can't get the oil out of the Strait of Hormuz or whatever the fuck's going on. Yeah. There's always going to be... It's funny. They had to put the prices up for COVID, but COVID is no longer affecting the world as it once was, but the prices stayed up. Got to put the prices up for tariffs, but they're not being affected by the tariffs. Got to put the prices up for... probably going to have to put the prices up because of global geopolitical instability, but then that'll pass, and the price is never going to come down. Yeah. There's always going to be an excuse, and it's always bullshit. But yeah, there you go. That was that I thought was some pretty big beef. I thought that it was quite interesting how GW basically admitted that they've got pretty much all the tariff money back. And also, can I just say 12 million? 12 million in tariffs. How much profit are they recording? 275? That's profit. Okay. Even if they were paying the tariffs, it's a drop in the fucking ocean. It's nothing for the amount of money they're making. And I know no company wants to eat a loss like that, but it is literally, it's a rounding error to Games Workshop at this point. When you think about it, it's an actual fucking rounding error. They make it sound like it's this really, really, really big deal. It barely touched the sides. It barely touched the sides. It's bonkers. Yeah. If it was like 100 million, I'd be like, okay, yeah, fuck yeah, GW, fucking yeah, okay, I understand. Yeah, this is actually really, this is diddling you. This isn't diddling you, this is actually bumming you. But no, it's 12 million. 12 million is 12 million is like the pizza party. Right? You know, that's what they spent on the pizza party to say thank you to all the staff. It's crazy, man. Yeah. It's crazy. But anyway, all of this it's not even a goddamn reach around. Yeah, exactly. You know? But all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think down in the comment section below. There you are. No, we just buy so fucking much from them. That 10% on top of it is huge fucking fortune for them. Is 12 million even the equal of their 5% they upcharged? No, obviously not. I don't think so. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. All right, we've got some super chats coming in here. What are you guys saying? Yeah, it is just mad. Actually, it is a little bit flabbergasting, isn't it? Yeah. I think this will go on until November when the bits happen and all the corporations suddenly get put under a microscope. I don't know about American politics out there, so I'm not going to speculate on that. I'm sure you're right, but yeah, I'm not going to get involved with that. That's all right. Yeah. Let's see what we've got here. Russell W, thank you for the super chat. My reaction to your comment in stream discussion. What is it? It's gonna be something bad, isn't it? When Mordian says the prices should come down. Oh man. Yeah, that's basically it, right? That is basically it. Polish Wolf, thank you for the 1 month member flex. Thank you for your support. Fun fact, in 3rd edition, Space Wolves could bring Lemur's tanks. They could. But they've not been able to do that for a long time. But yeah, it was cool that Space Wolves could bring... Wouldn't it be cool if Space Wolves could bring Lemur Russes again and if Imperial Fist could take Rogal Dawns? That would be cool. Yeah. Southern Bear, thank you for the super chat. Got my first... Thank you for the Giga Chat. Got my first miniature painting in stream discussion. Before that, I did airfix with my dad over a decade ago. Let's have a look here. Hello everyone, just want to share my first experience in dipping my toes back into painting since I was a kid and the first time doing miniatures. Having started Cortez, I can see why Space Marines are marketed the way they are. Painting these guys was interesting compared to the Inquisitor. Coach, sorry. The artillery and the tank isn't done yet, and I have 2 Goliaths and a Forge World Hellhound. Fuel tanks look cooler in the mail. Let's have a look. I mean, dude, they've come out excellently. You've done a really, really, really fucking good job. That's some proper Krieg right there. Dirty and gritty and all fucking in the trenches. Nice. And the tank's coming along. It's not finished, but it's coming along nicely. Flag's coming along nicely. Yeah. Dude, I think it looks great. But yeah, painting Guardsmen is a lot harder than painting Space Marines. Guardsmen are actually surprisingly detailed with all the pouches and all that kind of shit. Where Space Marines are just big, flat, round surfaces. So, yeah. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, it's... yeah, I like painting Guard, but they do take a little bit longer than people expect them to. I thought Guard were easier, lol. Really? But no one memes. Why am I even listening to you? All right, I'm getting mean for the sake of mean now. I'm not going to do that. Lancer Lindblom, thank you for super chat. How I see all the board lovers in stream discussion. I don't see it, man. The only one I see is fucking this one. Which... Oh, you took the eyebrows off. Fuck. It's times like this when I really do question my decisions in my life that have led me to this point. Sent it before the beef. Let's have a look. I mean, it's just endless. Oh, here you go. Let me have a look. Let me have a look here. Ballad of the Bald. Ballad of the Bald? Fuck's sake. Oh shit, I haven't got my sound on. 1 minute. She's got hair. Get her out. Why are these hairborn people here? You cannot be here. You have hair. I have no idea what this is from. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth? I never played any of the Final Fantasy games for longer than a minute, you know. These are my people. Not these dirty hairborn ones, but the Baldian glories. There you go. I have no context for that because I have like literally like I said, I've never played Final Fantasy VII. I played like, what was the one that everyone said it was good, but you had to play 20 hours of it before it got good? I played that one for not 20 hours. I played it for 2 and found it boring. That was the one that I played. Yeah. There you are. Yeah. You are hiding people with hair under the floorboards. It's so bad. That joke has been made twice this week. Oh my God. We You guys are bad. You guys are bad. You guys are so fucking bad. All right. Jesus fucking Christ. I still play Final Fantasy 2 Deluxe on my Game Boy cartridge. I didn't even know they had a Final Fantasy on Game Boy, man. That's crazy. Oh my days. This I swear to God, the way we're going, if we make it to the end of the year without having to go over to fucking Kick and Rumble, it's gonna be a fucking miracle. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm not bad. The riff just made me this way. Before I get banned, can I get one last Baldian pitch? You can pose as many as you want. It's just like, we're just waiting for it to go from a misdemeanor to a felony, you know? Wait, I can get us banned to Kick? No. All right. It's not happening. I like it on YouTube, all right? I've got an established channel. I've been in for years. I like this, okay? You can always watch it. I tried multi-streaming, and it was all right, but it was a lot of faff. I'm inherently... I like things to be simple. Like me. There you are. But I do think Kick has got some good. See, the thing that I find that's better with YouTube is you have the integrated super chat system. Whereas with Kick, you've only got, and you can set your memberships to whatever you want. Whereas in Kick, you've got to like have the memberships at a certain level, and you don't have an integrated super chat function. You've got to have like an external tipping function, which is just annoying. It's extra steps. Now I don't know if that's changed, but it was a few years ago. Well, it was about a year ago. But if they had those two features in Kick, then I would still be doing stuff on Kick. But yeah. Kick has a much better revenue split for streamers. That is true. Much better. 95%. Whereas you get paid 95% of what you earn on Kick. Whereas YouTube, it's 70%. Which is still good, considering that Twitch is 50-50 split, which I think is poor. Yeah. It was so funny when I went over to Twitch. Yeah, it's also it's also about the right, not to get into like the details of it, but each platform can, like the Warhammer community isn't on Rumble. The Warhammer community isn't on Twitch. The Warhammer community isn't on Kick. The Warhammer community is on YouTube. So you want to be on YouTube. Like, if you go over to Twitch, like, when I got banned on YouTube for a week, because, I like to live life dangerously, not because it was a totally unfair, it was a total miscarriage of justice. And when I got banned on YouTube for a week, we went over to Twitch, and on the first day that I was on Twitch, I was the highest viewed streamer in the Warhammer category on Twitch, which doesn't sound as impressive as you might think it is, because basically no one was streaming there. There was like a handful of people, like 10 to 20 people watching them. Yeah. It's that simple. So yeah, you want to be on YouTube because YouTube is where the Warhammer community is. There you go. I don't want to be a big fish in a little pond. I just want to be a fish in a pond. Yeah, there we are. A big box of hammers. You can super chat on chip yourself to buy bits and donate them with a message. Oh, they might have changed that. If they've changed that, that's good. If they have changed that, that is good. Yeah. A fish in a pond, whistling Erica. I just want to be a fish in a pond. MG 2026. There you go. I thought I'd be a fish. Oh, my knee. I'm going old. I'm not bald, but I am getting a slightly dodgy knee. So there you go. It's just me being on my knees, sucking all that dick. Can fish be bald? I think all fish are bald. It's all that, I think every fish is bald. I've never seen a hairy fish. So yeah. That K-47 dick. Yeah. It's all my hard work at the Mordian Glory Hole. That's what it is. Bordian equals fish confirmed. Anti-fish? I don't know. Look, I'm not a goddamn fish psychiatrist, okay? I don't know if there are hairy fish. I just don't think there are any hairy fish, okay? Like, go to the fish people and ask them, all right? And then you can fucking stay there, you fucking weirdos, all right? Fine, all right? There you are. Time for Morty to get into AOS the fish shelves. I will die on this hill. The bloody Deepkin, or whatever the fuck they're called, are the most stupid faction in any Warhammer game ever. Ever. Right? Oh, we're going to ride the sharks out of the ocean, and the sharks can now fly. We're going to they're the literal fucking Aquaman of the fucking setting. Okay? And I don't care. The only reason that Aquaman made any money at the cinema is because there were a lot of lonely women who wanted to go and see Jason Momoa. Okay? And that's fine. Alright? That's fine. You want to go and see Muscly Momoa? I'm not going to stop you, okay? I liked Jason Momoa before he was cool. I liked him in Stargate Atlantis, but there you are, all right? That's the reason why I made money. But other than that, actually, to be fair, it wasn't just lonely women. It was lonely people. I'm sure there were lots of lonely, thirsty men that went to see him as well, okay? So, you know what? It did well because of thirsty people, all right? But it didn't do well because it was fucking Aquaman. Okay? They could have put Jason Momoa into some other film and it would also have done really, really well if you had him going around topless or pseudo-topless the entire time. Alright? There you are. Court documents say the success of Aquaman was due to the star power of Amber Heard. I stepped on a bee. No. Amber Heard shit the bed. Also, the last movie didn't do that well. There you go. Ideneth aren't Aquaman. Aquaman is cooler than Ideneth. Ideneth the Deep from The Boys. No, because the thing is, like, the Deep is obviously is a massive dickhead, right? Obviously. But the Deep is actually, like, he's a fun character to watch. Now, let me make this clear before everyone gets upset with me. He's a massive dickhead. Put the fucking pitchforks down, Reddit. Okay, he's obviously a massive dickhead. But he was a fun character to watch because you were constantly waiting to see, like, is he going to get better? Is his character arc going to... is he going on a character arc? And then you sort of realized that he was going through a character arc, but his arc was him getting worse. But yeah, no, who gives a fuck about Aquaman and the Deep and all that kind of shit? The Iden and the Deepkin were just a joke of a faction. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I've literally never seen anyone ever play them. This is where we get flooded by people in the chat that go, ARS is really popular in my area and everyone plays it. I'm the Deeker I am. Yeah, you know what? I've heard that so many times, but I've never actually seen anyone ever present any evidence for that. So I think that's just cope. Yeah. Yeah. I think they're the best Warhammer Elf faction other than Exodite, so the second best Warhammer Elf faction in my opinion. Yeah, but you're literally called Fish with no name. You have fish in your title. Of course you're gonna like the fucking fish elves. Oh, like, obviously. Right? Also Exodites are cool. I just wish they'd done a bit more with them. But fuck it. Take what we can get. I've caught glimpses of a dude at the nearby GW store. It's a painter's faction for sure. What, the dude at the GW store painted them? Yeah, that doesn't count, man. Jesus Christ. The dude who was probably painting them was probably the store fucking manager, putting a few in the fucking window so he can scalp some people, trick some people to fucking get them. Yeah. Yeah. At what point are fish elves just mermaids? I mean, they basically are, right? I have legit seen them being played once. I mean, that is one more time than I've ever seen them played, Trooper. But yeah, I believe you. Not an employee, you dip. No, I'm not going to ban you. Hey, if I had to ban people who insulted me, we wouldn't have an audience. we wouldn't have a fucking audience. You know? I've seen them used for kit bashing some badass Dark Kraken 40k marines. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure people use them for a bit of kit bashing and stuff, but yeah, other than that. Just a bald man in front of a cam. Just a bald man on camera in front of no one. Exactly. No, just a well-haired man. Is that a thing? Is that a saying? Cybertoes. Cybertoes, you said it wasn't bald. Mordian, when he sees the 5% price decrease. You lied. You lied. I went in there and I took it on good faith that you weren't going to make a picture of me bald. I've been bald baited. I've been goddamn bald baited. Now it really looks like a testicle with all the wrinkles on it. Oh, man. No, you are. Right. Have you had your fun with all the bald jokes now? There you are. Have you fun with all the bald jokes? Testicular maxing. I'm always testicular maxing. There you go. A man with his trip to Turkey planned. I beat the final boss. Yeah, there you go. All right. The guy with Idness is also the guy who swoops in and wins most paint events, the store hosts. No, that's fair enough. And hey, you know what? I was too mean to that guy before. I hope that he enjoys paint. And I mean this sincerely. I hope that he enjoys all of the models. And I hope that he enjoys all of the painting. And I hope he's living his best hobby life. I still think he's a psychopath. But as long as he's over there painting and he's not turning me into a suitcase or a nice pair of curtains, then I'll be okay. Yeah. I'd rather he was painting the Ideneth. That's how we can get all of his psychopathic urges out. Morty is the jeans occultist. The hair's just a wig to cover the jeans head. I have a lovely, smooth forehead. No ridges here. Although I do have a Mordian. I do have a jeans occult army. I do like jeans occult. I think jeans occult are really good. Yeah. I've never been mean to you today. Maybe I'm just like one of those like 4th or 5th generation hybrids which can, pass for human. I would say I would like to claim that I had like a 3rd arm or a 3rd leg, but sadly Mrs. Mordian would call me out for being a liar. A 5 head. I don't think I've got a 5 head. I don't think I have I don't have a receding hairline. I don't have a bald patch. I don't have. You just. They're not getting to me. They're just degenerate. It's fine. There you are. Your jeans cult is the ones who are convinced, not born. Oh, yeah, that's true. Because a lot of the Gene Stealer cult people are the ones that just rise up, not realizing who they're fighting alongside. Yeah, you would think though, wouldn't you? You'd see you'd be like, yeah, we're gonna rise up and we're gonna throw out the chains, and then you see some pure strains running around, and you'd be like, just can I have a word? This, I thought this was just like a rebellion. Yeah, peace through power, peace through power. Oh my God. Cain lives in death. There you are. That guy seems very purple. That's an abhuman, just like an ogre. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's just Dave. He works in accounting. I tell you what, Yeah. That would be the big giveaway, though, wouldn't it? Because there's no way the accountants would be taking part in a rebellion. Granted, he wouldn't be losing his hair if it was not for us. Exactly. You guys are going to manifest it into existence for losing my hair. Klovax, are we reacting to Asmongold getting into Warhammer 40k or not? It's actually a really big news item, that. I am happy to talk about it. I know that Asmongold is somewhat seen as a controversial figure, but I do think that it is actually kind of like newsworthy. And I think we can basically, we can talk about it without having to. I think we can talk about it sensibly. Yeah, I do think it's a big deal. I know some people love him. I know some people hate him. I'm not going to get involved in that. Like, I think it is and some people won't care. Yeah, exactly. Some people won't care. But I do think, look, right. We've been silly for a moment. But I think, do your super chat first. No. All right. Let me say this one bit first. Okay. I know we've been a bit silly in the stream. We've been having fun with the bald stuff, and I absolutely love it. And we've been having fun with the beef as well, and I absolutely love it. But, and I know talking about something like Asmongold can be seen as, ooh, because he's a bit of a controversial character. Okay. But whether you are on the side of you like him, or whether you're on the side of you don't like him, or whether you're on the side of you don't care, I actually think I have faith enough in this community that we can talk about the event, which I think is noteworthy within our Warhammer community, without us all falling out. We can talk about it objectively. Okay? This isn't. I think we're relatively sensible in this community when we're not making bald jokes about me. All right? So we are going to talk about it, but I think we can talk about it objectively, and I think we can do so without us all falling out. Okay? Okay. I think we can do that. There you are. So, do a couple of super chats, and then we can get into it. So, we've got Boom Boom Resume. Thank you for the 5 months. What super chat amount to play Erica? Of course. I just do a whole thing about how we can be sensible, and then that fucking super chat comes in. Maybe I have too much faith in this community. Oh my God. I told you, right? I said I was not going to play Erica. Everyone has a price. I said earlier in the stream $1,000 in one go. I said, if you're really serious, I'll make a special alert. And then what will happen is if someone does $1,000 alert, then it will play Erica. There you go. I haven't set it up yet, though. But I don't think anyone's going to do it. I don't think you're going to do it. What even is Erica? It is a traditional German song about a woman, like a soldier leaving a woman or something like that. And it was co-opted by the angry women enthusiasts of World War II. So that's why people are obsessed with making me play it, because they think it's funny. There you go. Jerry's like, oh, I didn't know it was that kind of community. Just gonna quietly. He's either gonna quietly back out, or he's gonna. It's not that kind of community, by the way. These guys are just fucking stupid. All right. All right. What have we got next? Commander HHL, thank you for the super chat. Joe's the one to drop the grand, yeah. Commander HHL, thank you for the super chat. Mordian, while Walario's here, can you show us the Walario again, please? I can, yeah, if people want to see it. I go on. I think I've got the picture. There you go. Oh, I put it in the wrong channel. It's fine. Technically, there's Conflict 47 in there. There you go. I think that's a pile of shame worthy of Paul is bad at stuff. Yeah. There you go. And that was all sent to me by a very, very generous channel member who I'm still not totally convinced wasn't a Games Workshop spy. That was all sent to me. Not the Warlord stuff, to be fair, but all of the other stuff was sent to me by a chap called Willario. No, that's everything. That's everything. Yeah. And I decided to organize it all. It kind of sat in just a big pile in my house, and I decided to organize it all. Yeah. And now I'm deciding what I'm going to do with it. I'm probably going to do a lot. I'm probably going to give a lot of it away, to be honest. Because I'm never going to use it, and it feels remiss of me to sell it when it was sent to me. So I'm probably going to do like some channel giveaways and stuff for it. I'm just going to figure out a system for doing that. Yeah. So yeah, very, very, very big honor to God Emperor Willario, the patron saint of the channel. Give me a Bane. I don't have any Bane Blades. Yeah. Yeah. No, you have to build and paint all of it. See, the thing is, if I have to build and paint all of it, I don't think I'd do it justice. And I think I'd rather it went to good use. Yeah. There you are. Guard stream that has no Bane Blades. Well, I've got none new in box, no memes. I've got 5 that are built and painted. Yeah. Just turn every stream into a hobby stream. I mean, I do like doing the hobby streams, but I like to also be able to just like chill and chat. Yeah. Willario, nice bro, man, the people. Well, dude, Willario, thank you for being here, and thank you for your incredible support. You're very generous with super chats, and you've been very generous with that as well. Like I will use. I've actually used a lot of it already. I have, and I've been saying for a little while that I kind of want to do a proper 40k Death Guard army. I've obviously got my Horus Heresy one, but I've been saying I want to do a proper 40k one with all the proper 40k models. So, you know, there's some bits of it that I definitely will use. But, you know, I also feel like if there's stuff I'm not going to use, I might, like I said, I might come up with some sort of like channel giveaway, and then I think that would be a really nice way. If I can't use it, then at least I can gift it to people who might. Yeah. Yeah, so that was my thinking. Like I said, I know when you sent it to me, you sent me the email and you were like, I can do whatever I want with it, even if I wanted to, I could like sell it and stuff. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just a bit stupid. Maybe I'm too nice for my own good. But I feel like maybe giving it away would be a nice way of doing it. What I would like to do is give it away to give what I was thinking of doing. I'll tell you what I was thinking of doing. All right. I was thinking of doing like a giveaway to like subscribers. So if But the thing is, I can't find a way to extract the list of people who have subscribed to my channel. I'm sure there will be a way. I bet I can get an AI to do it. Do you know what I mean? I know people don't like AI, but I think using it as a useful tool like that's probably okay. So I reckon I could just basically get a list of like 88,000 or however many we've got. 88,000. I'd do like 88,000 list, and then just be like one, every month, just one person on that list gets is eligible for it, and I'll announce it, and ask all sorts of agencies. So Auspex, because the thing is, in the UK there has to be gambling laws, so you have to have a free version of doing a lot of this kind of stuff, right? So you can't just say, hey, if you're a channel member or a Patreon giveaway, you can't actually do that, because that's essentially seen as like gambling in the UK. So you always have to have like a free option, right? So couldn't you extract it from the Discord member list? I could do, but you have to be a member to be a Discord. So again, that would fall under like gambling and shit. So basically, I need to have like a free version of doing it. And so I was like, well, maybe I do something where like, members, maybe like if you're a subscriber, you get like 1 ticket. If you're like a member, you get like 100 tickets in. Just as a way of saying thank you to the members, right? And then just basically every month, just do that, announce it on the channel, and the person who successfully gets pulled out each month, just like email me proof that it's you, all that kind of stuff, to make sure that no one's jibbing it and whatnot. And then we could just give it away. And I think that might be a nice way of doing it. Maybe I'll do that. Like I said, I'm just spitballing ideas at the moment. Yeah, I'm just spitballing ideas. I'll look into it. Maybe I can do it on stream or something, like the spin the wheel thing. But if I can try and have like free, people can join it for free as well. Yeah. But yeah, that's the. Yeah, I'll save them for mini Mordian. Well, I don't have a mini Mordian. I don't have one. And if I did have a mini Mordian, or if I ever get one in the future, then I think he or she has probably got plenty to be cracking on with. Yeah. There you are. Wait, then how is Valak getting away with raffles? I don't know. But he may, like I said, let me make something clear. I'm not an expert on this topic. So I will ask Varak how he's doing it, and maybe I can do it the same way Varak's doing it. And that would be great. Actually, that's a good point. I should just talk to Varak and then do it the same way he does it. Yeah. That might be a nice way of doing it. All right. What have we got next? Aldeas, thank you for the super chat. Law for sanity and woo! All right, let's have a look here. All right. What the hell is this? Not you, something else. Aldeas, wasn't laughing at your thing. A few of our guys from out near the Appalachian Mountains heard it first, then asked, wolves out and about in the middle of a damn battle? We didn't think much beyond it was a weird question to ask. Then the howling got louder, and our blood became as cold as our breath freezing in the night air. Sergeant Collins bellowed the order to those of us nearest to the heavy weapons. Get on that goddamn 50! As he racked shell after shell into the bounding Blackford beast charging us through a shotgun. A few of us had heard fairy tales from our grandfolks who came from over there. Tales of monsters, of vampires and werewolves that as we grew into adulthood we laughed at. We should have fucking listened to the warnings in those tales. By dawn, 5 of the goddamn beasts were dead, but so were 20 of ours in our platoon. We were down to a quarter of our number just 20 hours earlier. The whole goddamn division was pulled back as we were now running for the French border. It then became apparent we weren't being pursued towards Paris, and the unlucky guys who had a damn leave pass in Antwerp got the short end of the stick and were getting beaten with it. It became very apparent to everyone on the 28th we'd suffered heavy casualties and weren't even in fighting shape to hold the defense position following it. Hey, I love that. I absolutely love that, man. Bring up the flamer! Bring up the 50! Yeah. All right. Element Glory Varrock does it where each gifted member is an entry, and being a member means you can type in the members only Monday chats for a free entry via Nightbot. Interesting. Interesting. Noble Memes, scroll down. What do you want me to see this? Genes to look old Mordian. All right. What have we got next? Lower Decks, thank you for the super chat. I'm in danger. Stream discussion. Sir, as I hang there, suspended from the ceiling, what appears to be a meat locker, I feel fine. Sometimes, sir, you just have to get away from it all. Leave behind the world, the pressures of management and constant demands. I confess, I didn't expect a rather rough treatment here. But if anything, once I was restrained, I've been left to my own devices. Curious, if I did not know better, I would suspect that I might be in deeper trouble than I first thought. However, such dark thoughts will not break through my optimistic facade. Whilst my request for a daiquiri and a plump turnip has not yet been answered, I remain hopeful. Those evil bastards. They can't even give you a daiquiri and a plump turnip. Do they not know how prisoners of the dynasty should be held? It's in the book, man. That said, the waitstaff here have not been up to snuff. Their 5-star review is certainly in jeopardy. No class at all. What can you expect from Goliath, though, eh? You know. Pika Folk, thank you so much for the super chat. But thank you for becoming a channel member. Hey! Thank you for becoming a channel member. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. And welcome to his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. I backed Victoria Mini's thing. Sorry, next one. Full Metal Owl, thank you for super chat. I backed Full Metal Mini. Full Metal Owl, thank you for your super chat. I backed Victoria Mini's thing. Can you recommend a 3D printer? So I have a 3D printer. It's a few years old now, and the technology has come a long way since then. But generally speaking, I believe that the Elegoo printers are quite good. I have an Elegoo or Elegoo, whatever it is, Saturn. And I think the Saturn, it has come a long way. But you can go for, I think, the Mars. And the Mars is cheaper, but it's smaller. If you're only really planning on printing infantry, the Mars is fine. If you want to print a lot of infantry, or like if you want to print a squad at a time, I think the Mars is the way to go. If you want to print a platoon at a time, you probably want to go for the Saturn. I've got the Saturn too. My God, on the Saturn 4 already. My God. Yeah. You probably want a resin printer, though, over an FDM printer. FDM printers are much cheaper, but they tend to be a bit lower resolution, and they're good for vehicles, and they're good for vehicles, they're good for terrain, and they're not as toxic. A resin printer is really good for fine details and things like infantry, but you do have some of the you have to deal with the resin, which is a potentially toxic chemical, so you do have to be aware of that. Yeah, don't huff the fumes. Exactly. All right. Pick a lock the forge. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. Just got back in from feeding the stray mama cat. What did I miss from the last 5 minutes? Nothing. Just honestly, man, just another series of bald jokes. Frankly, just apparently I've reached my final form. And I have become Genes to Occult Glory. I think I look a bit like a Cardassian, to be honest, with that. But, yeah, there you go. Fucking love Deep Space Nine. There you are. Right, I need a quick piss. I am going to go for a wee. I will be back in 1 minute. Talk amongst yourselves for 1 minute. There we are. Let's have a look. All hail the mighty and all hail the mighty chair. Yeah, there we go. All right. So, quick bit of news. Nothing too major. Well, kind of major, kind of not major. It's kind of up to you what you think about it. People have asked me to talk about this, so I'm kind of happy. I'm kind of happy to talk about it. So, for those of you that don't know, it was actually kind of a potentially interesting day in the Warhammer world, because a relatively large live streamer and content creator and whatnot got into, sort of very publicly got into Warhammer. It's a guy called Asmongold. Some of you will have heard of him, some of you won't. If you have heard of him, you'll know he's a somewhat controversial figure. If you haven't heard of him, basically the reason he's controversial is because he talks about some pretty spicy things which are related to current events in real life, right? Also, he's known as the Roach King because he never showers. And apparently, like, it's bad. Yeah, so now I don't really like covering politics on this channel at all. I don't want to touch it with a 10-foot barge pole. But so I'm not going to get involved. I'm not going to get involved in that whatsoever. Because that is the principles that I hold this channel to. But I do think it is very much noteworthy. Whether you like him, whether you don't know who he is, maybe you care, maybe you don't. I do think it is noteworthy that he sort of quite publicly did get into Warhammer 40k, because I think it's another kind of milestone on that we can kind of point to like the mainstreamification of Warhammer 40k, because you know, you're starting to get, you know, he's one of the biggest streamers on the internet. I don't know if he's the biggest, but he's one of the biggest streamers on the internet. And he's typically covers like video game content. You know, he was a big like World of Warcraft kind of stream and all that kind of stuff. But over the last over the last sort of year or so, he's been showing sort of more interest in 40k. And he, I think, really got hooked in by Space Marine 2. And I think that it's a kind of a good example of whether, you know, it's kind of a good example of the power of like video games. Like, video games kind of being a pipeline to like Warhammer, because, you know, and it's Space Marine 2, you know, we often say it was good, but it was kind of a flash in the pan. You know, it's kind of flash in the pan, but not many people actually stuck around. But it's interesting to see that things like video games are pulling people in to Warhammer. And I think that's only going to get bigger and bigger with the fact that we've got like Total War Warhammer coming down the pipeline. And we've got Dawn of War 4 coming down the pipeline, and probably a whole bunch of like other shit as well. So it is interesting. One thing that it's kind of funny. It is kind of funny. Because one of the things that he does as a streamer has been, when I say he covers video games, he used to play a lot of like World of Warcraft, stuff like that. But much more recently, he has been covering some of the issues within the gaming industry. And we've talked about on this channel about how there are parallels you can draw between issues in the gaming industry and how big gaming companies act, and the way that Games Workshop kind of acts. But I wonder, as someone, you know, as many of us are quite aware, This is the thing. This is one of the reasons why I think it's big for a number of reasons. One, I think he's got a large audience. It will draw a lot of people in, and I think you will see. You know, Games Workshop might be wondering, hey, how come Death Guard sales just spiked? Right? So, you know, I think, you know, I think it will bring us a pretty significant injection of people into the community. Also, you know, we're not going to get into the political side of things, but it will be interesting to see if a bunch of people from Asmongold's community do come in to the Warhammer 40k community, how that might affect the community, if it will maybe affect the personality of the community or anything like that. It very well may not, it very may will. We'll have to wait and see and find out. For me, I you know me, I don't really give a shit about that kind of stuff, but yeah, some people will say hopefully not. It might sound slightly controversial, it might not. I kind of hope, I don't know. I kind of hope that it doesn't have too big an impact because, as I have stated before, I kind of like the wargaming space being more of an escape from politics and real life stuff. And so I know there'll be some people, you know, I don't really like the culture war and stuff being brought, but you know, so I kind of hope it won't have an impact, but I'm not going to lose any sleep over it, right? It's more of an idle thought. Yeah, it might cause more culture war speak in this space. Yeah, exactly, right? Well, we'll have to wait and see, okay? Like, I don't know. And that's not me being a Jorbo slug. Like, we'll have to wait and see. If it did, it wouldn't... If it did, it wouldn't... I wouldn't lose any sleep over it, but I wouldn't necessarily be happy about it. But, you know, in many ways, the community has already changed from where it was. So I've already... As much as it annoys me that you could say maybe the Warhammer community has gone in one direction, if it went over to the other direction, it would annoy me basically the same amount. I'm fairly... You guys know me, I'm fairly equal on that. I'm fairly consistent with that opinion. Despite what people might say, and despite what people might think about me and the allegations, I'm actually pretty fucking middle of the road with this kind of shit. Actually, I'm not even middle of the road. I'm like an end. No one's on my side because I'm on no one's side kind of thing. Now, it's such a... My main thing is it's such a minor point that I don't really give a shit. The thing that I think will be really interesting is, as I said, Asmongold has been covering a lot of the bullshit that's been going on in the gaming community. Talking about games that have flopped, various reasons why it's flopped, so on and so forth. And what I find quite interesting is there is the potential that if he starts encountering this kind of shit in Warhammer with what Games Workshop does, if he talks about that and he shines a light on it, it will have a bigger impact on... It will have a much bigger impact than anything I ever talked about. I'm like a little... I'm not even a minnow. I'm a single-celled fucking amoeba in the Warhammer... in the talking that goes along around in the Warhammer community, right? You know, I talk a lot of shit about GW. You know, for all the videos that I do, for all the videos that like Discourse Minis and other channels do, it's nothing basically. You know, we are in the minority. We are, you know, most people don't give a shit and they just happily wargame. Like, you know, and that's fine. That's totally okay, by the way. I totally understand if you want to avoid the drama. 100%. Beef is not for everybody. I totally get that. But I do wonder if, you know, Asmongold comes in and he starts collecting Warhammer, he starts loving it, and then, you know, GW comes out with, you know, another Femstodes like situation. Right? You know what I mean? And I think already, you know, that kind of thing already garnered a relatively large amount of attention. Yeah, if they did another, you know, if they did another one of these bullshit bollocks things they've been doing, whether you agree with it or not, I'm not anti-female custodians or pro-female custodians. I've stated my opinions very much. I don't give a fuck. Okay, I've said this many times. But so don't think I'm coming down on one side of the fence or the other. I'm not on the fence. All right. Whether you're pro or anti, you can imagine a big streamer like this with a big audience getting involved could very much amplify the drama around this. And maybe I'm being a little cynical, but I don't think you get to be one of the biggest streamers on the planet without sort of recognizing lucrative markets. How do we say, right? That's why I always say I'm a bad streamer, because I just talk about whatever the fuck I want to talk about. Right? Sometimes that's why some people on this channel, not a week goes by without people calling me a shill and calling me a hater, because when I see something that I like, I say I like it. When I see something that I don't like, I say beef, right? But it wouldn't surprise me entirely if perhaps he was getting into it because he saw there was an opportunity to make some videos covering some of the drama that has affected the Warhammer community, covering some of the beef, and maybe but when the first price increase comes, stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? Right? So yeah, so I know that. So whether this is what I mean, like whether you are, this is why I said I think it was all right to talk about it. Because whether you are pro Asmon or anti Asmon, whether you love him, hate him, or don't care about him, all right, I think we can take a step back. We can all be sensible. We can all discuss the topic objectively. I actually have great faith in this community to be able to do that. And I think we could all recognize that it is actually potentially a relatively landmark moment, or a relatively significant moment. It may pan out to be absolutely nothing. It may just have been he made the video getting into it just for the clicks, or just for the potential of, oh, look, Asmon's into Warhammer, right? It may be that he's just seeing it as a cool little side project and he has no interest in any of the bullshit that is associated with it, and that's just not his wheelhouse and he doesn't care. It may be he's just doing it as a bit of a hobby, right? Absolutely, 100%. But it may also be that he's getting into it. It may be that he's getting into it totally honestly and then discovers the beef later. Right? Do you know what I mean? But the point is, I don't think it's something that should be dismissed. I do think it's something, I think it's as a significant moment having a well-known streamer get involved in the game. And I think it could have some knock-on effects and ramifications. If I was Games Workshop, I would be looking at this as a bit of a double-edged sword, potentially. Well, to be fair, Games Workshop doesn't really care what us mortals do. But if I was Games Workshop, I would, if I did look up for my giant pile of money, I would look at it as a bit of a double-edged sword. Because on the one hand, massive audience getting involved, huge potential for bumping sales, amazing. But also, if I was Games Workshop, I'd be thinking, oh shit, man, this guy, he's fucking ripping Ubisoft a fucking new arsehole every 5 seconds. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's it could be relatively, yeah, it could be kind of interesting. Yeah. But I'm not, that's what I think it's, I'm probably not even going to make a stream highlight out of this. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think I've said it. I don't think anyone gives a fuck what I think about it that much. But I know some of you have wanted me to talk about it, so I thought I'd raise it here. But yeah, all I know is this will not affect my in-person trips to the hobby shop and discussions. Like, yeah, exactly, right? Yeah. He will be invested, which GW will like, but he will call out their bullshit, which they won't like. Yeah, I mean, it depends on how long how much he does get invested in it, right? Is he? The thing is, I think what is interesting is the chap that is getting Asmon into the game is a friend of his, and I believe they do like a co-host show thing. I'm not that au fait, okay? Like, correct, you know, if I'm missing some of the details, please correct me if I'm wrong. But the guy that's getting him into the game is he's like a real hardcore player. For what when I watched the video, it was because some people sent it to me. The guy was like, he played Eldar competitively. So I do. He will. I think he will be getting into the game for gameplay reasons. And I think the fact he's getting into the game for gameplay reasons is it will increase the probability of him encountering the GW bullshit. Right? It will increase the probability. I'd love to see what happens if he puts together an army, paints it all, and then a balance patch comes out and completely nerfs it into the ground, and to see the reaction. Yeah. So I do wonder if I do kind of wonder how it'll go. But yeah. Yeah, so we'll see. But yeah, so there's not much more to say at this point, right? It's not much more to say at this point. It's a noteworthy moment in the world of Warhammer. It is interesting to see how far this game is spreading. I mean, I played it when I was a kid, and who would have thought we'd be here now? I mean, do you know what is a big... Actually, there is one more thing I want to say about it. If he does get into the game and he covers it on a semi-regular basis, is he the biggest content creator in Warhammer right now? Has he instantly leapt to the leaderboard of top 40k content creators if he makes content on it? Like, on a semi-regular basis, like once every couple of weeks or something? Probably, right? Because... most big Warhammer content creators are sub 1 million subs, aren't they? They're below 1 million subs. I think he's got like 2 or 3. I actually don't know. I'll have to have a look. $4.65 million. So, looking at his channel, he... puts out a video like 5 hours ago. It's already on 350,000 views. Puts out a video. Yes, the video he put out saying he was getting into Warhammer was put out 11 hours ago, and it has 1.4 million views. I think that's big. Who's got more? Bricky? Bricky's got 1.1. He's 4 times the size of Bricky. And Bricky isn't even I would say, a dedicated 40k. Although, technically, I suppose Asmon isn't a dedicated 40k content creator. But he may become more dedicated towards it. Lutz has got 974k, which is amazing. So Lutz is closing in on a mil. Yeah. He's about the biggest channel on anything he does. Yeah, exactly. To be fair, I was just thinking about Moist Critical, because he's pretty big. And he's got 18.2 million subscribers, and he did look at, I think it was Warhammer a few years ago with Bricky. Yeah. So maybe it's different. I'm not sure. But still, you get my point. It depends how like I don't know how much Moist Critical's into it, right? I'm not sure. Yeah. I think the point is it is a significant moment that such a large content creator seems to have not just talked about Warhammer, but seems to have like genuinely bought into the game. Yeah. We'll see. Yeah. I tell you what was funny. I was one of those 1.4 million views that watched that video because, like I said, people sent it to me. I thought it was interesting. I thought it was, I thought it was worth looking at and potentially talk about on stream. It was funny. His mate tried to convince him that Eldar were cool, and his mate was like, "Hey, look at this. Look at this Avatar of Cain. Don't you think it looks cool?" And his reaction was, "Nah, man, it looks fucking lame." And I thought, okay, at least he's starting off on the right foot. The natural instinct is for like, no, those guys look fucking shit. Yeah. But yeah, we'll see. Did he choose Death Guard? I think he did. I think he got a great unclean one and a bunch of other stuff. I mean, he spent $1,600, so he must have got quite a lot of stuff. Unless the store owner's like Mr. Krabs, like $100 for a Krabby Patty with cheese, Mr. Squidward, with cheese. Like put a 0 on the end. Yeah. So we'll see. But yeah, so look, this is why I said, I know some people were like, oh, I really don't care about this, but this is why I said it was worth mentioning on stream, because I think fucking 4.5 million subscriber, probably more if you combine, people are saying he's got multiple channels, like you combine multiple other like channels and stuff together. Let's say 5 million subscriber, streamer coming in and getting 1.4 million views on a video in 11 hours and going what appears to be full bore into 40k. Like I said, whether you like him or you don't, I think that's good. I think there is I'm not saying it's guaranteed, but I think there's potential for this to cause a bit of a stir. A bit of a stir. But all of this is just like my opinion. I suppose we'll have to wait and see. I know I said the dreaded line. I said the Jawbo slug line. Fucking. Maybe we need to, maybe the guard community needs to go full Tism mode and try and get Asmon into the guard. I don't think it doesn't appear to be the kind of thing that I don't think it would appeal to him even slightly. I think he likes more fantastical things from what I can tell. There you go. Yeah, wait and see. I know, right? I think we should convert them to K47. I think there's basically a 0% chance that will happen. Yeah, you know what I mean? I don't think that's gonna happen anytime soon. Oh my god. Yeah. Anyway. Give it a week, he'll hate the GW bullshit, and that's when we strike. Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't. You know what, Cosmic? I don't think that will happen. And as successful as I want, K47 to be, and I do want it to be as successful as possible. Don't get me wrong. I do want that. Right now, I enjoy it. I want it to be successful because it's a good game, but right now, I quite enjoy the fact that it's quite a tight-knit community, and I would like to enjoy that feeling for, as long as possible. It's like when a video game first comes out, but before everyone sort of jumps on it and like it's really cool. Yeah. Anyway, it's not hipster Mordian. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know if I even really agree with what I just said. Yeah. There you are. Oh. Anyway, got the super chats coming in here. Let's have a look. Cosmic Drew, K47 list, history discussion, and a meme. All right, let's have a look. First draft of the list I'm working on to kit bash up for my Russian. Start with the subject to change. You also made the pose, and it pose, and you turned it into a meme. Okay, Cosmic, let me have a look. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. 1,500 points, 8 ore dice, no rift dice. My God. So officer in Mark 2 guards, anti-tank rifle, guts. 4 guys in Mark 1 armor, but with 9 PP guns. Another 4 guys with 9 PP guns. That's that. Another 4. I don't think Jenny's gonna like you very much if you run 36 PP guns, you absolute mentalist. Jesus, I thought you liked playing games together. And then double mullet. Where we're going, we don't need a rift dice. We have got the infinite Daka. There you are. She hit me with the bears. The funny thing is, Cosmic, that the PP guns won't help you against the bears all that much because they're only pen 1. So if she ever brings surging bears or surging Shrek Wolfen against you, all those PP guns will be for naught. So you definitely want to consider some of the Daughters of the Motherland, because you want those doubles at A guns, because they can get up to pen 3, which can still reliably wound things like Shrek Wolfen. Yeah. So there you are. Let's have a look. What have we got? What have we got here next? Oh, and the meme. That was it, Cosmic. I did the pose. Should we get Evan to use that in for the beef poses? Nerdvana, brilliant. I think fucking Cybertoes has already fucking co-opted it. Mordian in Marnia's Calgar armor. Mordian in Guardsman armor, I think, looks pretty good. I should get that as cosplay or something. I mean, I technically already do, but maybe I could take it a step further. Yeah, there you are. All right. Cosmic, I think the list is good, but I do think you want some ignores cover, and I think you want some way of dealing with big chunky assault troops. Yeah. You missed the Commissar? I didn't see the Commissar. Oh, there you go. Yeah. I look like Nuka Kitten. It's probably an improvement, frankly. All right, what do we got here? Sir James, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the 10, bro. The Blood Reaver novel and Eye of Terror novel I read when I was in Medhold in the USMC is what got me into Warhammer back in 2012. The older novels went hard. I think the older novels were better. I think there's a reason why I've drifted away from the 40k lore. I've read a few of the more recent books, and I do have to say I have struggled with them. Yeah. Yeah. So, but I do think the newer one, I do think the older ones were sick. I still listen to Eisenhorn all the time. I still listen to Gaunt's Ghost all the time. I've actually been re-listening to Necropolis for like the millionth time recently. So fucking good. So fucking good, man. So, dude, yeah, I totally 100% agree. The old novels absolutely went hard. Yeah. What do we got next? Zombie Destroyer. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Have you heard about the possible GW win? They are doing an internal investigation for artists using AI. Send me to the black ships. I need proof. Where's the fucking proof? You can't just say these things. You got to back it up. You got to back it up. Right. IGN article. Oh, it's probably made up then, isn't it? IGN probably used AI for it, but let's have a look. IGN News, I'm guessing. I can't see it. Ah, 1 minute. I don't know. I'm just having a quick look. I really need an ad blocker. Can anyone recommend an ad blocker that isn't dog shit? Wait, do I have to pay for ad block now? Ah, what? It used to be free. Do you actually have to pay for ad blocker now? No, not doing that. I'm not paying for shit. Brave is free, Baldy. What the fuck is Brave? Jesus. Use Brave, bro. No, no. Google has stolen all my personal information. I need to keep using Google. All right. Fine. Right. Fuck's sake. Fucking relentless. No, I'm not installing Brave. Right. I'm not doing that. Okay. Just tell me. Right. Just tell me a good one that I can do on Chrome. All right. There isn't. There is. Fucking insist. I don't. You know. I don't even believe you. I bet you're just lying to me to get me onto Brave. I bet Brave is the fucking browser that all of the fucking right-wing nut jobs use. You're like, ha-ha, mordianglorytv! Now you're one with the allegations, yeah! And now you'll have to play Erica, won't you? Like, no. All right. I'm doing this, but I'm doing it against my will. I'm doing it against my will, okay? I feel attacked. The stream might crash, by the way. You're on Microsoft Edge? Fucking hell, Dragon Emperor. How old are you? Right, I'm on Brave now. I'm on Brave. You've all got me onto it. Brilliant. All right, fine. I'll let you off. It's really good. It's really good. All right. Fine. You are right again. You are right again. Fucking hell. Now play, Eric. At the end of the stream, I will make the $1,000 Erica alert. And I bet you no one fucking does it. There you go. There you go. I'll do it just to prove a point. There you are. Never doubt us again. I know I will never doubt you. All right. So let's read this article. But let me do a quick look. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. Let's have a look here. Okay, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Now your data is sold to China, Mordian. They've definitely already got it. Let's be real here. Let's be honest. And you know what? Frankly, if I'm interesting enough to China, then I think somehow I've made it. You know? Maybe not in a good way, but I feel like somehow I have made it. So, let's have a look at this. I might actually make a stream highlight of this because I think this is actually significant. So, big shout out to Zombie Destroyer for sending me this way. Let's sending this to me. Let's have a look. Gentlemen, ladies, small furry creatures from Alpha Centauri. I don't mean to alarm you, but we may have a little bit of beef. Maybe it's just a little, rather than a full steak, it's like a little beef slider. You know, just a little one. Perfect. Little mouthful. Little morsel. So I want to say a big shout out to Zombie Destroyer for sending this article my way, because it is actually kind of interesting, and it's kind of interesting. Frankly, that sums it up. So for those of you who aren't aware, basically this article covers Games Workshop has done an internal investigation re potential AI being used in its company. And if you don't know, GW sort of came out and went, "We are super anti-AI. We will never use AI. AI is the devil," and all this kind of stuff. It was kind of performative. And I have talked about in the past how I think, whilst I can understand they might want to take a certain stance like that to try and score some brownie points, AI is a tool. And if you're a company that's not taking advantage of certain tools than other companies do, and you've come out and made a statement like this, then you have to try and walk it back, and that might lose you more brownie points than you ever gained. But it turns out that in the latest financial report that GW's put out, they've actually acknowledged some of the human errors that might have been going on. So let's have a look at this article. Now, it is by IGN, so obviously it could all be made up, and ironically, it could be written by AI. But let's take a look, because there are some interesting tidbits in here. And there's some comments as well, which I think are quite good as well. Warhammer 40k maker Games Workshop confirms it investigated a few human errors on product images to make sure its staff hadn't used AI. The six-fingered salute. Warhammer Company Games Workshop has said it investigated what it called a few human errors. Yes. The human error being someone did not check the thing before it went out on a lazy Friday afternoon, and they definitely used AI on the depiction of its products to make sure its staff hadn't used AI. Last month, Games Workshop issued an official response denying the use of AI after fans spotted a Space Marine with an extra finger in official art for the Warhammer the Horsehouse tabletop game. There is no way they didn't use AI for this. It is the biggest giveaway. AI, it's the number one thing that it gets wrong. It's the goddamn fingers. It's just such a massive giveaway. Yeah. The artwork published on the Warhammer community website depicts units of Space Marines clad in Mark IV Maximus armor. If you look closely at the Space Marine at the forefront of the image, you'll see 5 fingers, including the trigger finger, facing the viewer, which with a 6th finger, his thumb, must be behind the Tigris pattern bolter. Here is the offending article. Now, what's interesting is there was a few other giveaways that maybe AI have been used. The actual shell ejection thing is actually a big giveaway because the port isn't that big. But anyway, we won't get into it. There's a few other bits that really did kind of give it away. Games Workshop publishes image itself, highlighting the error. This kicked up a huge stink within the Warhammer 40k and Horse Heresy fandom, which is on the whole anti-AI, particularly when it comes to art. I actually disagree with that. I don't think it's anywhere near as anti-AI as people make it out to be. I think there is a very vocal part of the 40k community which exists on Reddit, which is very anti-AI. But I don't think you can say the majority of the 40k or Horus Heresy or even Warhammer players are anti-AI. I mean, have you seen any of the AI music that's been made for Warhammer? There's quite a lot of it. Yeah. Have you seen a lot of the thumbnails that people use in their videos now that can be generated by YouTube and all that kind of stuff? I think you will find that it is not on the whole the 40k community, which is anti-AI. I think most people are kind of indifferent to it. I think that it's a small vocal community in a specific place, which is very anti-AI. But there you go. Now, I'm neither pro or anti. I see AI as a tool, but that's basically it. A tool, not a toy. Yeah, exactly. The Warhammer 40k setting is in many ways built upon the evocative and enduring art drawn by the likes of the late, great John Blanche, who shaped its grim-dark aesthetic alongside other key Games Workshop staff. The official human-made Warhammer 40k artwork is beloved by fans, most of whom take a dim view of the mere whiff of generative AI art sold or released in any official capacity by either Games Workshop itself or its partners. That is true. I mean, I myself, if you want to look at my desktop background, this is one of the old pieces of artwork. It's from the City Fight Codex from like 2002, 2001, around that time. I think, is it the 123rd Cadian? It's got it with the red shoulder, the distinctive red shoulder pads and the Irma camo. Yeah, this is before there were plastic Cadians, not the current plastic Cadians, ever any plastic Cadians. So yeah, I absolutely love this. It's really, really, really cool. And I used to have the Mordian one, but I like this one because it's in color. So yeah, I really do like the old artwork. So I do absolutely agree that the old artwork is best. In fact, I think the old artwork is best, and frankly, some of the new artwork that Chiba's been putting out, whether it's AI or not, has been kind of dog shit and this weird sort of cartoony, vague aesthetic. But anyway, indeed, Games Workshop sells expensive Warhammer 40k Codex rulebook. Expensive. Love that you got that dig in there, IGN. Totally agree with you there. Rulebooks that are packed with stunning official art as well as lore. Any suggestion that this art was created either in part or entirely by generative AI tools would cause a community uproar. And that's exactly what we saw with the Horus Heresy artwork. In a statement published on Facebook, the UK company acknowledged the existence of an extra finger on the Space Marine, but it said it came as a result of an artist blending miniature photography with art to create a dramatic scene. They probably use Photoshop. And for those of you that don't know, Photoshop comes inbuilt basically with like AI blending tools. So when they said this, I immediately went, so you did use AI then? Even if you just use Photoshop, there's a very, very strong chance you did use AI. You took the photo, put it in the Photoshop and went, hey, Photoshop, make this look more dramatic. And then it did. Right? And somewhere along the way, this process added the extra finger. Here's the official statement in full. Does that Space Marine have an extra finger? Yes, but it's not AI or early signs of mutation among the traitor legions. The Horus Heresy art style, since its first edition in 2012, involves an artist blending miniature photography with art to create a dramatic scene. In this case, adding a little unexpected drama. So please go easy on artists. They are only and completely human. I understand you taking the photography and then adding the effects to it. I totally get that. But I think what's happened here is someone took the photograph, put it into Photoshop, and told Photoshop, hey, make this look more dramatic. And then Photoshop fucking did. And I think what they probably did is they corrected a lot of the issues. You know, there probably were a few times when there was an extra finger here, a bit of warping there. They went through and then manually adjusted all of that, but then they just missed the finger. Yeah. But anyway, continuing on. The kerfuffle with the six-figure Space Marine came just a few months after Games Workshop went on record to set out its anti-AI stance. In January, it banned the use of AI in its content production and its design process. It seems that none of its senior managers were currently excited about the technology. See, I think that was a big mistake. I do think it was a big mistake, and I'll tell you why I think it was a big mistake. Because no one really cared. And I think Games Workshop, I think they came out to do it in a slightly performative way. But I think, like I said, they did it to score some... Now, maybe once they issued the statement, people cared. Before they issued the statement, nobody, except for a tiny fraction, did it. And I do think that GW has an issue with... I think they have some managers that maybe go ahead and do things without as much approval, without approval. Like, little bit of behind the scenes here. I know some people who were in the GW management team who are no longer the GW management team who have explained a few things to me about how things work there. And you would be where a lot of AAA companies in like video game stuff, they have too many layers of management, which slows everything down. Ironically, within Games Workshop, they kind of have the opposite problem, where they have some managers which probably have more power or more autonomy than they should do, or they're not meant to have that autonomy, but they do. And they go ahead and publish things without necessarily passing it up the chain of command. And a good example of this is there will be a lot of people who remember the infamous "you will not be missed" statement. That was actually put out by that was put out by a GW manager. It's not there's some guy got the blame for it later, but that was actually put out by a GW manager without the knowledge that it was going out to the higher ups. And when the higher ups found out, they were really pissed about it. Yeah, there were actually some people who were quite pissed off about it. So I suspect that the same people that sort of did that sort of performative statement, I wouldn't be surprised if they were the same people that put out this performative statement, because it would not surprise me if the people who are higher up in GW, you know, the ones that don't give a fuck about anything but the fucking money and the fucking line going up, right? The people that will cut costs at every corner, increase price at every corner. You think those people have no interest in AI? Those people those people would replace everyone with AI if they fucking could, and then they'd find out how much the token costs were, and then they'd shit the bed. But you know what I mean? Like, obviously, it's obvious. You know, GW is full blown corpo. You think they're not going to try and take advantage of AI if they can? Of course they would have done. But there's probably someone who's in lower senior or middle management who is like, you know what? I've been tweeting away on fucking Blue Sky all day. Or I've been tweeting away on fucking Reddit all day. You know what would be really, really fucking good? Why don't we do another performative statement that'll get us loads of brownie points? I actually think that's where it's probably gone. And some people say, oh, well, you're being unfair using Reddit and Blue Sky. I'm just having a bit of a joke. But you know what I mean? It wouldn't surprise me if that anti-AI statement went out and it wasn't necessarily well planned. Anyway, moving on. Now in its latest financial report, Games Workshop reiterated its anti-AI stance and revealed it had launched investigations into these marketing gaffes to ensure staff were playing by internal rules. As noted in our November 2025 half-year report, we are not being complacent on the topic. We are carefully monitoring what others are saying and doing, Games Workshop CEO Kevin Roundtree said of AI. That tells you everything that you need to know. That tells you everything you need to know. Nostalgia Vivek, read it again. In chat, read it again. What does that say? That says Let me, sorry, as a former corpo, let me explain. Let me translate. What that says is, the moment that public opinion shifts towards being more pro-AI, we're going to use the shit out of it. But right now, people are against it, so we're going to pretend we're against it as well. That's what that statement says. We're seeing what other people are saying and doing. I speak corpo. That's what that statement is saying. We're waiting to see till we can get away with it, and then we're going to get away with it. Yeah. Exactly. It means we will not use it, just not admit it until public opinion accepts it. Exactly. We value whatever you want us to value. Exactly. Right? We are not using AI at Games Workshop in our product design or in the creation of our IP. This will protect the integrity and ownership of our IP. We have made a few human errors on the depiction of our products in our product marketing in the year. They were investigated fully to ensure that AI had not been used and that all our staff are following our internal policies. We investigated ourselves and we found no wrongdoing. Also, if I was a cynical man, I would read that carefully, and it says, they were investigated fully to ensure that AI had not been used and that all our staff are following our internal procedures. So the investigation was to see if it had not been used. But it doesn't actually, and again, you might be thinking I'm being nitpicky here, but this is the way you have to look at the corpo speak, people. They didn't say AI hadn't been used. They said that they investigated to see if AI hadn't been used. Do you see the difference? It's not saying they didn't use AI. It's saying they did an investigation to see that AI had not been used. Yep, every word is chosen very, very, very carefully. Exactly, Macon, right? Now, I can absolutely believe... Now, let me make something clear. I can believe that right now GW is trying to, have people not use AI, and I can believe, maybe because they're going after that statement, right? And that they said, fuck it, we've said it, now we're going to back it up. But that doesn't mean that people in the company didn't fucking phone it in and use AI and then thought they got away with it, right? Yeah. Roundtree went on to admit that, oh, look at this. Look at this. Send me to the black ships. Send me to the black ships. When will the lesson be learned? From this day forth, you put your faith in me. Look at this next bit. Roundtree went on to admit that AI is now automatically included in third-party software, whether we like it or not, which makes it difficult for Games Workshop to say definitively that it is not using AI outside of its own Warhammer studio. This is something we're just going to have to potentially live with and monitor, Roundtree added. It's not our fault. We can't help it. The program just comes with the AI. It just comes with the program that we chose to buy and train our staff on, comes with AI. It's not our fault. It's just something we're going to have to live with. You see? I told you I speak corpo. It's not happening. If it is happening, here's why it's a good thing. There you go. All right. Now, and to be fair to it's happening, but we can't do anything about it. You are here. Yeah, there you are, something there. Now, to be fair, I actually do agree with the statement from Kevin Roundtree. I do think that AI is built into a lot of tools. I do think that there is an element of not being able to get away with it. I can absolutely understand that can make it difficult. I can understand that their staff are human and that their staff are probably under a lot of pressure to deliver quite a lot of, if you know the GW release rate, it's a fucking hell of a churn rate, isn't it? So you can imagine that maybe some of those staff thinking, fucking hell, I don't want to lose my job, push the AI button. Right. I actually do agree with kind of what they're saying here, but at the same, it's just funny because they came out with this whole like anti-AI thing. They came out with this whole anti-AI thing, and I think it was everything that has come, all of the drama that has come downstream from it was entirely self-owned. It was a complete self-owned. They stood on the rake and they blatted themselves in the face. Because if they just hadn't made this statement, then none of this would have been necessary. None of this would have mattered. No one would have cared. Anytime GW does one of these performative statements, it does more harm than good in the long run. It gets them a very small amount of instant good PR, instant PR, and then in the long term, always bites them in the ass. Yeah. We are proud to deliver consistent great returns, employing great people, many of them hobbyists themselves, celebrating, not you, Kevin, though, you don't have a Warhammer around me, celebrating with other hobbyists in the real world, he continued. Our business performance is still built on staff development and hard work with very little waste. That means I don't pay them very much. These, just to translate the corporate, yeah, we don't waste a penny on wages. These sorts of issues where fans either spot genuine use of generative AI in official artwork for a product or they suspect it has been used are cropping up more often across the entertainment industries as company staff are put under pressure to use AI tools to ramp up productivity. Exactly what I said. And while Games Workshop's official anti-AI stance is in contrast to that, many other entertainment firms across the likes of video games, movies and television, it is perhaps under more scrutiny than most, given its reputation for stunning human-created artwork and setting itself, which has plenty to say about the dangers of AI. Now, this is actually really important. This is why I said, like, fuck off everyone saying whether they've used AI or not. Fuck off everyone complaining or not caring, right? This is actually a really big this is actually a really big bit here. This is probably the real reason why GW shouldn't have come out and made this AI statement. Because they might come out and say they're not using AI, but if their competitors, wherever, some people might say, oh, GW hasn't got any more competitors. Fuck off. You know what I mean? If there's a company that comes along that is able to use AI to outcompete GW at every area, that's actually a problem. If you're a cutting edge company and you're not using technology to consistently improve your productivity, then someone else will come along and do so, and it might bite you in the ass. Now, having said that, it is funny how it is funny, and I do think companies absolutely deserve the bullshit that's come from this, deserve the issues that come from this. When companies have come in, fired a bunch of people and gone, AI could do the work now, and then the AI's fucked up. Like, you've heard of all these companies that have been like using AI for like tax returns, and the AI just made the numbers up, and now they're getting shat on by the tax man. Good. You obviously shouldn't have had a robot do that, you fucking idiots, right? Or if you've had companies come in, fire all the people, get AI in, and then the AI tokens have cost them more. Good. You tried to fucking cut people's jobs out, and then you fucking then it ended up costing you more. Good. Like, this is what I mean. Like, I'm not anti-AI or pro-AI. I think it's a useful tool, but I'm not there. You know, if I lost my job to AI, I would obviously be really fucked off about it, right? I'm not an idiot. I can see things from other people's perspective. Maybe I will get replaced by AI. You know, Mordian Glory AI sex bot. Who the fucking knows, right? But you get my point, right? So I see it as a tool, but it's a tool. It's not the be all and end all, right? And when companies have tried to use it in these ways, often it has bit them in the ass. And I've been the first one there eating the popcorn. You know, do you know what I mean? So yeah. But yeah, basically, long story short, it probably was AI. It probably was a human that did it. GW probably were a bit fucked off about it. But long story short, GW has actually said that GW is basically laying the groundwork for them to eventually, if public perception allows them to, completely walk that back and they'll have no issue going for AI. Yeah. So GW is anti-AI right now. But even then, they're already coming up with the excuses for why they just might have to use it. It's not their fault. There you are. But like I said, send me the black ships. Basically, I absolutely called this. I called this down to the last detail, and I apologize, but I apologize for nothing. I was absolutely fucking right. And I got pushed back on this left, right, and center, and I was like, okay, fine. You know, well, I guess we'll wait and see. Oh, look, another time when we wait and we saw, and what did we see? We saw I was fucking right. There you are. AI can't replace me. I pretend to work at my company's education specialist, which means I get to ask questions about schools and then watch YouTube at work. You really think that a robot couldn't ask the exact same questions? Come on, let's have it. Come on. Yeah. There we go. I mean, come on. Do you want to see something? I'm going to find something for you. Oh, where the fuck is it? I will find this. Oh, where the fuck are you, cunt? I'm going to find this. Community. Okay. Oh, this is annoying. I can't find it. I can't find it. I said I would find it. I can't find it. What I was looking for. I'll have one more look. 1 minute. Oh, fuck off. What's it called? Iron Will. No, I can't find it. What I was going to say is, if you ever wanted any proof that GW is using AI, do you remember that behind the scenes thing they did for like the Yarrick trailer, and they had like the guard armor stand, and then it just had one label saying gun? Why would a human label something gun? If you can find it, Squawk, that'd be awesome, man. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, candle's not melting right. Yeah, the whole 9 yards. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let's have a look here. All right, what have we got here? We've got a few super chats coming in. And then well, we got a bit of time left in the stream. What do we got here? Aldeus, thank you for super chat. Launch discussion. The rearmament begins. Let's have a look, man. Okay. On the 20th, let me bring it up on screen so people can see. On the 27th of December, we got our orders to pull back to await fresh reinforcements and rearmament to deal with the new threats. We got pulled all the way south back into Normandy. We didn't envy the guys going in the direction at all, and the further we got from the front line, the easier we breathed. Sergeant Collins was one of the few survivors from our platoon, so it surprised us when he turned up with some blonde chick in a lab coat from back home. We soon learned that this Roberta Wells wasn't just some dumb nurse who tagged along. No, she was some kind of scientific advisor who spoke her mind and made damn sure you knew she was dead serious. She had us undergoing basic drills again with packs that weighed more. Then one day, our new equipment turned up. The new equipment, as she called it, heavy-powered armor, made a few of our guys chuckle until we watched Sergeant Collins just pick up the front end of a Jeep, like whole front end off the ground a good yard. We handed in off the ground a good yard, one-handed in that stuff. That we could use. With that, we could punch those damn werewolves in the throat. Sure, we weren't as quick with it on, but a few layers of steel between my guts and those teeth that I saw tear up my buddies up near the Ardennes sure was comforting. Made us feel like a walking Sherman. I love that. That's cool. Then we saw more of the new equipment arriving daily. A new M8 Greyhound sporting some weird lightning cannon, fresh from Pittsburgh Westinghouse Corporation. That's something even weirder from the same place. The reconnaissance unit got some kind of weird backpack. And when they started training, they had a lieutenant from up in the 101st Airborne instructing them how to land safely so they didn't break their legs. Then we watched as they bounced up into the air, flying about like the goddamn birds. They were even issued some new SMG that looked like a Thompson that we had started calling the Thompson X that fired a slug with an electric jolt strong enough that would knock down anything we saw, and a kick like an overloaded shotgun shell that made you have to pick between the lower power for a burst or a single full power shot like a punch to an inch of steel. Nice. That's cool. I love the idea of like all the airborne guys getting the jump packs, but the normal infantry survivors are the ones that are getting the power armor. Yeah, that's cool, man. That's cool. I love it. Nice. Get some power, man. Awesome. Awesome. What do we got next? Pick a lock the forge. Thank you for the stupid chat. I think you are right about Photoshop because I got a similar vibe from the Peter Turbo art because the extra characters in the foreground at the bottom just looked off. I didn't notice anything with the Peter Turbo art. I'll have to have a look. Isn't it weird? Isn't it weird how they like announced Perturabo and then he's just not come back yet? Unless I missed that. It's like they announced so much stuff at the end of 10th. And then it's all just been forgotten about at the beginning of 11th. Do you mean this one? Which bits do you think look out of place? In the foreground? Do you mean like here? And down here? So, I don't know if this is done with... I don't know if this is done with AI. I actually don't. This is kind of just the artwork that GW's been going for a little while now. That's what I was talking about. Like it's, you know, in a lot of places kind of like vague and soft and mushy. Like all this shit's all vague and soft. All this shit's vague and soft. Like this bit's kind of like vague. This looks weird. You guys can't even see it. Like this looks fucking weird. This head just like here. Yeah. But I don't know if it's necessarily like this guy's kind of like, I don't know. I don't know if it is necessarily AI Because, if I may, I think it's just some artist there likes that art style. Because we noticed the same shit with the Guard Codex. You know, like it's really like all this shit's like weird and like vague, and it's all like soft and slightly wrong. Do you know what I mean? It's all slightly a bit wrong and off. You see it with a lot of them. Yeah. You know? I don't like that style of artwork that they've started doing. But they've been doing it for a while. Digital art, I think that's what it is. I just don't think that style of kind of like soft artwork, I just don't think it... I don't know, man. I just don't think it looks quite as good. Like, I think having some of the edges be a bit softer, like that's fine. That does make sense. You know, things in the distance and whatnot. But it's when like the things in the foreground are all kind of like blurring together and shit. Yeah, so like to give you an example. So the stuff that's in our faces is highly detailed. I always describe this as like artwork that's almost trying to be like photography. Like this guy, you know, there's nothing. This is obviously like highly detailed artwork that, you know, do you know what I mean? It's not, you know, these guys further back are softer, but that makes sense. Okay, but the stuff that's in the foreground is right. And then you've got, you know, the classic. I actually prefer this one even. I actually think even that one was a bit soft, but I think this is excellent. Everything here is detailed. You know, even the stuff in the background is pretty detailed on this one. This is my favorite kind of artwork, this. Where it's very much like you can see in the detail, you can see like the tanks just coming over the horizon. You can see the rockets streaking down. You can see the orc. It's like, if you look carefully, you can see figures which are literally writhing around on fire. I think that, you know, that is one of the best bits of artwork. Yeah. And this is another example, though. Like, the stuff in the foreground, it's detailed. There's no, like, soft bits. You can see, like, all the wires in this guy's, like, face and shit. But the stuff in the distance, yeah, that's a little bit blurry. Yeah, fine. You know, but you still, you know, even the Titan here is actually relatively well detailed. See what I mean? There's a big difference between this and, well, especially this. See what I mean? Yeah. Big difference. I don't like the... I know not everything has to be perfectly detailed, but I think that they are making it too soft and too abstract, and it should be more detailed and more photographic. Yeah. Thing is, though, GW, they used to. It's still it's very recently they've gone down this artistic route. Because let me bring one forward that's a little bit closer than the ancient scrolls, right? This one's a little soft because of the low resolution, but if you look at this, this actually is a good example of like modern GW art, which follows what I'm talking about. Now it is low. It is actually higher detail than that. Like I said, it's just low pixels. In fact, let's see if I can find a better one. That's better. There you go. That's better. You see what I mean? Like the stuff in the foreground here is actually pretty detailed. I mean, this stuff is probably a little bit, a little bit fuzzy, but you see it's a lot better than what we did have. And you can see like the details, like the individual lasgun bolts like spraying up into the hive tower. And I think that's pretty good. You can see the tank back here. It all looks, you know, right. But you can sort of see it's on the edge of the old stuff and the new stuff, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like, this is where I think it was good, but you start to see some of that more like, for lack of a term, sort of low res, sort of softness, more abstract shit coming in. Like you see it on like this Tyrannid's face, for example. So this is good, but you can see it starting to creep in. But compare the sort of soft details, as I keep saying, in this picture to I don't think that's high enough res. I have found the picture, but I want to find it in higher res. I might have to go and get an old codex to find what I'm talking about. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to find it. Yeah, give me a second. It's worth it. The Ancient Scrolls. I'm going to see if I can show you this. See if I can get that. Look, I can. You see the detail? Sorry, the light's shining on it a bit. But you see the detail on like that Tyrannid and the Tyrannid next to it? All the Tyrannid, it's like, it's really, really highly detailed, and it only gets like softer as you walk, as you move away. And even then you can see details, all the different like big Tyrannid bugs and everything. See if I can get the camera to focus on that. It might not do. There you go, right? So I do think that the old artwork got it right. It was more detailed closer to the camera and less detailed further away. And I think the problem that a lot of the modern GW art has is that a lot of stuff that's in your face looks like abstract and shit. It's almost the wrong way around. Yeah. I think a little bit anyway. But artwork is art is subjective. Some people will love the new stuff and like, fine, whatever, if you want to. Yeah. Wait a blast a minute. Are those red laser lasguns? It's never been done. Yeah. You know when GW says the las bolts have to be yellow? That's something they only started insisting on 2 years ago. Squat, looks like my comments this new soft style is because the chunks were created separately and assembled later. They're designed softly for readability at any depth. I don't is that for like, I don't quite get it, but oh, when they're inserted at different depths of an image. Ah, so before, what you're saying is it was all done at the same time, and now each individual asset is drawn and then put together. I don't know if I like that. Yeah. Yeah. All right. I mean, I appreciate what you're saying, but I don't think I like that approach. I mean, how can you do a picture without I mean, I'm not an artist, but how can you do a picture without doing it all at the same time, if that makes sense? What have we got next? Imperial Guard Sounds. Thank you for the super chat. Vow update in stream discussion. Oh, wow. Look at it, man. Look at it. Second Vow progress, Kane/Jurgen and Chimera finish. This just leaves 3 Borgwyn and a Tech Priest. Nice. Dude, you've done such a good job on them. That Chimera looks sick, man. Now, that's a proper Krieg Chimera right there. Holy moly. Baby. That's a muddy bastard. Nice. Excellent work, sir. Excellent work. Not had that much hobbying on the stream tonight. It's actually kind of cool to see some. Yeah. Excellent stuff, sir. All right. We've got Zombie Destroyer. Thank you for the Giga Chad. Yes. What I thought was a possible GW win is just another L. Shakes head. Well, it's just, if in doubt, assume it's an L. How do I make 100% of my predictions? And how do they always come out correct? I always assume GW is going to take an L, and I'm never wrong. Rest of it, has GW made a statement about lasguns canonically being multiple colors due to different makes? Yeah, they have. Lasguns never used to have a single color. It wasn't just, oh, in Dawn of War, they decided to make them red. It wasn't just because lasers, lasguns are red because lasers. Like, there used to be loads of reasons around why lasguns were different colors. It basically, long story short, the Imperium is so big that every planet, not all lasguns are the same. There's loads and loads and loads of different patterns. Like, the technology to create a lasgun is from an STC. But that's more like that's more like the general technology. Like the general principles of, this make laser gun. But how each world, also a lot of these SCs are fucking fragments, right? So they kind of have to fill in the gaps in a lot of cases. So each Forge world is going to make the lasguns. Not even Forge world. Each world that produces lasguns is going to make them to their specifications. Like here's like a good example, right? The AK-47. An AK-47. The AK-47 as a design was exported all over the world. Capped to a lot of the time to different countries within the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact, but also outside of that, to like China, and also to a lot of different places in the world. Like if you have a basic machine shop, you can make an AK-47. It might not be under license, but you can make an AK-47. The point is that the AK-47 versus the Type 56 versus the AKM, a Yugo AK isn't the same as a Czech AK, right? It's exactly the same with the lasgun. You're all making lasguns, but they're all a bit different, okay? They're all very, very different. So the idea that all lasguns fire yellow bolts is stupid. And GW knew this in the past. And they were like, yeah, basically have the las bolts whatever fucking color you want. Most people stuck with, and I remember in the Gaunt's Ghost series, which is considered by many to be the definitive Warhammer 40k series, there's a scene in the second book where one of the, I think it's McCall, is dual wielding las pistols. He's got his las pistol, and he's picked one up from like a traitor guardsman that he's killed. And he notes that the las pistol that he shoots is firing blue bolts, and the las pistol that the traitor gun shoots is red bolts. Right? So las guns can shoot all sorts of different colors. Sometimes they're red, sometimes they're blue, sometimes they're yellow. Like, it's I remember reading the Last Chances books, and Cage remarks when he gets the, so there's even different kinds of lasgun. Cage gets it's like an assault las, and it's a lasgun that fires like with an incredibly high rate of fire, but you can't reload it. It's like got one of the reasons why it never sort of caught on, as it's really good for like security operations. It's really good for troops that are doing like short raids and stuff, but you can't reload. You basically, it's like you have to like change the focusing because it's so high powered and such a high rate of fire. You basically have to like change the focusing ring each time, and soldiers just can't do that. They have to like, there's a whole, it made it some bullshit thing. But he noted how it fired loads of tiny red las bolts. Yeah. So the reason I really don't understand why, what I find, of course I know why. Of course I know why. Chat, why has GW insisted that all lasgun bolts must be the same color? And why do you think they've chosen yellow? I know the answer. I figured it out. It's not copyright. Brand recognition. If your lasgun shoots red laser bolts, it's the same as everyone else, like Star Wars. If it shoots blue laser bolts, that's like a lot. That's like fucking Star Trek and also Star Wars. But if your lasguns shoot yellow laser bolts, A, that's more recognizable. That's unique. That's unique to Warhammer. And B, you want every lasgun shooting the same color bolts, because then it is part of the brand. It's like why every Space Marine release has to be shown as Ultramarines, because Ultramarines are the brand. That's it. It's pure brand recognition. It's pure marketing. You keep everything consistent so that when people see it, they think it's your thing. If you have different colors all the time, the fucking idiots won't if they have different colors, they won't know what they're looking at. That's it. It has nothing to do with the law. It has nothing to do with copyright or anything like that. It's just marketing. That's it. It's just marketing. Yeah. There you are. If it always comes down to the money and the marketing. Yeah. It's stupid though, because obviously it's stupid because the yellow laser bolts look shit. They look too much. Do you know what it could also be? GW thinks people are so fucking stupid that if they see las bolts, they're like, oh, what that is shooting. So they're like, make them shoot yellow so that people know that they're guns. Because guns, yellow flame comes out the end. But maybe they're not. Maybe they don't think quite that lowly of us just yet. Yeah. Maybe they do. Maybe they don't. I mean, they did label gun. They did label gun. That's true. They did label gun. Yeah. Dark Tide lasguns are the only true lasguns, mainly because they nailed how they sound. Yes, see, the thing is, though, Dark Tide was created over 2 years ago. And this whole yellow laser bolt Gestapo only came in two years ago. Gun labeled aired 20th of the 3rd, by the way. Let's have a look, Squat. Did you can you send me a link, dude, or do you need me to? Oh, I can have a look, see if I can find it. I just don't know how I can scroll quite that far back. What was the article called? I can just search the article, man. So you don't have to send it to me. I can't see it. Oh, thank you, man. Appreciate it. I'll see if I can go back that far. 1 minute. '20th, you say? Aha! I've got it. There you go. You tell me this isn't done with AI. Look at that fucking labeling. It's so obvious. Yeah, it's so obvious, right? Gun, all the bad blending. Yeah. You can see, look, at the big fucking line there. Different color there to there. Yeah. So obvious, man. Yeah. Yeah. You can tell because of the lights are shading and the way it looks 2D, as if it used to have depth and then got squashed. Yeah. The flags are just blobs. Yeah. Yeah. I've been saying it for a while now. They're using AI. They just don't want to admit. I've been saying for a while now that they've been using AI, but they just don't want to admit it because they think that it'll look bad. And that's what Kevin Roundtree literally said. They're keeping an eye on it. And the moment that they think they can get away with it, they are going to go all in on AI. Yeah. There you go. All right. Ugh. I'm kind of snacky, but I have been streaming for 6 hours, so I might just go to sleep. I might just go and have some food and go to bed. I don't think we've got much. I haven't got anything else to talk about, but if you guys have, I'll be happy to pick it up. I'm going to ban you for 24 hours. No more memes. It's the end of the stream anyway. So I'll see you on Monday, mate. It's literally the end of the stream anyway. Oh my god. Seen the new indie game, Server Not Bomb? I have. I'm honestly not that bothered. It looks like a very generic tower defense game, frankly. Yeah. I'm sure some people will enjoy it, but yeah, I'm not that bothered. I'm not poo-pooing it. It's just not something I'm interested in. Alan Glory, how do I buy advertising here? I mean, I don't know. What kind of advertising are you trying to buy? What kind of advertising are you trying to buy? I guess it's the big question. Give me a second. All right. Squawk, buy the aircraft advert. It's just still $1,000. Exactly. A week's worth of fluff, praise, and awareness for a gig I just finished. I'm getting paid by views. I mean, you send me the message, man. I don't really do advertisements or sponsorships or anything like that. Also, I'm not very good at shilling stuff, so yeah. But send me a message, and I'll have a look. All right. Anti-balding product. Yeah. No. I mean no. No. Fuck you. All right. Anyway, we've been streaming for about 6 hours. So I feel like that is a relatively reasonably long amount of time. But yeah. I think I'm tired now. I think I'm going to go home. But before we rush off, I do want to take a moment to say a huge thank you to every single one of you beautiful bastards who have joined today's stream. Thank you for being here. Thank you for everyone who's chatted away. Oh wait, Master Pep, I'm waiting for. Are you right, Master Pep? Are you actually going to do it? It's time to nut up or shut up, I think. Are you? I'll do it. It's not actually against TOS. It's on YouTube, for fuck's sake, the song. That's the thing. He's gonna... Okay. Okay, fine. You know what? Let's fucking find out. Don't screw up the audio. I don't think he's going to do it. £1,000 just to play like 10 seconds of a song. It's never going to fucking happen. It's no way. I'm scared. I'm scared as well. All right, let me have a look. I need to. Oh wait, no, I need to do it. Yeah, there you go. I can do it. Okay, I've not set one up in a little while. The entire song. I'm not playing the entire song. It's an alert. I can only. It has a limited duration. Let me have a look. I can't do the entire song. I don't think. Yeah, it's gotta be. Yeah. Exactly. It's gotta be USD. Not only fucking Zimbabwean bollocks coming in here. All right. Is this a history buff stream now? Not gonna lie, I think it's copyright. Like for the whole thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, my plan was just to get you to play Hell Let Loose and have the Germans win. That's true. That is one way of doing it. Exactly. Right. Proper USD, no tricks here. I don't know. This, I sense a trap. You know when your spidey sense is tingling. I'm not going to fall for the trick. I have checked and I don't want to get banned. So there you are. You might not realize there's a trick, Master Pef, but it is actually against TOS to play it. So there you are. I think that I'm not going to risk it because even for 1,000 bones now versus never being able to stream again would be bad. It's on YouTube. It's different when it's a video versus a live stream. It's the same as no, I've never played the proper version. Yeah. I've never played the proper version. Ever. Yeah. There you go. If you play, and it's different. It's like you can do videos about guns, but you can't live stream with the gun. There's different rules for streaming versus Master Pef, I'm not going. As generous as 1,000 quid would be, I don't think 1,000 quid now is worth my entire. I don't think 1,000 quid in a meme is worth my entire channel. It's different if you're playing it in a video game. Apparently. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so there you go. I'm glad I checked it. All right, let's just stream Hell Let Loose. I mean, I can stream Hell Let Loose. Yeah. Yeah, I can stream Hell Let Loose, but I can't. You can't. That's apparently that's acceptable. Yeah. So there you go. You can all stop requesting it because literally it will never ever happen. I'm glad I Googled it, you know. I'm glad I checked. Yeah. There you go. All right. All right. Anyway, what have we got here? Denzel Wenzel. Thank you for the super chat. Wonderful stream, MG. Listen to discussion. I'm thinking on taking for a tournament. Have a wonderful day. Good, sir. All right. Let's have a look. Commissar. Crew Command Squad. Flash grenades. I don't recommend flash grenade. I mean, what? Does something get an Overwatch? I mean, it's okay, I guess. Crew Command Squad. Rust Commander. Stalwart Honor. Does that help? I'll have to double check that one. Krieg. Come here. Basilisk. Earthshaker. Wyvern. Wait, do you have any Bulgrin? Okay. So, there's no reason for any of those commissars to be in this list because you don't have any Bulgrin. So there's no reason for them or Exemplar of Duty to be here. I don't really get the point in you taking the Krieg command squads when you've only got 10-man Krieg blobs, which I imagine are going to be inside the Chimeras. If you're looking for something to order field ordnance batteries, you can do that a lot cheaper. And I definitely don't recommend with like a Castellan, and I definitely don't recommend the Wyvern. I think the list is all over the place, man. I'll be honest with you. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I do not own Borgren. I mean, that's fine, but if you don't own Borgren, there's no point in taking the Commissars, man. I mean, think about it. You've got Commissars upgraded to take advantage of a unit that doesn't exist. You've got Krieg command squads, which aren't really... You've got Krieg command squads, which aren't really going to be doing anything. One's going to be rocking around in a Chimera, I guess. One's going to be babysitting some fobs, but it's just a more expensive way of... you could save literally 5 points and order both those field ordnance batteries with one Castellan. Right now, you're spending 5 points more and only getting one order. Do you see what I mean? Like, and then as for the tank commanders, you've got... What was it? 2 tank commanders? Okay, so that's 4 orders. 2 of them are going to be on the commanders themselves. So then you've got 3 Basilisk and a Wyvern. So assuming that some of these are going to want orders, half of them won't get them. So yeah, you want my honest opinion, man? I don't think it's a very good list. I would drop the Wyvern. I would drop the Commissars. I would drop the Krieg command squads. You've also got no Hellhounds in here. You need Hellhounds. Also, infantry inside Chimeras is like, if it's for a tournament, isn't that good. I mean, basically, dude, I'd rewrite the entire list. If I was to do it, I'd rewrite the entire list. I know that sounds a bit harsh, but I honestly would. None of it's working. None of it's working. And also, siege detachment is a shit detachment as well. So sometimes the best thing I can be is just brutally honest with you. And yeah, and in this case, I think it needs a redo. Let me give you some advice. Every unit should have an order, and the first thing that should go into your list is 2 Hellhounds. That's the way you want to be thinking about this. Okay? And you want to be thinking about, if you want a good detachment, you want to be thinking about combined arms. And that combined arms is excellent. Okay. Yeah. So they're my suggestions, mate. Okay. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Play Erica anyway. No. Okay, you know what, guys? I'm going to be honest, right? I'm sorry to get to the end of the stream on a relatively negative note, but I think the joke's played itself out now. So, no more requesting it. Not even as a joke. All right? Like, it was funny once or twice, but frankly, when it's been 6 hours of everyone, not everyone, frankly, it's been 6 hours of a few people making the same joke over and over again, it's played out. All right? And I very rarely had to get stern Mordian with you, but I think I have to now, okay? I don't want to see it again. Thank you. All right. What have we got next? What have you worked on, Cosmic? I'm making nutrient paste and then putting them in wraps. Why are you making nutrient paste? It doesn't look like nutrient paste. It looks like it's tasty. Wait, is that what it look? Why? What? Why not just take the nice meat and the chives and the cheese and cut the pepper up and just put it into a wrap and enjoy it. Why? You vex me, Cosmic. I'm terribly vexed. You took lots of nice looking ingredients and made it into corpse starch. It's because they save a lot better and you can get more out of it. It's a good way to use a lot of old ingredients. That doesn't sound right. It sounds like if something's off or going to go off, putting it into a blender doesn't stop it from going off. You know what, Cosmic? You can enjoy all of those wraps yourself. I'm going to be real with you. That science doesn't seem to pan out. I think if I take an egg and then I cook it, if it's out of date, I still get the shits. Right? Like, you know? Oh, if I take the chicken, which is on the turn, and then I put it in a fucking blender, magically, it's no longer on the turn. Right? Like, Cosmic, this isn't... Look, I ain't no food psychiatrist, but that doesn't sound like a good idea. All right? That doesn't sound like a good idea. That sounds like a bad idea. I'll eat your base, Cosmic. Yeah. The chicken is not on the turn. Most time you use the leftover chicken the next day. I mean, it's the next day. That's fine. But you said old ingredients. Fuck you, my dead dad came up with this and it was delicious. Yeah, well, maybe because he kept fucking eating it. That's why he died. Maybe if he hadn't eaten the fucking corpse starch nutrient paste wraps, he'd still be around. Oh, Cosmic is so gonna unsub. He's... Oh my god. All right. There you go. Anyway. Boy Phil, thank you for the super chat. Question, how many points would MOTU Battlegrounds for trooping the colour event be worth? I'm not sure what that is. Let me have a look. Oh, Master of the Universe. How many models do you get in it? Stop pestering me. I mean, how many models in it? I can't. I mean, there's a starter set here. 10 in the base set. I mean, generally speaking, I would say 10 models is like 10 guardsmen. If they're just 10 infantry-sized models, then I think you get... It's the equivalent of a guardsman squad. I mean, I'm looking at this one, right? 10 infantry-sized guards. Yeah, they're just like 10 infantry models, aren't they? Are they just like normal human-sized? Are they a bit oversized? Yeah. It is two separate teams. It is two separate teams, though. Okay, I'll give you. Each team can count as a Cajun command Cajun or Catachan command squad. So you're looking at 60 points per team. It's 10 infantry models. There you go. That sort of puts it in the realms like Space Marines and shit. Between Space Marines and Guard. There you are. I hope that helps. Oh boy, Phil. Nice. Aldeus, thank you for the super chat. Law for the road and an end of the prologue. Let's have a look, mate. By the time spring rolled around and we were getting comfortable with our new equipment, talk of an offensive started making the rounds in late March. It was confirmed by May 5th when we got our marching orders. Our target was Brussels. The Axis held it since their December offensive. We were going to take it back and we were ready for some payback for what happened up there. Thing was, more than a few of our guys got tapped for some special program and got shipped back stateside. Didn't bother us much because we all knew was the lucky bastards got a hot meal for 7 days on a steamer heading back across the Atlantic. The rest of us got lukewarm chow out of a pot if we were lucky, canned meat out of a K-ration if we weren't. But they said they were envious of us before they left because we'd get to kick the Kraut's cabbage-munching asses out of Brussels. The offensive was planned for the 16th and we were ready. Private James, get a move on and quit writing. If the Krauts get their hands on that journal of yours, we'll be cooked. Sergeant Collins snapped as the platoon got on the move again. I stuffed the well-worn notebook and pencil back inside my pack and got moving. The power I made the £150 feel like nothing had changed besides this war. To be continued in Chapter 1, Operation Newport. Hey! There we go. Nice. Nice, man. That's cool. I'm loving to see the power armor in action. It should be good, man. There we are. Nice. That's a good note to end on. Oh, yeah. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat. Apologies for my misconduct to you. Cheers, mate. There's no need to apologize. It's fine. Look, right. Look. No one has done anything wrong. But sometimes it is my job as the host to say when something has run its course. It's that simple. Okay? So no one's done anything wrong. No one needs to feel bad. Except Macon, of course. Except Macon, of course. Right? So it's all good. It's all funny. It's all great. But occasionally, sometimes we just need to have a little bit of a reminder. Right? That's it. That's all it is. So no one has done anything wrong. No one should feel bad. No one should, be upset or anything like that. But occasionally it's my job to be like, all right, guys, that's run its course. Another good example of this is roll call, right? I'm willing to let the, Sprigs spamming the 07 as much as possible run its course for days, weeks, even a few months. But at some point, when it's getting out of hand and everybody's doing it, and it's at some point when it's essentially interfering with the smooth order of things, shall we say, we need to go, okay, that's enough now. That's fine. So, I bet if the same thing had been happening for weeks, re the bald jokes, I'd probably go, okay, guys, I've had enough of that now, right? Do you see what I mean? It's to say that occasionally we have to, that's run its course now. Let us consign that to the deep lore. Hey, do you guys remember when the chat spent 6 months just requesting Erica non-stop? Lol. And we can laugh about it in like a year's time. Do you see what I mean? It's just like that. So no one's done anything wrong. No one needs to apologize. It's all good fun and games. But occasionally we have to have a little bit of a reset. There you are. All right. Yeah, it's like, exactly, Cosmic. It's like when it got to the point where we were doing hobby streams where the Octopus song was getting requested like 10 times in a night, like 2 or 3 nights in a week. And we had to get to the point where we're like, okay, the Octopus song has run its course now. Hard limit of 3. Right? This happens. This is just part and parcel of streamer culture, of just live streaming. It's totally fine. It's totally normal. And that's why we won't even mention it again. Do you know what I mean? We won't even mention it again. There we are. Okay. What do we got next? Because I appreciate you apologizing, but it's truly not necessary. Okay. What have we got next? Commander HHL, thank you for the super chat. But can it fit the hole in a piece of paper? Well, fuck, Erica can't anymore. Can it fit the hole in a piece of paper? You know what? I've had enough of that. Stop request. There we go. All right. I love it, man. I love it. I'll set the timer. Just got to redo it constantly. Yeah, there you are. All right. HHL abuse. Yeah, but the thing is, he likes it. He likes it, man. There we go. All righty ho ho. And on that note, I think it is time for us to wrap this bad boy up. Thank you so much for all of your... Thank you to all of you who joined tonight's stream. Thank you to all of you for your incredible support. Thank you for everyone who chatted away. And a huge thank you to all of you who liked and subscribed. And of course, a massive, mega, bunker busting thank you to all of you who went above and beyond the call of duty. Coming in with the super chats, the member flexes, the gifted memberships, and all of that good shit. And not just in today's stream, but as is customary, I like to take an extra moment at the end of the Friday stream to say an extra long thank you. Hunter 303, but I just got here. I mean, I could do a power hour. I don't really want to, though. I'm kind of tired. 50 memberships, extra hour. There you go. Oh, no, Varak's back now. I can't be saying that anymore. Varak's back, isn't it? Yeah, there you go. All right. A 24-hour stream was promised. Yeah, at some point. I was thinking of doing one tonight, but I messaged Mordianglorytv to see if he wanted to do a battle port tomorrow, but he hasn't got back to me, so maybe I should have done one tonight, but yeah, there we are. But yeah, no, on a serious note, thank you to all of you for the incredible support this week. As always, you have all been incredibly kind. You've all been incredibly generous, and you've all been fantastic. And it's thanks to your incredible support that I've been able to do this gig for another week. And I still consider myself to be, and this ain't no bullshit, this ain't no bollocks, this ain't no soppy shit. I still consider myself incredibly fortunate to be able to do this. I've been doing it, it's been 4 years. And I thought when I first started doing this a year ago, it would be a little, well, when I first started doing this 4 years ago, I thought it would be at best a year-long adventure. And the fact that I was doing this 4 years later is incredible. So thank you so much. Thank you to all of you. You are all most excellent. And I appreciate every single one of you. And I'll stop being wanky now. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed today's stream. Have a fantastic weekend. And I look forward to, on Monday, catching up with you all and seeing all of the hobby progress and crazy shit that you have been up to over the weekends. Without further ado, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.